even like something like a Spectre to be able to deal and take out the Wyvern before the fight even starts.
On the lane, for sure. I agree completely. Like, those treants at the moment, they feel like even if you kill them, you get nothing. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Like, you prevent him from harassing you a little bit, but it's not even worth the mana that you're wasting on them.
The only other team that was doing a first phase profit, Fnatic on Jabs, they were doing it as a full. You think this could actually be a support profit for vision control?
It's very possible. I remember a couple of years back talking to Notil about the hero, and it was extremely popular on position 5 back then, and he was saying this hero can do anything. Like, not only am I 5, I constantly have farm because I'm just sending trees around and they're pushing out.
Yeah, you're basically farming the whole map, and the wards that you can place with position 5 treants are always going to be better than on any other position 5 can do. Seeing the Terrorblade ban, I think they might want to go for something like maybe Luna, even possibly. PA's banned out, so OG with Nation's Prophet and Tiny, they have a very fast lineup already, so they don't want the line on any of the cooldowns. So you want to be fight ready pretty much all the time. How OG historically has been playing the game. We're going to run at you. We're going to create a chaos, put you out of your comfort zone. And with these 2 picks, I just see it happening once again.
I agree that OG are definitely going to go for a tempo lineup here, because if you look at the first 2 that Spirit drafted, these are team fight heroes, right? And they don't have that in OG. So they just need to win the lanes and just keep running them over, because it's going to take time for Magnus to come into play as a hero. Power is something that over time you feel it's worth in the game, but initially you do have to sit and farm on your core for a while.
And just remember, this same Magnus that we are seeing in the first phase has been flexed for the majority of the seasons, and also at this TI has been played as position 1, has been on the offlane, so there is flexibility coming into with the mag too. Maybe some mag safely versus Nature's Prophet is, if he's playing offlane or position 4, wouldn't even be that bad.
But I did want to add to Mira's point, though, and I hope that you can help elaborate on this, Lizard, which is that this is the point that she was making was Team Spirit's playstyle through the waiting to the mid game, getting that big item timing, getting farm on Yatoro, right? So maybe they're just forcing that again. I mean, that's what they've been doing this whole TI.
Yeah, I would really be unsurprised if that happened, especially with the Magnus as well. It's very similar to the Tiny. The item timings from him come naturally. You don't truly need to wait for a lot. You're just waiting for that RP to come off cooldown. You kill the support and you continue farming with power. You constantly have that Echo Saber or Silage to work with, through on Bloodthorn. It's the heroes that have a linear item progression and linear power spikes are seemingly the best at the moment.
Words, Lizard.
Dude, I studied math. This is the
know,
first time I used it.
I didn't study math. The hell is he talking
about?
What
is linear, Lizard?
It's like a line, it kind of goes.
I'm a bit disappointed.
No spikes here.
Seeing Kanka banned out against Team Spirit always gets me mad, because this is Toronto Tokyo's, I'd say, one of the better heroes, and I can't use my jokes. I call him Toronto Tokyo, or whenever he goes for the rune, Toronto Tokyo. So I think he has the best name in the whole Dota scene.
I agree.
It's a nice name. It rolls off the tongue, I suppose.
I know you want to talk about heroes, Effie, so please.
Yes,
we just saw the Thunder clock quick as a lane.
There's a lot to say here. Okay, so we were talking about tempo, and while Darkseer is a slower hero, if you pair him up with something like a clock, it suddenly becomes something that just gives an ion shell, and he enables this support so strong, right? And if you look at Team Spirit's backline, what do they have? They have Wyvern and Lion. Both of these heroes are extremely susceptible to dying to something like a clockwork. Although Wyvern can fly out of cogs, you can always kind of just push back and right-click her a couple of times. You don't have to. She's pretty squishy. Do
I
you
was
know what I mean?
listening to LOA yesterday. I believe it was Darkseer plus something else paired up, and he said the best combo with the Darkseer is the Clockwork. Like I believe it was Darkseer plus Earth Spirit, and then he said Clockwork. Yeah, you get that level 6 early on. You put out so much pressure on the map. You get that long.
To get his Orchid timing, he can die. Ember Spirit can die quite easily in this game if OG hit the timings that they want. So we're gonna have to see this Ember play a really good game.
And they prepared the Ember game with the bans, right? Banning out the Morphling, banning out the Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker was extremely strong versus any spirit.
Yeah, I think top 2 heroes right now in the mid lane that just completely dominate the lane are Kunkka. You can say Necro, the melee spirits we're talking about, and the Dawnbreaker does surprisingly well.
And to add more to the Ember, so Ember, when he plays with Magnus, just becomes a different kind of hero, right? He becomes so much stronger. So on the other hand, to just give more fairness to this hero, is that if he doesn't lose the lane and does quite well, he can actually feed off of a couple of these heroes early on, especially if he rotates on the side. Because look at the heroes he's going to rotate with, right? He's got a Lion and a Wyvern that he can play with later on with power rune rotations. And that's something that Toronto Tokyo does very well.
I like the point a lot. Like if you have the Ember Spirit with good lanes, which you will dominate afterwards with the Empower, but even if he doesn't have a good laning stage, you can constantly hunt the Nature's Prophet. And we've seen a lot of Embers at this tournament struggle a little bit, but then it doesn't truly matter. As long as you hit that 6, you get one good rune, suddenly your whole mid game opens up.
Now we see the last pick from OG, and it's going to be a Void Spirit, so nothing too crazy. We are going to see no Tills NP though, that we talked about.
Nothing too crazy, but Aghanims on Darkseer is just so high value in this game. Putting Iron Shell on Clockwork, on Void Spirit, it just feels good.
Okay. What do you think of this now that we see the whole draft? Right, it seems like honestly pretty solid draft.
Yeah, it looks like a classic OG draft because you need to have like some kind of tower damage. Nature's Prophet provides you with that. That's going to be a tiny, a bit more global presence as well. Clockwork with the hook shot, Darkseer surging people in, Nature's Prophet with the TP. So long range initiation from OG. The backlines from Team Spirit will need to be really careful now. They're looking for Magnus with something that is, I'd say, not. They need basically a BKB type of a carry, maybe the one that builds it early on, because you will have Empower coming out from the mag.
And they banned out a lot of them.
Also, just having this Darkseer kind of counterfacts a lot of Yatoro's hero pool, right? He loves to play as illusion carries, and Darkseer loves to play versus illusion carries. So
he still has the Sven, I believe.
Sven is still in the pool, that's correct.
Which is a special hero that loves playing.
But there's just so much control for you. Darkseer, Clockwork, Nature's Prophet. They go with the Void. Okay, we haven't seen this man in a really long time. There's not a ton of damage in the Chronosphere itself, but it gives you some more catch.
For sure, but I just want to comment that Void and Magnus actually feels quite nice because Void can function as a pseudo anti-mage, just time walking between camp and camp. So he actually takes advantage of this Empower faster than a lot of other carries. But if you look at Spirit's team fight, it is overwhelming, right? So the question is,
as usual,
can they play the macro game and stall long enough for them to be able to just fight comfortably without getting run over by OG's snowball potential?
The way OG plays is we're going to run at you, and there are a lot of long cooldowns on Team Spirit. So in between, when those abilities are not ready, OG will go for the plays because all they need is hookshot pretty much to start the fight. And that will be available. Saksa on the Clockwork has been impressive throughout both seasons, and I'm really looking forward to it.
But Team Spirit is the king of team fights and waiting for the right moment, right?
They are, but I feel that Toronto Tokyo has such a high burden, heavy burden on his shoulder that he needs to carry out his team before they get their spells, before they get their items, before everyone has his cooldown off, right? Like the Chronosphere, like Mira mentioned, the RP, those are high cooldown spells. So Toronto Tokyo will be the one that constantly needs to be active, and you're playing into some heroes that can completely match your pace. Not one, but 4 of them. Even the Tiny, I would say.
And typically the question is, if you want to play the macro game and hold out, it's can you play a side lane Dota? Can you push out these lanes without getting caught out? And we've seen Team Spirit excel when Toronto Tokyo is playing something elusive like a puck. He keeps these lanes out and draws heroes to him. But he's an Ember this time, and he's in a bit more danger. And who else can play this side lane game with him? It's pretty much only safely the Wyvern, right? So it's going to be scary for them. But if they hold out, they have overwhelming team fight.
So I see overall my panel is a bit OG favored here in this draft.
A tiny little bit. I see Notil playing the 5 Prophet, and I think it's good, but it's playing into a Collapse Magnus. Might be rough.
Okay, we're gonna see if they're right. And to narrate this game, we're gonna have the wonderful Trent and the magnificent Lyrical.
Thank you so much. Of course, the panel very much in favor of OG. But Trent, I got to say, I've been enthralled with this Team Spirit team. It feels like in so many ways there's a Cinderella story going on right now, trying to take down the two-time TI champions with this young team. Can they make it happen, though? It's going to be a tough test for them.
Tough test for anyone in the lower bracket.
Yeah,
that's what OG is indeed. But we're back to early eliminations here in the morning at TI. So got to get those morning jitters out. You know, a lot of players say that they don't like to play right when they wake up, right? So who has prepared? Who got up nice and early? Who squeezed in a pub before this one? That's the question.
That's a good question for sure. And it's something to watch for. If there's any of those early game jitters that we've seen on occasion, it does look like all of Team Spirit get together to kill off a Treant. Most likely we'll see several more of those. But again, we're getting into Darkseer. We saw one of these last night. Went really, unfortunately, poorly, mainly because of that Oracle pick. But you saw Team Spirit do a pretty, or rather OG do a pretty nice play. They waited until they had the Lion and the Winter Wyvern picked, and now they're able to get away with this one. And obviously, throughout a long period of time, Seb's Darkseers looked really solid.
Yeah, for sure. And paired up here with the Clockwork. Unfortunately, though, Soxa did just get spotted placing that ward up on the pillar as they had a defensive op sort of near their own outposts up there. So that one's going to be gone pretty fast from Toronto Tokyo. Instant D ward.
And as they're going to battle it out for the runes, can they get there a little bit quicker with the fingers? Doesn't quite look like it. Soxa able to take that one, and that's going to be a trade-off of 2 runes apiece, as OG will come and try and contest that Wyvern Faceless Void lane, the Clock Darkseer.
Wow, look, it's Spirits in the mid lane again.
It happens all the time.
We're there at TI, you know, the Spirits all year throughout the DPC. I feel like it's just grown and grown and grown in terms of this, like the mid lane sort of being dominated by the Spirits, and some will get buffed and some will get nerfed. But in the end, we all came back to these heroes simply because the ability to move around the map that they provide, of course, and that idea of like initiation and just like setting the pace for your lineup. That used to come out of the offlane quite a bit as well, but I feel like some of those heroes have sort of slowed down a bit. I feel like that pool has kind of shrunken. But this time, I mean, mid laner, especially for OG, very much enabled by the offlane with the early Ion Shell for the aggression, sort of going after the hero kills, whereas on Team Spirit, you're going to have this empower, which can be a little bit more like sort of the farming up and late game strength.
Right, and obviously can still be very active early, depending upon how they find some angles, but they're going to need to wait and play around Collapse, most likely, with that Magnus Blink Dagger that he'll eventually get online. And as you can see, the CS still pretty even across all of the different ways there. Mag 2-0 right now is the only one that's a little bit further behind, but that's sort of what you can expect when you're playing against a tiny Nature's Prophet. Super frustrating to play against. On there, Aether Remnant used, but nothing really afterwards. So yeah, just the normal stuff that we would expect to see. Seb also grabbing that Ion Shell onto the creeps and pushing underneath the tower, actually keeping that hurt onto Itoro and Poshka.
Yeah, if you were here last night, you may have witnessed a Darkseer game for the first time, really, in this TI, because we haven't had very many. And so to see him on the main stage was nice last night, but he got counterpicked really hard by the Oracle. Instead, in this game, we have a different situation where Seb knew what his lane was going to be, at least in terms of the support, and that's looking pretty good for him, because a lot of the carry players don't necessarily have like the best answers unless you go like anti-mage or some like crazy hard counter. So Seb should have a pretty good time up here, and so far getting up into that second point in Ion Shell will be the real key. For now, Sox is just aiding in that endeavor by bullying back the 2 heroes from Team Spirit.
As they will get the push down there, no tail, taking a little bit of a beating from Collapse. And Mira just there to provide a little bit of support. They are going to try, most likely, eventually, to get a side pull going, as that one is open. But No-Tail's been doing a good job of consistently body blocking it, as he's forcing back collapse, but a little bit of chase down. They have Skewer, as well as the Shockwave tries to bring him down low, and No-Tail barely walking away from that one. Instead, it's Mira that gets the first blood with the right click and also going to get collapse out of there.
Yes, man, I was trying to wait on that for the perfect play with the Avalanche, but not able to get the turn. So No-Tail goes down. Of course, no items other than regen at that point. Used up his last tango, too. So just sitting with a salve and then buys more tangos. So pretty poor Nature's Prophet, but top lane, another 5 going to go down here. Soxa might even run to the tier 2 after grabbing that kill, you'd imagine, because you might as well go home at this point. And yeah, he's just going to head into the abyss.
Oh my God, Soxa does end up going down. You can see, like you said, giving up his life there to the tier 2 tower. So nothing really to write home about with that one. But so far, so good for Seb in this top lane. Already level 4, hanging on to that extra point if he wants to go for a vacuum play or something else.
Yeah, and you have an issue as a Faceless Void where you really hate damage over time, too. You have some mobility, so like you can definitely play around the Ion Shell in a lot of ways. Like you shouldn't be cornered necessarily, but still not an amazing matchup for the hero.
True enough.
And they don't really have a great way to punish this when Seb can just come in, disrupt your pulls, and then surge away. But Miposhka going to be heavy on the chase. Does still have the brown boots here, too.
Toronto Tokyo barely able to get away from that one now. And it does look like they're going to be able to get him out of trouble as those rotations were coming in. Making a lot of moves early on here. And right now, the only one that is a little bit further behind is going to be Collapse on that mag.
Going to be looking to boost up his allies this game with the Empower, as the panel was discussing there too. Basically gives you a free Battle Fury, essentially this idea of cleave, so you can farm over the neutrals and the lanes faster. Get your hero online a little bit quicker and eventually scale even better into that late game. Can also perhaps change up your builds on the Faceless Void if you want to capitalize on that damage a little bit more. Currently thinking about just the Mask of Madness, pretty classic item on the hero.
Yep. They will clear through a lot of those treants, actually. So that's a nice little boost there for Collapse. As treads are done and up top, looking to get a little bit active here. The Ion Shell and the surge forward. Toro has to jump away again. 5-second cooldown. The slow and steady beatdown that he's getting from this. They will be able to force him back with a couple of lucky bashes in there. On the other side, you can see No-Tail does go down to Collapse. So just all-out aggression. This is what we were expecting from this match today.
Yeah, he still has nothing but regen on this Nature's Prophet. So really taking one for the team here.
Yeah.
And is it working out for Sumail? Pretty well, right? He's a little bit ahead of the Faceless Void, so Tiny kind of happy. But it's that mid lane here that you see going pretty significantly better for Thompson, right? 300 gold up against his opponent here. And, I mean, the last hits are the same, but the value certainly not.
True enough.
We'll have that Yules on the earlier end, too. And once that's up on the Void Spirit, you can see him rotating around the map. He's going to be comboed up with the Ion Shell from this Darkseer. You're going to have the hook shot on the earlier end from Soxa, and then you're going to have global teleportation from No-Tail.
Sounds like a lot of aggression.
That's a lot of aggression. That's a lot of initiation. That's a very dangerous situation for any hero to be in. However, there will be mobility tools, right? You're going to have your skewers on Collapse. You're going to have Time Walk. You're going to have remnants from the Ember. So the supports maybe won't be so lucky, but OG, you're going to have to layer those initiations carefully just to make sure they don't make too many mistakes with these escape spells.
And you can see every time they make that move, it's like 1 or 2 CS that Toro has to sort of jump away from and misses out on. This is what you're hoping to do with this Darkseer, like get that pressure on.
They're not counting on kills here. You know, these aren't missed attempts at going for the blood. It's just trying to annoy and ruin the game of this Faceless Void.
Well, and in the meantime, Thompson, they will use a quick little glyph there, just messing with his last hitting potential. As Toronto Tokyo actually want to get aggro, jumps forward with that DD. It's going to force Thompson back. Not bad at all for Team Spirit, who again are keeping it even through this early laning stage.
Yeah, one of the benefits of the Winter Wyvern too versus the Nature's Prophet, as well as that Darkseer, is that you're going to have this ability to try and like hold the towers a little bit longer when they just sort of have this never-ending split push from Ion Shells and trees just running down lanes. So some benefits from Miposhka. And of course, if they want to shove those lanes in a little bit deeper, Mira would also be very happy to pick up some of that earlier farm on the line to try and get to that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that would be great for them. I think that like sort of solid initiation. Obviously, Toronto Tokyo is really good at it with the Ember, but can be that extra value that's added in.
I do, for Mirror's sake, hope that he finds that farm on the earlier end, though, because I feel like it's going to get into a very difficult spot. But all that aggression in the mid lane does pay off massively for them, getting that tower for Toronto Tokyo. Thompson trying to get the punish here, not going to be able to get a kill. And Toronto Tokyo, of course, with a very healthy tower.
Yeah.
Should be very pleased at the start of this game.
Sort of keeping our thoughts on that net worth and where it's going to go eventually. You can see, a little bit of a dodge back there. Thompson gets a haster, but you can see Tiny's still sitting at top. Toronto Tokyo's up there. There hasn't been a big extension as far as a lead one way or the other, but No Tail gets found out in the trees. The jump forward, Hex into TP. Does Mira manage to make his way out? They do! So get the kill and then escape with the other support. Seb is trying to get aggro, but it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, they actually...
This is good though.
Oh yeah, that is true. Clean up some of these stacks. Of course, you know they're going to have them. Even with the ward, Team Spirit can do nothing but watch as they lose on a bit of gold for their team. And Yadaro still being very frustrated by this clockwork, I'm sure, but still keeping pace with Sumail. So,
as No Tail comes on over, spots Toronto Tokyo taking some of these camps. Was hoping to find a ward, but nothing doing there. And another stack up actually onto the Ancients. So this is going to be pretty high value. Most likely, I mean, this is going to be probably a trade-off of maybe, Sumail taking it with the Tiny, but likewise, you could give it to the Darkseer.
yeah, No Tail, you can see, very surprised. He's just like, oh, really? No wards? Checks with the Devil Sentry, and again, this Nature's Prophet. He's upgraded. He has a chainmail, so getting pretty darn wealthy now. As he suits up. But you're always looking for those great wards when you're playing this Nature's Prophet, because you can just go anywhere on the map, TP back out, go for the really deep pillar wards perhaps, and that's going to be a huge factor for them, right? Because you're playing with this heavy initiation lineup, and initiation is always much, much easier when you have forward vision.
Not wrong about that one for sure. Mask of Madness done now. Trying to get some aggro. Thought about going for the chrono there, but falls off the charge. Can see that they're just going to leave him alone to continue to farm up top. So Faceless Void definitely looking to get a good start to this one. See if that continues on. But another stack over on the Ancients got by Team Spirit. And for them, obviously, with the Empower, this is an easy cleanup. But I feel like there's an opportunity here for maybe either one of the teams to try and go for a steal. Could make a difference. Right now, OG up about 1,000 gold.
And we're just trading towers. It does feel like a bit of a ticking time bomb, though, I have to say, for Team Spirit. I'm really curious to see how they're going to manage to hold through this impending assault from OG. They're going to have some cooldown issues, right? Oh, yeah, with the Chronosphere on the 160 on the earlier end, the RP always going to be that 130. And you look for cooldowns on OG, and, hookshot's a minute. That's pretty much the biggest one that they really need. Like, wall's nice, sure, but it's definitely not needed in every single engagement this game. And I just feel like that is going to be a serious problem for Team Spirit.
Well, it's interesting. Like memes aside, when I think of Darkseer nowadays, particularly out of these pro players, the two ones that come to mind are Seb and Mind Control. And often Seb has been playing in like the kind of carry Darkseer role. This is actually more the style that Mind Control would play, where you play sort of this supporty element, get the quick mech, max out Surge, just start running around with your team, and then enabling that other big bad carry. Yeah. And we'll see how it works out for him this time around. As it's going to be a lot on Sumail to make those moves, and obviously, of course, Thompson playing on this Void Spirit, who had an absolutely fabulous game before. But Team Spirit, they're going to send themselves in here, clear out that Ancient stack. But OG, they wanted to get the objective. They want to get this tower.
The pieces are coming together, and it's a little bit too fast right now. But Boschker's still looking for that level 6 to hope to come and help in the mid lane.
There, they go right back in. The wall is down. On to both collapse. The mech up, living a little bit longer. Toronto Tokyo walks in, and look at the chrono. It's going to connect right onto both of them. Seb goes down. Skewer into the RP. Only catches on the clock, but that's enough. And look at this Team Spirit.
Beautiful.
Walk through, take them all down one by one, and find one more to boot.
This is so important for Team Spirit because you're using the RP, you're using the chrono. You can't just get one kill, right? You need as many as you can get because that's a heavy, heavy expenditure. But they were very victorious in that engagement. And now the question is, how are OG going to rally back from that? They're just going to run right back to that mid lane? It's a fairly likely scenario.
You can see here again, just that immediate move in, and they felt like they would be safe because they could go for that, Soxa control immediately afterwards on the Ember, but Toro just getting involved in this fight early on, lacing down a really nice Chronosphere, catches onto a couple there, and then obviously claps with the follow-up. And, when you bring 4 heroes and all 5 to the fight,
they smoked up here. This was, they moved through a ward that Yadoro had. He might have a false sense of safety here.
Jump, lift up, Yule Scepter, the Remnant down afterwards, tries to catch, can they get the kill? Hook shot afterwards, it's enough. They bring him down. And with that, Team Spirit going to cancel the TPs. So like you mentioned, the low cooldowns on OG, they make use of it.
Yeah, just right back at it, and I don't expect that to be the end of it. You can see they're just moving through their area right now, just saying, go ahead, we know you don't have much left. All that remains really is the winner's curse. It was gained during that fight in the mid lane, but Hoshka found the experience from the kills that Team Spirit gained. So really the last big spell they have left in the tank.
And that's 2 tier 1 towers taken for both teams now, both mid and safe lane gone. And the question remains, how do you transition this now? So often I feel like we've seen teams kind of flounder,
perhaps? Blunder of flunder?
That's the one. You nailed it.
Yes, okay, good.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. But yeah, much like I was doing, they'll flub a little bit.
Yeah. When most of your English just comes from chat lines, it can be difficult, right?
It's a hard life we lead, but we get through it together.
We're doing our best to share language across the globe with all of these new chat lines. You always got to look stuff up. You can learn a new phrase. That's why Dota is the best global game.
Too true. What a great message to send out there at the end. In the meantime, OG, they're going to try and keep pressuring in here and forcing Team Spirit out of their base. They are underneath a ward, which does keep a little bit of the extra knowledge up into the favor of Team Spirit, but maybe a bit of a move down bottom. So there with Seb, thought about it, decides not to go.
No, they have those tools back up on the side of Team Spirit, right? Yeah. Chronos there, RP's there. OG, how will they decide to play around these? Are they going to try and force out some bad spells, try and pressure a tower early? Are they just happy maybe holding a little bit to a higher percentage of the map than their opponents? For now, I think the vision game seems to be a pretty key factor now. You can see some of those deeper wards you'd expect starting to come out from OG, but likewise, great wards in that bottom lane that almost spotted the smoke that took down Yadoro.
And the wrap coming now. He's going to see if he can get on the board and find himself a kill, but no tail out and
those
away.
treants, dude, they're just going in through there. They kind of spot what's happening.
It's really good. Impressive stuff. And then the TP out afterwards. Team Spirit, now 2,000 gold down. Gonna have to try and deal with this as Mira is getting closer and closer to that Blink Dagger, and it feels like OG are comfortable with the state of the game, at least until they get those next item timings.
Yeah, that Shadow Blade out on the Tiny could open up some new exploration options, but there are Ob Sentry combos as well on the side of Team Spirit's maps, so could go poorly for them. Sumel steps in the wrong spot.
They're coming over with these Trants to try and, we'll see if they try and block out the Ancients after they get the kills here. Yeah, they walk in and immediately Toro goes for the kill on those Ancients afterwards. Tokyo thought about going for the haste. Soxa there already to interrupt. Again, economic damage where they can on OG. Thompson. I'm curious if he goes back for that same build that we saw the other game. It was super solid, just into the E-Blade after the Sanj and Kaya. Very, very quick blow-up potential that they had going.
I love the way Thompson has played through this TI in terms of just like relegating his own farm a little bit lower, even more so than before. It feels like they're really trying to offer a lot over to Seb and Sumail.
Yeah.
And he just wants those playmaking abilities. So just trying to get something that keeps him like active in the fights, going for this Sanj and Kaya. Not too worried about the next like massive item, just wants to be always there for the team. And right now, a big line drawn here from Mira. They want to go the whole way up top, perhaps hoping that someone's going to try and go for their Ember. Trying to bait his Remnant in here.
Oh, good job there. Gets on in with the Treant to block that camp again. Team Spirit having to deal with that. Thompson maybe in some trouble if they spot him. Oh, instead they're going to go for no-tail. Mira gets the Hex off. They caught by the Remnant, and then afterwards, they got the winner's curse. Stun comes out afterwards. The full control Finger of Death and dead.
That was a long setup there from Team Spirit, just like waiting and waiting, trying to bait out Toronto Tokyo, and then sort of just kicks off because Noto got a little bit too close. But best thing right there is that you're taking out a core hero on OG without the big spells. Very good sign for Team Spirit. The later this thing goes, games should get a little bit easier for them. Those big spells becoming more and more valuable as we progress. The RP, the Chronosphere, right? Some items, of course, not going to help you versus those. Even when Sumail gets his big BKB out. But mind you, his HP, even, Magic Immune or not, he is going to be a beast in this game. Not a lot of very tanky heroes in this match compared to Sumail.
Well, and it's so interesting, right? Like, we think back to the matchup that we saw right before this series with Spirit. It was against Fnatic, and we saw very similar things, right? Nature's Prophet, Jabs was blocking out camps. They had an Ember Spirit on Team Spirit. Again, able to play very much together. The big difference is there's no Luna this time. They don't have that tower hitter. So we'll have to watch if Team Spirit can keep the action going and then, potentially make a comeback happen right now, because OG, they're in the lead. But will they be able to find another pickoff? They do. Soxa goes down.
Yeah, I actually feel great about Team Spirit's game right now. I think that getting Mirror to this Blink Dagger without losing too much of their towers and everything across the map is incredible. Like, I'm really surprised that OG didn't try and push it a little bit further. They might have just been a bit hesitant because they couldn't quite get the best early farm on the heroes they wanted, or maybe they just don't feel that pressure. And they're just happy getting Sumail up to his BKB. That might just be the case. They don't want to make any big risks.
Right.
But I think there was a chance that Team Spirit could be in a much worse spot.
Right, it's interesting, right? Because there's still that slight lead, but it's not a full item differential yet. That's existing, with the exception of Sumail, and he's the one that's definitely having a very good game done with the Shadow Blade, the Echo Saber, and at this point, just about to get to 2 opponents that BKB. So it'll be something to watch for.
I mean, Toronto Tokyo is going to be in that BKB pretty soon. Nearly has it done. So a lot of pressure on pretty much just Soxa, honestly, to find that big play onto the Ember to get the chain stunts going, see if they can catch before that BKB, but they're going to get the catch onto Seb. Uses the Greaves, though.
Oh, tries to get out, but they're going to commit the Chrono for this one, and that's going to turn into a full kill. As Seb goes down, Yadoro finds the finish. So a big ulti committed for that, but they get a core hero.
These kind of games can look very confusing too, because the score, of course, 2-11. Team Spirit, they got all those kills in the mid lane, and you just look over at OG, and you're just like, well, why do they have the gold lead? Like, what's going on here? But just being a little bit more efficient with the map right now. The experience isn't as varied; it's much closer.
We'll have to see if the Team Spirit can suss this out and realize what's going on right now.
Yeah, the trend continues.
Yeah,
they're going to get objectives if you guys want to get kills.
Comes at a cost. Nothing comes free. But it is still going to be a really strong time with these BKBs done. And actually, Sumail has to go back out, pick up another tree here. Team Spirit have to imagine that something is going on, whether or not they realize that it's Roche or not. But starting to drop down bit by bit. Thompson going to come in and help finish this one off with the TE. Team Spirit not looking to contest at the moment. And with that, Aegis onto the Tiny.
Yeah, with the RP and the curse up. A little bit frightening, but of course they do have some great vision options here between the trains being thrown around. They have their flares. They even use to scan. So OG, slight risk, but calculated to be a benefit in the end, and they were correct.
And look at this, Seb showing on the lane. Team Spirit, they're going to run right into him. You don't have an Aegis, sir. Hello, hello. The jump forward, want to bring him down. Back goal afterwards, though. The turnaround coming from OG. Able to get the call to push back, but Seb already dead now. Thompson looking for the pullback. Onto that Winter Wyvern, going to get the kill. Sumail finds the back line, going to catch Mira and kill off that lion. Collapse. Has to jump away. Toronto Tokyo goes for the Remnant through. TP out afterwards. Do they have anything else left to take? No. Toronto Tokyo able to get away from that one at the last second.
Yeah, only able to get the supports there. So looks, nice attempt trying to just go onto the darks here, but Soxa came through that hook shot right onto the Wyvern and the Mag. Those are like your 2 fight turners, right? So if he can catch those 2, the options quickly dwindle for Team Spirit in that fight when you already know the Chronosphere is going to be down. Like they did a pretty decent job of disengaging there, but it's still going to be a victory in the end here for OGs. They feel comfortable pressuring in with the Aegis on. And I say that, of course, they have those big spells.
Oh, and there we go. The winner's curse comes out. Collapse moves in afterwards. Does have a skewer to pull him on back on to Toronto. Oh, he's getting knocked out low. Has to run it out of there. Barely left alive. The jump through for another round. Winter Wyvern now dead. Sumail dropping lower and lower, rooted. Can they find the finish? Needs one more hit, and they'll finally get him. But now Seb trying to chase down Toronto Tokyo, and the Aegis will be reclaimed as Choro caught. Has Chrono still.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Need to commit it, has to jump away for the moment, and actually goes in. What? He wants to turn this around. Find Seb now, with Toronto Tokyo having another salvo of spells, and Mira being back alive. They might be able to find the rest of the finish.
Oh, yeah.
Sumail in trouble. Team Spirit are fighting back and trying to take down OG. He gets away again. No, around Tokyo falls. Sumail is too big. And where's the detection? They killed all of it. Oh, wait, is he hunting? Oh my God, does he know?
He's just hoping.
Literally just walking in vision. Oh, but they're not quite going to be able to catch him. God, that was so close.
What a play from Yadaro, going back into that fight with the Chrono, the Time Walk getting off there with the help of the BKB. And they find an even exchange and was looking like just another victory there for OG economically. They will continue to hold the lead right now, and you can only imagine, like, if that Ember had Empower for that last bit of that fight, that would have been so much better for them.
I mean, it turns it around completely here. You can see this winner's
He
purse.
just got that BKB, too.
Yes.
You can see right here in the replay.
So much damage coming out. You can see Sumail wants to stay aggro. You know, he's got this Aegis. Feels like he can fight, but they burn through it.
You can also see, like, even when he comes back on the respawn, they did such a good job of kiting around Sumail. They're trying to focus on all the other heroes on the side of OG, sort of trying to ignore and dodge. Of course, Sumail, you know, he picks up a couple kills in the end, and he lives there because of that, but something that you're going to have to do. And, yeah, you can see right there, gets so low, 200 HP. But right back onto Soxa with the Chrono, hitting onto 3-2. Very
back into
nice.
the game, though. Back into the game. The jump. Avatar's dead. Collapse. Caught. Winner's curse. Onto 2. Oh, but they don't have the Chronosphere. But Poshka down low, and Thompson eventually going to burn him down to death. So OG, when they don't have cooldowns on Team Spirit, it's time to party. They make it work. 6,000 gold lead now. Even with the kill advantage, it's OG that are the ones that are pulling ahead.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo, he's made some plays this game. Wants to try and push them off here. Feels pretty safe, you know, having the BKB and whatnot, but not enough to punish onto No Tail. And now Soxa coming through. Has the Ags, but both the hookshot and the overclock are both on cooldown. Not able to go for very much here. Of course, Soxa also wants to just keep following. That hookshot's coming back soon.
No Tail here again. Sumail moves in, and they force the Remnant away.
Soxa's there just throwing out. He's thinking about it. Wants to try and catch him. Maybe before he has a Remnant timeout or something. Now the 5-hero group up now from Team Spirit. They're going to smoke. No vision on this from OG.
Have to be aware of
this is not the hero they want, though. Oh, and look at this. Soxa pops the smoke with the ward in the middle. He goes
shot
in.
Onto both of them. Catches onto the 2, but the skewer out. Mira livid, but not for long. Absolutely obliterated. Soxa did his job, ends up falling afterwards. Now No Tail tries to back away. Yadaro chasing, right clicks, has Chrono available. The turn. They've got Sumail if they want him. They walk forward.
They
the
have
pulse, the chase, but they decide they don't want to fight. There was a buyback from that clock. Winner's curse to buy a little bit of extra time. That one tree and forcing him away, but Thompson able to find one kill. Yadaro backs away again. Without the rest of their lineup, Team Spirit don't want to take this fight. Gotta be careful, Seb. Back and back, jump away. Team Spirit able to dodge that one.
Yeah, not quite close enough to get the overclock and go for some hook shots there. Did cost Soxa a buyback. Only one to come back in that fight, but was a eventual slight goal game for Team Spirit. These fights have mostly gone even.
Yeah.
Near the end of this game, but again, still the lead for OG just keeps growing.
Just feels like they get more gold from creeps or something. I don't know, man. It's just like, how do they do it?
Did it? That was the whole TI secret, it turns out.
How is this happening? They're killing it.
I mean, you can see it, though. Like, they just have heroes, you know, more so on the map that can farm a little bit, right? Yeah, getting some of the bigger, higher kills. Oh,
pull back. Thompson, this would be a big one. Yule Scepter gets off. Where's the Hex? They have it afterwards. So they'll find a much-needed pick-off by Team Spirit. OG right now still playing the objective gaming route.
Yeah.
All Tier 2 towers down.
That's also 45 seconds now where he's not farming towards that Aghanims, which is going to be another little power spike there for Thompson. And so, Team Spirit, you've held on. You know, you did a good job keeping those outer towers out for a relatively long time. You're going to push this to at least that second Roche. But what is the key to really get back into this game? I feel like it's Collapse and Mapochka just not getting caught at the start of these fights.
Yes.
All right, Soxa is constantly hunting for them, looking to get in and just disrupt the easy flow of the team fight that they're hoping for from those. These are supposed to be your like point and click winner's curse, easy setup for the single kill, and then of course you want to be lurking on the back as Collapse. And you know, this is a good mag game in the sense that like he has heroes that want to go in first, right? He has this Ember, he has this Faceless Void even that he can sort of play around with the RP, but so far Collapse not able to work that same magic that we of course know he has on some of his more preferred heroes.
You can see all the pressure that's being put on. Like Toronto Tokyo constantly has to keep pushing out this bottom lane, and the tower is at half HP. This is a problem, and Snowtail is the one that's making it a problem. Going afterwards into the freaking moon shard.
Yeah, this is something
give
else
that to
here.
Tiny?
All right, well, if you remember, we'll get to that in a second here. Speaking of Tiny, Sumail, BKB.
Now Avatos, Toronto Tokyo, Flame Guard keeping him survivable. Hook shot afterwards, a great one. Catches on to Collapse, needs to be careful there. Finger of Death out, they have the wall down, also Vacuum up to the high ground, calls push to the low ground. And on the other side, Mapochka goes down on the wire. But look at the photo! Oh, Yadaro finds a great one, but where's the extra damage? Does he have enough on his own step? Will end up going down. So they find that one kill, the buyback afterwards, has to jump away. Oh, and the Sprout stars. RP gets on the boat. Do they have the damage? They need the empower, but it's not quite there. They take down No Tail. Now trying to find Sumail. 7 the area. They throw the Ion Shell. Still looking for that slow, the chase. Toronto Tokyo on the other side. Found another one. Avatos back. Oh! Sumail! He did it to him.
The tree to finish it. It looked so good. Thompson gives him the tip. 8,000 damage from Sumail. Lifting the team, throwing him on his back. Call him Tiny. He's looking pretty big in this one.
Unreal. That's the thing. You chase this Tiny, you think you're going to get him. He's down so low, almost dead. And in the end, it just wasn't enough. The Avatos combo too strong. Man. Can see now the fight breaking out afterwards. Toronto Tokyo focused the rest.
How is Soxa actually hooked on onto Collapse and Mapochka though?
Yeah.
It's every single engagement. Maybe he doesn't get the kill right away, but you can see again Mapochka goes down again without the ulti because of this. Because you create this panic. The Auto did everything he could to try to save this fight, but it couldn't be salvaged. And I swear, wasn't he just dead? No. He saw that stat. I think he's top 3 for deaths or something at TI time. Okay, he's up there around with like Puppy and everything. So, this guy, he likes number 1,
That's true. Got to get it. Got to get it. As you can see, the damage numbers mounting out. Right. Sumail definitely carrying the team in this regard.
No Tail.
Okay.
He's going to buy back here.
Interesting. Comes back in. Wants to help them clean this up as quickly as possible. But you can see movement, hook shot afterwards. Finds on the one, force step out, jump in afterwards. Doing a ton, but these calls again, catching on the rope, and they pull it all in. Tries to skewer out. It's not going to be good enough. Soxa dead, and they managed to live through that wall initiation. Now the winner's curse to buy a little bit of extra time. It's the illusion that's keeping it the full range, but the BKB gets off a little bit too late as Mira. And Mapochka again dead on this Wyvern.
Fast fish.
So they claim that outpost. Toronto Tokyo thinks about going back in again. Throw out that remnant, but not going in as Roche 2/3 HP.
That buyback from No Tail to kick everything off, throws out the ulti instantly, and honestly, the thing I'm satisfied about is it's going to slow down that Moonshard gift here.
Yeah, true enough.
But now, Team Spirit, they see a possibility here. They have Chrono, they have RP, they have everything.
He's there to break it again. Slight fist off the mark, but they get the pullback. Horn toss.
Nice horn toss. Good free pick. That's a dieback.
70 seconds. No tail. No tail. Let's try to do something there. Do you like it? No? Okay. Thank you.
Is there a rewind? Do we have that production? Can we avoid that? All right. Anyway, we're good. You don't have time walk. That's okay. You have to live with your mistakes. Yadaro.
Round 2.
A little luck here.
Jump in. Mira caught again. Thompson finds one. Hook shot onto 2 afterwards. Collapse on the other side. Does have an opening, but he runs into the cogs. Has to be careful. The overclock was used. Toronto Tokyo tries to back away. Sumail hunting, looking for a pick, but they find Thompson. Mira fought back, right on top of him, finger of death. Oh, but they dissimulate, and then the walk away, silence out afterwards. Looking for the chase, do they find him? Sumail misses on that avalanche. The Chrono on the other side finds Seb. Yatoro gets him for the finish. That's no buyback either on him. Saksa caught the winner's curse. Oh, it's going to take down Thompson. One by one, they're getting pulled apart. Team Spirit working together as a squad and trying to finish it off. Can Sumail do it all on his own? That BKB, it doesn't have a lot of duration left. Winner's curse, another one dead. Sumail is pretty freaking large. Is he really going to do this all on his own? Team Spirit, are you biting off more than he can chew? The Rock Man is pretty damn strong.
This is a frightening scene that they're running from one.
Oh no, you got to be careful. Sumail is scary, and he is mad.
All right, still.
I'm going to do it myself.
Yeah, apparently that seems to be the only option left here for Sumail. Heroes expect how much damage is going to come up. That was almost 1,500 magic damage burst just from the Void Spirit throughout that, right? Like, you think it's going to be the tiny, you know, like, no, surely they can't get through like 4,000 HP-ish. But they did rather.
Tries to jump out of there, finds some good time here, and Collapse finally tries to get him.
Good.
Oh my God, Thompson! What?
Yadro,
Is he really going to get out of here? No, they're chasing. They're going everything for Thompson, but it's not enough.
Don't worry. We got horn toss. We're good. All right.
Space
Run it back, production. You know what we want.
Yeah.
No one else die, all right? Everyone else just go away. No more fights here. All right, look, watch this force step. This force step is so sick. All right, ready? Oh, turnaround RP. Skewer him into the well. Oh, collapse. He can play more than Mars.
Unbelievable. And again, the Ghost Scepter trying to keep him alive, but it's just not enough. Just like that, OG now going to have to stare down a very long time without the rest of their heroes, struggling at this moment. Game number 1, Team Spirit tested the champs, and now trying to take this tier 3 tower.
I love this solution of how to get on the enemy side of the map. Just kill them all.
Yeah.
This is great. You know, wondering how do you kill them outside of your base? Well, if they keep coming to your base, well, you just keep killing them there. OG perhaps sensing that they were obviously much stronger, or they just felt like, you know, maybe we're on a bit of a clock, and they feel like it's just with this single unit, Tiny is starting to feel like for them that they don't have enough to take this really late. And it is starting to look that way.
And Roche going to be a long spawn this time around. So Team Spirit going to have to buy some space and time as No Tail continues the split push. This is incredibly difficult to deal with, and Toronto Tokyo one that's sent to clean it up each and every moment. A smoke up now from OG.
Yeah, Sumail leading the charge here. Of course, still has that Ghost after he bought in the well. And it might come in handy later with how Collapse is playing. Could find himself there once more, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Particularly if he ever gets to that refresher, because you got to imagine he's feeling it after that. He's like, you know, I would really love to have 2 of all of those.
Exactly. It's not bad. And again, how many times is it, you know, that, like, thinking about where Sumail was when they were up on that top side, pushing that tier 3 tower, he had Aegis, he had the Moon Shard transferred over, he had all the damage in the world to cleave through those buildings, and it was Collapse. The real carry, put the team on the back.
What's crazy is that right now his skewer is at 6.8 second cooldown because he's this Octarine and this quickening charm. So it's a very cool solution compared to the refresher, right? Because it's just gonna be online far more often, obviously. Working with those big play potentials.
Well, Team Spirit playing around the Roche pit. They know this is where the fight's going to take place. And since it's such a long timer, they might even have to actually go beforehand. And it looks like that's what they're going to do now. So smoke up, but somebody needs to deal with bottom. And OG continue to put this pressure on. They're doing such a good job of forcing Team Spirit's hand.
Yeah, those big treants are just going to clear out that range rack.
And it's dead. It's gone.
And they're going for the next one. Guys, there's creeps there.
Yeah.
Anybody?
Team
Tokyo, he's trying to get there.
This is some veteran stuff right here. Make the split push play, force Team Spirit to show.
And of course, you have the advantage of the flare, right? So you're just constantly sending that in. You're going to have treants there too, so it's going to be very difficult for Team Spirit to deny any sort of vision around the Roche pit. Meanwhile, they don't have any of those options. There's no helm on this mag, of course, because Clap's gone for a different build, setting up with the mechanism, so they don't really have a way to just like check the pit for free. Other than just like sending in Toronto Tokyo and hoping he doesn't get vacuumed or something.
It's true. Horn toss. They got him on to top distance. They pulled him in too. Oh no, not like that. OG now looking for more. Sev got to run away. They buy back on Thompson. Wall down. Yadaro vacuum. Chase. Sumail thought about the rundown, but with the 2 buybacks, Team Spirit will retreat. And with that, Roche will also spawn.
They're going to smoke up here too. Of course, they still have everything. That, you know, these are the cheap picks that you get with Horn Toss. Still holding Chrono, still holding RP.
That combo of like the Horn Toss with the Lion, and they get him again! Pull him back in, bring him on down, hook shot, try to salvage it, it's not OG don't have an answer for the mag, and Saksa also gets killed. Unbelievable composure and presence of mind coming
They
from this
needed
Team
for
Spirit
that
roster.
BKB too, right? I mean, all that damage was magical. He took 382 physical
Got him
damage.
again! What? They find him another time, and the chrono down! Collapse! The absolute madman! Wow!
He is looking for it right now. The bottom lane, sure, there's still creep. Strong is going to go back and deal with it, but oh, he can't believe it! Says Collapse.
As they chase in, that's going to be melee racks down. Might go for more. I mean, they're dead for forever. The turn now, looking for the tier 4 towers potentially. Their Team Spirit just going to end this game. There's still Sumail, and he is a big, bad, mad Tiny. There, they get him. Collapse. What can this guy do? Horn toss in. Sumail wants to salvage this, and there's the winner's curse. There's no buyback. There's no help. It's Sumail versus the world, and this time it might be the world that wins as they find the finish. GG called. Team Spirit 1 game away from eliminating OG.
Not only is it a win, but it's the way that they won this game. Team Spirit recognizing that it was a matter of time. It was a matter of patience. They held out. They waited for the big spells. They waited till Collapse became the beast they needed and won that game. And we talk about OG. They're a team that adapt in the mid game. They change things up when things aren't working their way, but they didn't really see an adaptation this game. They decided that, we have to just keep going. We got to keep going high ground. Sumail's got to do this for us, but Collapse said no.
Collapse indeed did say no. What an impressive performance. And again, I think that this is the type of team that's been gaining speed throughout the tournament. They're a young bunch. I mean, I'm just so impressed. They've looked so magical. What a run so far from Team Spirit. And OG, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what to do in this game number 2.
Yeah, the composure there from Team Spirit, not even really like popping off too crazily either, I would say. Just kind of like chilling, another day at the office, just
right.
getting a win.
Well,
stretch some legs a little bit here.
I think that, obviously so much on the line. There's got to be so much that's running through these players' heads.
Mm-hmm.
But particularly for me, when I think about like how you keep a team in it throughout these breaks that they're going to have, like trying to get ready for game number 2, I feel like it's going to come down to Maposhka to really like settle those nerves and make sure that everybody's feeling good going to that game number 2. God, I can't wait.
Yeah, it's also important to consider how that game started, and maybe it wasn't necessarily always going that well. You right, there were definitely a couple problems in terms of like, okay, we're being stormed. First couple fights, they went pretty well, but then the map, having a hard time controlling that. You're losing out on net worth, and you're just wondering, like, are they going to get us, guys? Because this Tiny's pretty huge.
It's true. It was that moment to me that I felt like really turned it all around. And again, I'm sure we'll see the highlights for it when we get back to the panel. But the big catch onto Sumail as he was going for the tier 3 towers up on the top side, horn toss, pull back afterwards. It was absolutely perfect from Collapse. MVP for me for sure. But we'll have to hear what the people on the panel think as we send it to them.
Thank you very much, Trent and Lyrical. And absolutely, it seemed to be like Spirit was saying, oh, you want to come near our base? Oh, would you like to come in? Well, we've got our friend Magnus here, and he's just going to skewer you to the back of our fountain. That seemed to be the late game strategy for Spirit, and it really, they pulled it off, didn't they, Lizard?
It was that invitation to a very boring friend's house, and he just won't let you go. He just keep on pouring coffee for you. He just doesn't let you leave. That's what Magnus did. That's what Collapse did. He said no. Lyrical put it really well at the closing statement. Man, that was insane performance by him.
It was really good, but it was also his team. Like I think of that top racks fight where they skewered him back. They used their resources so efficiently. Skewer back, they hex him before he lands so that he can't BKB. They used Finger of Death, but they saved Chrono. They saved RP until after he respawns. Like that was the crucial fight. And eventually, as time goes on, they just get too high in net worth, and Tiny isn't quite the same threat by himself.
But we do need to talk about Sumail's Tiny, because at situations where he's 3v1, he seems to be one of those players who never seems to panic and can actually turn the tide of the fight.
He was 5v1, I think, right? Like there
He
were
was.
5 Team Spirits heroes alive. I think he killed a couple of them. They had to back off. And no, he really showed the strength of the hero. I feel like that game had everything, though. The cost was even pointing out to me. One of the times where they went on Yatoro in the jungle, he had skipped his 10 talent. He had 1 point in time dilation. And he lived with like only a couple hundred HP. I mean, I don't know the math on it precisely. Like maybe the regen or the armor kicked in. But it was really close there. And it's like those small decision making that led to these amazing team fights with a Skewer and a 5v1. I mean, I can't. It's a 5v1.
And when you see Notil playing Nature's Prophet, usually in the past, he doesn't die way too many times, even though he's a 5. But in this game, boy, did he have it rough.
I read that. I think he pulled a bottle to Thompson. I'm not too sure if that's correct because I was on the bus transiting here. But I also saw that he went for Solar Crest into Moonshard. I think he fed Sumail a Moonshard. And OG's like ideology of the game is so cool to watch because they're all about stacking that net worth. Solar Crest, it used to be this auto buy item. It got nerfed a bit. He's still buying it just above net worth. He's like, oh, I need to do a bit more. I'm also going to buy a Moonshard for my carry.
I'm just trying to look at my numbers here because I think it was something like 15-6 in terms of Spirit to OG kills. And yet OG was still ahead in net worth. And I was trying to do the math. So I was like, how the hell are they managing to do this when they're dead half the time?
It's tough, but as long as they can keep farming and they don't lose too many heroes every time that they do get those deaths, it's not that big a deal. Because for one team to get a kill, it usually takes at least 2 heroes, sometimes 3, to kill just one guy. So that's 3 heroes that aren't necessarily farming in that exact moment. So as long as the other heroes on OG are still getting stuff done and getting that net worth to pull towards Sumail, it's fine. And there were so many scary moments in the mid game where you could really see Tiny 3v1ing and he slaps like twice and they're like, nah, we just can't do this. It's way too hard to kill him.
It's just a product of how OG play too, right? When they go for these small skirmishes, especially when they have a farm Darkseer, they're playing it so that their heroes can farm. Like if OG are behind, they like smoke multiple heroes across the map and send someone else somewhere else to farm. It's never like an all-in move.
And it's also the way their whole lineup is distributed when it comes to farm. You have the Tiny that's able to clear all the Ancients. You have Nature's Prophet that's constantly cutting the backlines. And you have Seb with the Iron Shell. It's very easy for them to shove in lanes and get that farm. But it didn't look like it was very easy to transform all the gold that they gained into solid team fights. Seb, multiple times, he just gets chronoed, instantly dies. I didn't really see the contribution. He went for all the items that are purely utility, the Max and whatnot, Greaves, Pipe, but it didn't feel like him and Saxa had the best game.
With that said, though, I think the restriction is that it's about Magnus being on the other team. And I think OG still targeted the bans correctly. They took out Collapse's heroes. They hit Tidehunter and they hit Mars in the first phase. So, like, that's probably his 3rd hero. He hasn't played it much so far, but they got to use that to basically just pull the Tiny out of position. Like, when you get skewered by the tier 4s, like, how are you supposed to win the fight?
I completely agree. You could even see Saxa hooking in after he's being skewered, so he hooks in while the skewer is happening. But it just isn't enough. They kill both of them.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, I want to comment on Collapse's Magnus because he doesn't play as much as his Mag or Tide. But I think it was Maposhka did an interview and he was asked to describe Collapse in one word and he said patience. And I really like that about him because I remember I saw him go once on No-Tail's Nature's Prophet and he wasn't range to Horn Toss. So he took the time to do the Shockwave into Horn Toss, into Skewer. It's just so methodical and like not panic despite being against OG on the TI stage.
And he kept on finding him many times in this game.
I'm really curious to see what OG are going to do with the draft this time around because we were watching the picks and bans together, myself and Purge here. And it seemed like, okay, right, of course they're going to target Collapse. They're going to take out the Mars straight away. That's obviously the thing you're going to do if you've been watching any of the matches here at ti10. And they removed the Tidehunter. But then they started to focus on the hero pool of Yatoro after that. But the thing is there any point in doing that? Because Yatoro seems to have one of the largest hero pools of anyone who's playing on that stage at the moment.
I think it's really common if you're the team that's expected to win is you take out comfort heroes against teams that are a little bit fresher because you're like a lot of times some of these players come up spamming 1, 2, 3 heroes and you really punish them in tournaments when you make them play their 4th and 5th best tournaments. So I feel like that draft was like a skill check basically to say like let's take out your best heroes. Are you still going to play as well? Are you going to crumble under the pressure? And Spirit absolutely didn't that game.
I mean, you can just see that Yatoro was absolutely OP in that match. I also want to draw attention to Tokyo's Ember Spirit as well. I think we're so busy looking at Yatoro popping that Chronosphere and just trapping OG in the base. But you know what? I have to confess, I didn't pay enough attention to what Toronto Tokyo was getting done with the Ember Spirit because he was absolutely on fire in that match. When you look at the numbers, it looked like a pure carry performance from the mid lane. laner.
So to continue on Aoi's very nice point about the patience of collapse,
He was
there's a
20 to
reason.
1? Sorry.
Yeah,
There we go.
20 to 1, 15. There's a reason why you can be patient on the offlane. It's because your mid lane is just doing all the heavy work. He's poking constantly, he's giving info, he's initiating with sleight of fist chains, and then it's kind of simple for you as a Magnus to realize which target you need to go on, isolate them, horn toss them back into the base.
And absolutely, Spirit's draft were based on that team fight potential. And Purge, you were telling me particularly about the fact that they had clearly planned for those AoE stuns to stack up. So tell me a bit more about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the issues with the game going so late is that OG's lineup was did what OG wanted to do, but the fact that they weren't able to just sit Tiny in the front and destroy buildings in like 6 hits, that takes away their win condition. So on the Spirit side, they just had so many good teamfight ultimates. They have Chronosphere, they've got Mag RP, they can fish with skewers as well, and they have Winner's Curse as well to like potentially get those solo kills that happen at various points. It's just harder for OG to win teamfights. So as the game went on longer and longer, the teamfights were going to likely go towards Spirit's advantage. So it was just tough for OG that they got skewered back, because that kind of just like put them on the back foot.
Honestly, though, I'm shocked that OG didn't manage to get a bigger advantage earlier. Like, if you look at their heroes, I saw Seb's Darkseer is so high net worth. Whenever you have a Darkseer like that, he should be able to carry the early tempo. I'm not too sure what happened. Like, maybe Team Spirit were just setting up too well for OG and reading all the moves, which is incredibly impressive. But it's honestly not the OG I expect. Like, your Clockwork Darkseer Furion, I feel like the map should be free, especially with a Void Spirit mid.
It was pushed in constantly, and Team Spirit was forced to go back and defend a lot of time in the game. However, it just wasn't good enough. Like, the team fights, like you mentioned, were set up by Team Spirit really well. And I have to say that on the top lane around the tier 1, there was a team fight in which I thought Spirit was completely broken. They're playing this very stable Wyvern with the big ulti. Then you have the Chrono, then you have the RP. But what OG is good at is creating chaos. And they did that. They attacked from all the sides. Nature's Prophet TPing back. But, yep.
Well, our teams are heading on stage again. They are ready to create chaos. You could see Notel backstage. He's having a little groove. Seb is turning to his players and keeping them calm and doing exactly what Seb is known for. But can they take this to a full series? Well, it's OG. And you know what? After you watch this, you'll probably be thinking, yes.
Favorite memory surely has to be my TI8 and 9 finals. It's a big culmination of a lot of hard work, a lot of history, all coming together in a very epic way, in an epic finale. Can only pick one. I will have to go with the TI8 finals because of the finals, how it went down. That have been a very tough year and everything, and a lot of tough TIs before that. So finally getting it, my body was full of stuff, full of adrenaline, emotions, and I could only really think about the game, and it was like everything was getting channeled towards the game. And then when it's over, or after they GG out, it was crazy. Like, it was a flood, huge flood of a bunch of different emotions, all the hard shit, all the negative stuff, and then all the positive stuff. Kind of like, whew, you kind of break down. I broke down for weeks after, where I could only sleep, wake up, eat, sleep. So it's like exhausting, but euphoric, extremely euphoric. Yeah, highlight, one of the highlights of my life, if not the highlight.
I defy anyone to watch that back and then not get a little bit teary themselves whenever I see Notel talk about that. And you can see it in his face as well. He's just reliving that moment constantly. It just brings tears to the eyes. Literally, anyone just has to say TI8 to me, and then I just start going. So instead, I'm not going to cry on camera. Don't worry, guys. We're going to save that until Sunday, or when we finally see someone lift the Aegis for the 10th time. And instead, we're going to be talking about what OG should be focusing on in this next draft, because it seems like this could be a last-ditch situation for them. Ari, what do you want to see them doing this time around?
I think they should not give up on their style. Like, honestly, I was on transit here, so I didn't get to see the first part of that game, but I think they need to run at them harder. Like, I think they should double down on what OG does and play their game. I don't think that game was really a result of them. Like, it shouldn't result in them feeling like they have to do a shake-up or anything.
Well, it does look like our teams do want to get straight into this match. That's an interesting one for me because we have seen teams kind of taking their time when they get to the booth, but both of these teams are really keen to get into this fight, and this could be OG's last hurrah at the International 10, so don't miss a moment.
OG versus Team Spirit. Game 2.
Hello and welcome. The draft panel is back. They took my big table away, but they gave me 2 wonderful analysts to compensate. My name's Amo Plus. I'm here with Lacoste and Effie. How are you guys doing? You like that first game, Effie?
That was a great game.
So you told me earlier that you actually were not one of the analysts that was siding with the OG's draft. Can you explain a bit why?
Yeah, I didn't really get much chance to talk about it, but
Now you can.
yeah. So Team Spirit were one of the teams actually playing this Magnus method of just horn toss skewer as an initiation only, and like getting Aether Lens and things like that months ago, right? So it's something that they're super comfortable with, and I believed in it. I didn't quite think that the game would turn the way it did because of certain skewers, but I was very fond of them just for that, right?
I thought coming into this second game, they will address the Magnus issue that they had, but they will go with the same bans. Collapse Mars, collapse Tidehunter, maybe. Let's see if they just first phase this hero. I would not be surprised if they get it for Team Spirit one more time.
Yeah, what do you think they're planning on doing against this Magnus? What would be the traditional Magnus counters we could see here?
I don't know what the counter is to horn toss, as we said, because it's like an instant hook almost that puts you in a tough spot. What they did at the Tier 3 tower when they were defending the base, going for that double skewer, that was just insane. This might be the best Magnus performance I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, not necessarily the 4 or 5 man RPs. It's just his play, his understanding what needs to be done is what won them the game. The timing, the itemization, where he needs to be on the map. Everything was like 10 out of 10.
He played incredibly well throughout this tournament. He's always been one of the standout players on Spirit, but my goodness, did he step it up.
Yeah.
I really have to say. So Magnus counters traditionally, I think there's no reason to never not first phase this hero if it's in the pool, especially after the past couple of days and what we've seen the hero is capable of. But I guess traditionally the way to quote unquote counter it would be to just not to pressure it in lane and to just respect the skewer. Understand that if you're in base versus Magnus, respect the skewer potential, right? And I think OG have the same approach. They're just going to be a bit more mindful of this hero.
Throughout the Dota history, sieging the high ground was always the hardest part. If you don't have enough tower damage, there's always going to be these relocating, repositioning abilities have been high valued. Lately, the toss, the spear, the skewer back. Unfortunately, Pudge not there. One of my favorite heroes, but maybe we'll get to see him. It's always tricky going for the high ground because one misstep, one misplay could make a whole lot of a difference. If the team trusts you, which OG is known for, they are ready to back up the teammates. They go inside the base, results in 4, even a full team wipe.
So exactly the same 2 openers from both teams, which means they're confident in how the game went along and how they're going to approach it. OG just seems like they're going to tweak a couple of things in the overall macro of the game.
Like what? What would you tweak here in the last draft?
So I think laning went really bad for them last game. So maybe just either be more mindful about it or pick stronger laners, especially if you're going to play against a team fight heavy lineup, right? But the thing is what we highlighted before, you just have to be conscious of this hero's ability to turn the game around when you're in his space. And that's something you kind of forget about if you don't play against a new style of a hero as often, but eventually it does sink into the player's mind.
You feel like the last game they had, the lanes did not go as well as they expected, but the Darkseer Clockwork, right, NP usually considered pretty solid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they had got the job done. These two heroes, Seb was staying at the top of the network, so I think they should be pretty okay with what they've managed to accomplish. But to go back to the previous game with Nature's Prophet, I believe he bought him the bottle level
Yes.
1 and also bought a Moonshard later on. So, he Sumail asked, or actually, who is it? No-Tail asked how many buffs do you want? And Sumail answers yes, because he just gave him all of them, going for that Solar Crest, buying the Moonshard later on. It's how Dota was played coming into this TI, all the high-level pubs, is how can I buff up my carry? And one true carry was Tiny, who doesn't rely on cooldowns, can be active early on. When I say early on, I mean like post 10, 12, 13-minute mark when you get your items, when you get the Echo Saber plus Shadow Blade, because you do not want to be as active. You max out your 3 grab, of course, which means that you don't have your combo ready and you're playing for a bit of a later timing.
And if you'll notice something OG tweaked, which is just talking about changing little things here and there, is they banned out the Ember Spirit. So this hero was so potent in the early game last game, in that he rotated so well with the combination of something like Lion, right? And he just got so many kills on sidelines. They were, I think, 14-3 at kills, when that's actually not what we expected or predicted on Pan.
What is other heroes that can fulfill that role of the Ember Spirit in the mid lane?
Well, typically the other spirit heroes, something like Puck as well, could be really good, and it's a Toronto Tokyo specialty.
That is a Toronto specialty. Do you think we could see his Invoker coming into play? Well,
we could. We could see Invoker from OG as well, because it's a very good hero. When Winter Wyvern uses his heal, then you have a pretty good setup for the combo. It's a great way to counter-initiate against Magnus RP. Even the Skewer back and also Lion does not like to play into it.
Yep.
So they do pick up Lion again on Team Spirit. So same exact draft, but I suppose we can talk about individual heroes a little bit more.
Just repeat what you
now.
said the last time.
Yeah, or just talk about Lion and what he offers. Lion in a draft is really nice, just because he kind of fills the role of hard lockdown on your team, but also it stops the possibility, or it lessens the threat of something like a Storm Spirit or a Void Spirit, right? You don't have to be so concerned about it if you can snag it early in your draft.
Oracle Lacoste, you predicted the Invoker.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I like the Night Stalker as a response to the previous game. Like, they had more of like combo that's playing well during the laning stage and then transitions that into the mid game. This time around, Night Stalker, he completely ruins both Wyvern and Lion. Coming into this tournament, I thought Night Stalker is going to be picked. I might be a bit biased here because I'm a huge fan of the hero. I thought he's just going to be picked every single time.
No, I agree. I thought we'd see the Night Stalker a lot more, and the few times that we did see him, he did his job well. And not only does he make it hard for Lion and Wyvern, because Night Stalker is excellent at controlling these squishy supports in the back line, he can also potentially ruin this Magnus's game, because he pops his ulti, he's got this insane vision. He can see the Magnus setting up for something and just blink silence him, right? He's the type of hero is so disruptive.
Does this hero fit the OG playstyle as well of creating chaos?
It does, for sure. The laning phase isn't ideal, but he can do so much for his team in this game.
And there's the Spirit hero that you were talking about, Effie. Will Void Spirit be very similar to last game, where he fulfills the role of just the ganker whenever there's no cooldowns?
For sure. I mean, if Ember Spirit's banned, this is the next best thing, because, yeah, sure, you can also go for Storm Spirit, but he's a lot easier to deal with than something like a Void or an Ember, just because he's so easily counterable, right? So we'll see Void filling the role of Ember, not as effectively, because we've seen Ember completely pop off just due to how OP his shard and his ability to like buy BKB with something like a Magnus and just be so effective with only one item.
I like how Spirit players, when I say Spirit, Void Spirit and Ember Spirit players decided to go for the shards early on. It's extra 200 damage on a Void Spirit that allows you to get extra ring, which means that you can close the gap or get out of much easier. And also, if the game drags out, you get that level 25 talent, the 2-second dissimulate stun. It's insane amount of damage. Also, combine that with his level 20 talent, 14% damage amplification. Makes a lot of sense that people are not just waiting for shard to drop from second Roshan, instead just buying it.
For sure, and I think the strongest Void Spirit build is actually just going for Kaya-Sange, then Ags, and then Shard. That just seems really potent. But a nice thing about having a Void Spirit is he's a natural Yule Spire. Like, when you buy Yules on Ember, it can be good, but it doesn't feel as good as having it on Void Spirit, because it's the setup for his Remnant, right? And it gives him mana, which into his main stat and regen, obviously. But the reason why I bring up Yules is because when you're playing Night Stalker, this is an item that you need to have against him. You have to Yules him so your poor little supports can run away. And Magnus isn't going to build it, Wyvern isn't going to build it, and Lion isn't. So Void has a nice little thing he can do for his team here.
Okay. So for the last picks, what pick would you like to see, or what style of pick would you like to see for OG? What are they lacking here, Lacoste?
If it wasn't OG, I would say that Bane would fit pretty nicely, where you can play like position 4 Bane, but knowing OG, they're probably going to go for something more like strength-oriented, team fight-oriented, yeah, and they pick the Earthshaker in the end, so most likely they're going to stick with the roles, Nature's Prophet 5, Tiny position 1, Earthshaker 4, and Night Stalker 3. You want to give this hero farm priority.
And what OG did lack last game was team fight. They didn't have some kind of blink stun. They just had the clockwork, which can function similarly, but not without being able to counter initiate the same way that Earthshaker does. So this rounds out a little bit better. The lanes are just, because when you play against Spirit Heroes, you need some kind of instant disable to catch them out. And they don't really have that outside of the Blink Night Stalker silence or the toss.
I want to break my role for a second because this is too exciting. For those people who have not watched Team Spirit all season, Team Spirit was the team that innovated the new way of playing Lifestealer, using the Infest with a low HP target and trying to like bait out fights as opposed to using the old Infest bomb. This is the only team I saw actually with success in Lifestealer during this DPC. So this is extremely exciting. If there's a team you want to see Lifestealer on, it is Team Spirit. But now move it to you, Lacoste. Tell me, what's the strength of this hero in this lineup?
They have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so that's going to be good. You also have a way of saving him with the Wyvern to split up the fight, so looking like a really good Lifestealer game. What OG needs to do is, like, once your rage is down, it's going to become much easier because OG has so much burst potential coming up from Tiny. He doesn't like to play into Night Stalker. If Night Stalker gets the good jump once we're talking about blink dagger timing, so that's going to take 25-30 minutes. Overall, looks like a good Lifestealer game. I'm going to have to side.
I don't believe in my voice, Spirit. I think this Lifestealer is going to have a nice time on the lane, and I think that if Toronto Tokyo manages to carry the early game similarly to what he did last game, we could see.
They did a switcheroo. Night Stalker's going to be played by Soxa.
Yeah.
So
we're going to see something right there.
actually, I want to elaborate on that, right? Because it's always okay. Pick the winner. I don't care about that. I want to see what the game plan is for Team Spirit. If you believe in them, what is the win condition?
So you're just going to have Toronto Tokyo playing and trying to kill the sidelines with his supports, similar to last game. You're going to have Collapse empowering Taro and Lifestealer, and they're just going to look for the same openings, the same. They want to overwhelm them early on, and they do have security of having Seb on a Blink Initiator this time. So it's going to be a lot easier to take these fights.
Well, the game is about to begin, and that means that we're going to be passing to our wonderful casters. It's going to be Trent and Lyrical. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much. Although, yes, we're here. We're on the main stage again for game number 2. OG backs up against the wall. They've been in this situation before, although usually not before the grand finals.
True. Fair point. Fair point. Yes, this is a rather early elimination match here for OG. And Sumail, he wants some help here. Asking for the crowd's applause.
We'll have to see how this one goes for them. But yeah, the switch up that we're seeing there right at the end, they decide not to go for the position for Earthshaker and instead taking Soxa. And right off the bat, Thompson in some trouble found. And they give the kill to the man, Toronto Tokyo, that's going to be laning against him. What a start for Team Spirit.
Yeah, some further momentum here, and even a decent obs ward here down from OG, so perhaps feeling a little bit safe in that area. And look, they're going to find a collapse.
30 seconds to
they know.
They definitely seem aware. And immediately get it.
Must have been that obs on the high ground there before we came in, probably spotted it out.
Right.
Got them an idea that was happening. So yeah, the panel mentioned at the end there, a little bit of a mix-up here. We're going to have the position for Night Stalker, something that used to be far more common with the previous Aghanim Scepter, where you could essentially get this massive amount of vision for the team, but since that removal, we've seen it not really as often. It's definitely more of just like for the sake of the draft and a flex pick, I would say. I feel like the lane could be rough here. Well, even the start of this game is a little bit rough here for Soxa.
Yadoro chases him down, and with that Arctic Burn slow, forcing back that Night Stalker as he did not start with boots. So off to a hot start for Team Spirit as they are looking to go one game away from moving on, placing much higher in this tournament than potentially a lot of people were expecting from them. And OG certainly on the back foot here. But they're on comfort heroes. A Thompson Invoker, Seb, Earthshaker.
They like to be a little underrated too, you know. So
that's true.
That could also help them here, being down one game. They're going to be looking for some early damage in this top lane. Seb starting out with the Enchant Totem. Don't have the benefits of the Aftershock, but he's trying to get as much harass on the auto as he can. Trying to start burning through this regen, but there's a lot of regen up here. There are 6 tangos, a salve. Yadaro's got himself a couple tangos and a fairy fire too. Already starting out with the stick, which is awesome versus the core shaker, by the way.
You love to see that. It's going to be so much regen consistently given there. And of course, similar situation coming from that Invoker who doesn't end up getting one of those denied. Always frustrating to play against these Quelling Blade heroes. Although we'll get out that cold snap, we'll get some good pressure on. Pulls back in a little bit, but with the creep wave already passed and next to the tower, won't be any extra harassment there.
Yeah, Lyrical, this isn't a spirit hero.
Yeah.
What is this strange juggler of orbs? The Invoker here, ladies and gentlemen. So, Flashback's Invoker, by far the most common one that you're going to see these days. Likes to get around early on the map with an urn, try and set up some plays. But I would say, largely, at least in my experience of the Invokers at TI so far, falling a little flat on the early rotations, and it feels like they don't actually come online until they really get into that big Aghanim Scepter. Now, with the Philosophy of OG, though, I'm kind of expecting this is almost just like an Alacrity hero right now.
Yes. Given more and more, if possible, to that tiny Sumail and pull back. I'm a little bit shocked, I'm going to be honest, that they gave this to collapse as Mira finds that kill on a no-tail and
nice
finding
work
another
there.
one on the opposite side. 3 quick ones for Team Spirit.
Thank you, production, catching both of those at the same time. Very nice stuff here coming out. So again, yeah, I mean, this was similar to last game. The kills were definitely in favor of Team Spirit, but the economy kept moving forward for OG. But we mentioned that OG, they felt like they kind of stalled out a little that mid game. Despite having the heroes that seemed like all they want to do was to fight and to kill, but they push out the creep waves and they couldn't actually secure those further objectives, particularly the tier 2 line. Tier 2 mid and tier 2 top stood for far too long and really seemed to be the point in which the game became a serious problem for OG. So we'll see if they try and get a little bit more aggressive this game, see if they can combat that. And once they hit those first round of items all around, just start getting a little wild.
Well, for now at least, it has been a very interesting one. What I was going to mention a second ago is I just can't believe that they gave Collapse Magnus again. A lot of confidence being exuded by OG here to give it back after the performance that he had. And you know, think about that last game. He was making those horn toss plays into the skewer back, into like a Yule Scepter, right?
Yeah.
Without a BKB or any of those things. He just made it work and had definitely the standout performance I've seen from him so far.
Well, he's definitely still feeling it down in that bottom lane. He's spraying the Seb down. He's throwing out No-Tail's voice line whenever No-Tail comes around him. So surely in a good mood after a game like that.
Can they pull it together for the second one, though? It's the big question here. Sumail so far on the tiny 19-4 versus the 10-3. And then, of course, we saw Mira getting a good couple of last hits there as well on the line.
Yes.
Zach by the Nature's Prophet. And just quickly up top, it happens.
What do you expect? You know, your Night Stalker and Shaker into a Wyvern and a Lifestealer. Doesn't feel like this is going to go very well for you. I'm sure they're aware of that. Not able to really get any big pull plays either. You know, maybe that's going to start happening here soon with the boost being available on Soxa. Soxa just sitting in a well do I have to?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go mid.
He comes on back there. And that's just to, I guess, pick up the bounty rune instead. So goes to get that one. Obviously, no bottle refill on Thompson. And then we'll try rotating around a bit, make something else happen.
Of course, No-Tail happy about that. Didn't have to buy the bottle as thank you to our lovely brainstormers at home who told us that he also bought the bottle, which explains why he was so broke in that bottom lane, literally just regen. So Invoker, not really a bottle hero all too often anymore. So No-Tail can start with the Blightstone and a Magic Stick this time on that Nature's Prophet.
Seb going to chase back Maposhka a little bit, but hard for him to walk into the creep wave. Look at this. Every time he makes that move, he's zoned back by Maposhka. This Winter Wyvern has been really rising in terms of the efficiency that we've seen from a lot of different
But-
players, but complete free farm.
Our Night Stalker did go and grab the wave, right?
Yes.
Success, use the boots, brings it back to Seb, and this is the kind of plays they're trying to do to salvage this lane.
0-4 start. Collapse keeps on just spamming out the lanes. No tail, gonna give as good as he gets.
I find that line from Avo works a lot better once you've actually gotten a kill in
Yeah.
the game. It's not as good with
No.
the giant goose egg sitting up there next to your hero portraits.
No, you're not wrong. They get the tornado into the EMP afterwards and a nice silence rotation. This is that power of that Night Stalker, but is it enough? I don't think so. They do burn through all of Toronto Tokyo's mana and will give a lane a little bit of a better time for this Invoker.
Yeah, Top's doing great here. Ahead of the Void Spirit.
Obviously,
Very happy here.
one of the heroes that he's most comfortable on sort of came into prominence on.
Are you suggesting I can get a Meteor Hammer? Is that no, maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
That's
We might be a little bit far
2018.
past that, guys.
So 6 minutes in. They're going to summon some more trees and focus back Collapse a bit more there. And we can see that taking over in the mid lane, at least for the moment, is going to be as they go on Collapse and Mira. There's nothing here.
This is such a
And the thing
feels
about it,
bad Night Stalker game, dude. Like,
right? The thing about it too is that you're giving so much space from Aposhka to start soaking up levels mid. Right, this Winter Wyvern is kind of been left alone, and now you're also walking back home for Toronto Tokyo. So they'll have a pretty farmed Wyvern most likely. 34.5.
yeah, if he can actually get there. It looks like Thompson is just holding the line,
Yeah.
saying no free XP. Get out of here.
So still steady, slow beat down.
I mean, the best part is that there's no Wyvern up top right now, so Seb feels like he can actually like play a little bit more in the wave, right? Looks like 1-2-2 build actually has some decent tools now. Yadro sitting on 10 charges as well, so Seb is free to just cast some spells. Sox is coming back, but it is level 6 on Yadro, so this is a tough kill. No matter how you slice it.
Gets the rage off. Quick fingers. Knew that he was coming. Lifestealer not going to be punished there at all. Already has the Helm of Iron Will too, as well as the chainmail.
Oh,
So sitting on
mid-lane.
16 armor.
Yeah.
Tops in. Getting body blocked. Poshka.
They tried to set up on him, but Thompson hit a 2-hero tornado as well, so was able to start backing away, and then even with the jump through of the Astral
Yeah.
Step, couldn't get the finish.
So not an easy one at all. The damage that you have right now from OG, it feels like these heroes don't really do that much, right? Like the supports don't have that much damage until Nature's Prophet gets level 6. Invoker's kind of just running unlimited bits as well. It's really all in Sumail, who has to obviously keep farming since he's
Mid
position
lane.
1.
Dropping low here, the silence comes in. Toronto Tokyo able to jump, get sprouted.
Assimilate, gets that little damage buff.
Yeah.
Able to back away from it. But Moshka, in the meantime, has a DD. The Remnant used out, they're actually able to get the bottle refill off
Nice
that.
defense right there. And now Mira coming in.
Has to be careful. Jump through 1-1 with this DD. Toronto Tokyo wants to go to work. Will he be able to get out of there? Assimilate. Jumped into both. What? He turned onto them instead. They thought they were saving Soxa, but they were just dying themselves.
Oh, they can't believe it. Claps happily cheering on his allies from the off lane there. It's 6-0 as the supports contributing early here from Team Spirit. Mira Maposhka, a great
And they
series so
get
far,
him,
and the greed.
Dude, Toronto Tokyo is not one to mess with. This man came here to play on this day.
I mean, he must have been really low there, like 400 HP or something.
Yeah.
Just got blown up, sticking around too long.
7-0 start. This young team, Eastern European, making the most of it. They're going to sneak away that bounty rune. And has the jump away, maybe. Ooh, low on mana. Dissimilate. Has to be careful. Maposhka nearby. They're bringing everybody the echo out, but the cold embrace keeps him alive. The silence afterwards. Toronto Tokyo trying to live, but won't be able to. They bring 4, but that's worth it.
That's 7-1. It's still only a 1,000 gold lead right now for Team Spirit. Sure, it's still early, but you look at those last hits and Sumail just towering above there. It's 70 right now, and a lot of those just straight up in the lane. Having a fabulous start. At the very least, did lose a courier, so that's going to slow down his acceleration for a bit.
And in the meantime, you can see Mira being chased away by these treants. Maposhka also in the area, able to sidestep that tornado EMP combo. And also during this time, we saw the Night Stalker head on over to the Dire Ancients and place away down one of those sentry wards. So it's going to be blocked out. continuously. But back towards mid again. The taunt. Soxa silence wearing low. And Toronto Tokyo not able to find any extra follow-up there. Yeah, Sumail's just been AFK farming, hitting a heck of a lot of creeps. As we see Collapse also getting closer to that mech now.
Nothing phasing Sumail. Allies coming through, enemies, and I'm going to hit some creeps right now. So that part of the mission for OG certainly going well as this lead again just tapers off to pretty much nothing for Team Spirit gold-wise, but surely the comms are feeling really nice for Team Spirit right now. Up 7-1, you know, just one game one. Collapse has just been chilling on that off lane. Getting relative, you know, free farm for a Magnus at least. Sometimes he can have a rough time in the lanes, and now has his friends back here supporting him from the tree line.
Pulls in, RP connect, finger of death done.
That's a stack.
Mira gets the kill, and you can see that even though you have all these last hits on the Sumail, as far as net worth is concerned, they're starting to catch up on the rest of these cores. And hopefully get into those first items for Team Spirit. RP down, smoke up, walk for Sumail, stunned right at the start with Yadaro there. He gets the rage off, looking for the chase down. Collapse able to back out and get away.
They still have Curse here.
Oh, have to be careful. Toronto Tokyo showing up. They're going to use the Winner's Curse just to set everything up. The pullback with the Aether Remnant, but the walk forward. Have they bitten off more than they can chew? On the side of Team Spirit, looking for the rundown. The Fissure connects onto both of them. The jump through Sumail down so low. Mira, one more hit, it's not enough. They chase him, looking for a follow-up. Soxa onto Toronto Tokyo. Another cold embrace. They don't have much left in the tank at all. Echo is out afterwards. The Yule Scepter into Collapse then. Toronto Tokyo tries to get out. But do they have anything else left in the tank? Now Infested over to the side. Seb makes the kill happen. Mapochka getting ran down. The Lifestealer invested in and looked for a kill but couldn't find it.
They spent so much trying to bring down Sumail. I can't believe he's actually still around here, not able to get all the way home yet.
Mapochka, cold embrace. Now the turn on to Thompson, wanting to finish him off. Run bit by bit with this arm. Look, getting after it's Tornado. The last second, Mira needs to find the kill.
Mira, no.
Just off the skin of his teeth, he gets out of there. And Thompson tries to run, but Collapse moving in from downtown. Can he find the angle? Does he get lucky with it? They can try and chase this, but instead spot Soxa. Yadaro, the run through, shows himself, and there's going to be the eventual finish. Just mayhem in the bottom lane.
Well, there's a lot to break down there, and where do we even begin? I mean, the initial attempts on Sumail obviously failing. They spent so much, and I think Team Spirit probably just fortunate not to lose even, considering how many of the resources they burned there. And we got ourselves a. And also, Mira at the end there, when Invoker's running up the stairs and he didn't go for the spike because he wanted to give the kill over, and he was holding it. It was sitting there, and then he tried it long range and he missed. You're going to regret that one a little bit, I'm sure.
That's painful. A Sunstrike came in there, comboed together with the Nature's Wrath, and a quick pick on to the Lion. Keeping vision with those treants that whole time as well. But still less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. And the fact that they were able to keep Yadaro alive and has now the Empower going to finish through these Ancients. Mapochka
on top,
jumped on. Fissure, Chant Totem, gonna fall. Winter's Curse, maybe a chance. Oh, the Sunstrike caught him right at the end. Well played by Thompson.
Eliminating any chance of escape there. They go right back to the tower and take that down. Thompson is pushing out this bottom wave, though. Any chance for a catch? Would be a tough one. Fast first. Oh, nicely done.
Now tries to move in there. And a couple more punches fingered. That Thompson tries to get out with a rage. Will be enough. So oh, wait a minute. Are they going for more now? Toronto Tokyo with the Haster and Tempt and Fate.
Yeah, he's under a ward right now, so has to be careful. Seb very willing to drop an Echo on him, I'm sure.
Non-stop action, 16 kills, 14 minutes.
The treant's actually bringing a wave over to Seb.
Yeah.
In case he wants some farm here. That's nice. No-Tail always helping out his allies.
That Blink Dagger being done really opens up Seb's game, but obviously the Force Staff would make it that much better. The defensive abilities against that Lifestealer needs to stay up close and send personal the damage. And Collapse in the meantime, with the mechanism done, gives them some more of this team fight potential, but also wanting to finish off that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and you saw how scrappy that fight was, right? But now you look what we got from Thompson. He's gone for that Rod of Atos and the potential wipe here later on. So not needing that urn to like just try and go for the cold snap plays, really wants to ensure that you don't have the big playmaking potential. He wants to put some pressure on the itemization of Collapse to actually find that BKB or maybe a dispel of some sort, right?
Right.
You don't want to give him that same freedom that he just had last game.
It is interesting, though, because it feels like as, well, the
Look at
Atos
the
comes
range.
out. This isn't bad here. Tries to get him in. The mech, though, keeps him alive. And with Maposhka nearby, they really don't have an opening.
Yeah, and the Arctic burn onto Seb, preventing the blink.
Round 2, looking for it. Seb, he has a big one. The Echo comes out, catches on to both, but the Hex is there to turn it in the Winter Skirts. Skewers them both together, tries to find it.
Oh, the
RP,
RP.
and now, do they have enough with the Empower? The big amount of damage coming out onto Seb. It was looking good for a moment, but in the end, it wasn't enough. Do they have anything else left in the tank? The chase down, another great impale onto Sumail, catching him now. They get the sprout, but they've got him caught in there with them. Yatoro chases, right clicks, dead, done. OG, where you at?
Almost got no tail there at the end too, but much like game 1, it's these early plays into tier 1 tower that end up felling rather a couple OG heroes. They did get the tower in the end thanks to the trusty catapult.
But no, Lifestealer got the deny on it last second.
True.
Well played. And now,
Thompson
going for more. Seb, gotta be careful there. Looking down south. Tried to find an opening there on the no-tail, and they'll get him. Maposhka ends up going down. Again, this absolute chaos there. Mira misses the stun. Seb jumps forward, gets the kill. Team Spirit, got to be careful with this movement now. Saksa wants to chase this. Another great fissure there, going to connect the Atos afterwards, but the Yule Sector keeps him alive for the moment. Seb tries to hit the timing, but it's not quite there. And now with the Lifestealer back in front, he finds the kill on a no-tail, and then TP's out right in front of him.
No tools through that one here, of course, if you don't get that initial silence off, especially, right? Like, that's one thing he has to watch for sure versus the Night Stalker. Just make sure he doesn't miss out on that rage TP, but nice play there. Yatoro will finish with that S and Y2, so ready to continue the battling and doesn't have to worry as much about scaling better into the late game thanks to the Empower on his squad. And now, well, Agnes, he's feeling personally empowered here with that Blink Dagger.
You're now starting to see a situation too with why this position for Night Stalker has kind of fallen out of favor, right? Like you don't have a great farming mechanism, but he needs to get into that Blink Dagger and just doesn't have the gold. Eighth Remnant gonna connect, and when you're out farming that far forward, you can get punished.
I do think he plays the
Atos, Winter's Curse, turns it around now. Thompson out in no man's land and gets punished as well. Team Spirit constantly right on top of the ball.
You know, the second half of that last game, we had to talk about Collapse a lot. But I will say, I do think that Lion is a fantastic hero versus OG in the way they like to play, right? They love these tricky little plays. They love to tease, to taunt, and to sort of break you with the outskill. But it's really hard to outskill Hex Earth Spike.
Yeah.
You know, you get a little cheeky, a little bit fresh, and then one single stun, you're getting chained all the way to death.
Oh, and I think that there's something too about like that horn toss into Earth Spike, right? It allows you to find kills without using RP that you otherwise would have to use that big ultimate for, and then you can save that for the big fights instead. It's just so strong if you can have, you know, a combo that play together as well as Collapse and Mira have been.
Yeah, for sure. And Mira, of course, last game putting a lot of emphasis on getting that Blink Dagger despite being a little bit behind with the map pressure. Mira, again here, just farming up neutrals. Going to get that Blink Dagger at a pretty decent time, especially with that mid wave coming in through here too. I imagine they'll probably try and offer that over to him. And OG sort of falling into a similar play style as last game where things are just trying to be stacked on Sumail, but this game he's just not nearly at the same pace.
It really feels like there's a, you know, they have to play a little bit more passively, at least until these items come online. And Team Spirit, they're not going to give them that opportunity. They're keeping this pressure on. Smoke up. OG, do they realize what's coming? They're actually going to open up on the Yatoro, but the rest of the team coming in time to try and save their carry. Is it going to be quick enough, though? They jump in! Oh, the RP! But he already died! And now the Winner's Curse afterwards. Sox in some trouble. Toronto, Tokyo, and they are all in pretty deep at this point. If they can maybe find a couple quick kills, it could be good. Thompson down low dead. Rooted afterwards. Maposhka, Mira, right on top of Sumail. Jump forward, Seb, trying to save this.
He's done it so many times to them before, but can they do it again? Sumail walking away ever so slowly, bit by bit, trying to escape. But Mira, he won't let him go. The jump forward, this Lion, and Collapse doing absolutely everything for Team Spirit here. As 4 go down, Sep tries to get away, but will it end up happening? No. The Yule Scepter lift up into the Remnant. Toronto, Tokyo, having a coming out party, absolutely owning on this Void Spirit.
Sounds good to say and looks good to watch. Toronto, Tokyo, easy game. Is that a voice line? I don't think that was a voice line.
Wait, what? Oh my God! Observer, press enter and go up. This man just dropped it right in front of him on the main stage of TI, an elimination match. Talk about
he's feeling
a hell
it.
of a moment.
Oh, this will be that turning point video if they lose this game. I'll tell you that much. Because
oh my God,
you don't want to give any incentive to OG, but a great start to that fight. Dude, that entire fight was without Yadaro because they got the silence right away. And I want to say that Sox, like, it's a very tough game for this position for a Night Stalker. He's doing a fantastic job of playing really well with the ulti because that's his only tool, right? He has to fly in there. He has to get that silence. He's providing the vision for these full team fights. And despite the fight starting so well, they still lose like almost everyone.
It's unbelievable. Team Spirit coming in. This team, they were started in the group stages 0-4 and then proceeded to just not lose that many games. They've been winning everything, and you can see here as we continue on.
Almost
Toronto,
everyone,
Tokyo.
I mean everyone, as you can obviously see. From
There
the top
it
of the
is.
screen. Replays exposing. Glenn, you're now done. That's like, did you just do that? Did you just type that in there? Oh my.
That was the moment for the Kyle chat wheel. You talking to me? You talking to me? Didn't do it.
True,
Didn't hear it.
True. After all that, well, the chat wheels file a little silent sometimes.
Still less than 1,000 gold leads separating these two teams, 10-22. And Team Spirit, the ones in command.
Toronto, Tokyo jumping
certainly
in.
not out of it. Walks in, finds Thompson. Seb tries to salvage it. 4-step out, not enough. Now looking towards No Tail. They're going to pull in this Nature's Prophet. Just running them ragged on OG. Team Spirit won't be denied.
They're just making these picks look so easy. 100-0. They're falling. And that sucks. So this is with the ulti. He's under the obs, though.
Another round of it. They just keep dying, one after the other. Team Spirit claiming those kills.
And Toronto, Tokyo moving under an obs here from Seb. I don't think he's going to try and go for anything too crazy. Knows that this Void Spirit's there, but some quick math, 2,000 damage, level 14 Shaker. Maybe with the Prophet, he's got a chance with the Invoker here, too. I think they're going to try it. Let's see. And we'll see what's set here, of course.
Looking to try and get something. And Toronto, Tokyo, recognizing the danger, backs off. He knew. And in the meantime, you look at this. Team Spirit going to try and claim the Aegis.
Oh, the instant, the Sunstrike, and then the TP right away from Thompson. He wants to be here. Doesn't want this one going for free. Tornado now.
Starting the fight off. Obviously has the rage afterwards, but Roche down. Aegis claimed.
Not lucky enough to get the damage there from the meatball either.
Right.
Yeah, maybe just hoping he could force a snatch.
Team Spirit going to smoke.
Try and get the bounty for OG.
Vested Lifestealer inside Collapse. Doesn't have the shard yet.
Oh, and Collapse this time too, eh? Yeah, Toronto, Tokyo, of course, setting up for the easy one last time onto Thompson.
Follow the couriers. They're going to take you to the heroes.
Oh, I love that.
Right on down the way. No Tail is there, but they jump and find the back line. Able to catch onto Sumail. That's a pretty good target. Hex afterwards. Yadaro eaten up this Tiny as Sumail eventually falls.
Oh, and they were so close to just running into No Tail too. That would have been so much better for OG if he was the one to fall, but grabbing the king instead. He has fallen and now collapsed. Well, they might just find No Tail anyway.
Even gonna drop the RP
This is for the laning stage. This is from all the voice lines and the sprays.
Stay together.
Team Spirit putting on a performance here. Showing everything. And did he find him again? Collapse runs into Seb!
Scream, Seb!
What? Just like that. They find himself, Seb, trying to give him a high five. And find the kill again.
I think he was changing his chat wheel binds. He got caught in the trees there. Snagged by Team Spirit, just finding everything right now. And now able to pressure with this Aegis. So 3.5 minutes left. 4 staff, 4 collapse. Now we just gotta wait for that shard to come out, and he'll be back in full force once more here.
Look at this. I mean, this is the thing. You know, you start the laning stage off even, but kill after kill after kill, and off the back of collapse, this mag that OG gave to them in game number 2, they felt like they had an answer, and so far it hasn't looked like it.
All right, there are no doubt incredible tools in these team fights for both teams, though. We have a total of 5 Blink Daggers on the map now.
Yes.
So everyone's, lots of opportunities to make your play here from both squads. Most importantly, Soxa, I think, able to be more valuable in these team fights by trying to get that silence and getting right on top of Yatoro.
This could be incredibly important for them. And they need Sumail there, too. Like, they really don't have the damage otherwise.
Yeah. And I mean, there is the 4 staff as well from Collapse, as we mentioned. So that's a great counter to Soxa, just because he just needs that little smidge of I'm not silenced, right? For Yatoro, and he can get the rage off.
Gonna walk in. They can start heading down bottom to pressure this tier 2 tower.
I love the use of this Aegis, just closing in on the map. They're using this gem. They're moving through, looking for every bit of vision, every sentry, every obs. Just taking them down one by one. Team Spirit want to take away the map from OG. But you got to imagine they're feeling, I would think, a little nervous. Starting to shake a little. Like, it feels like you're doing so well, right? This is OG elimination.
It's true. Do you start to feel the nerves? Do you start to feel the wind come in their direction?
Can
they keep up the momentum?
You question yourself more when you're winning.
Right.
When you're losing, you're looking for solutions because you have a problem. You see the issue. In a game like this, like you're ahead and you're just trying to keep that momentum going forward. You're scared a little bit sometimes in terms of like, what can they do to come back?
All right, and we've seen OG come back from bigger deficits than this before, even in the grand finals. They've got heroes that can make the plays. Will it happen, though? Looks for the silence, not going to get him. Toronto Tokyo playing that one safe, and down bottom, they got a life stealer that OG need to deal with. Throws out that tornado, gets the lift up, the pullback, skewer, catch, Thompson in trouble. On the other side, they're also battling it out with Sev. The chase is there, and Thompson going to fall. Mira jumps in, gets the finger of death finish. Collapse off to the side, Maposhka not going to be found. They get the skewer, or rather the shockwave, into the kill. And they force out that buyback. No-Till's going to pressure top.
Yeah, he's got no other choice. Just going up there. Gonna perhaps send in some treants here.
Fissure, the only thing that can slow down this life stealer right now. We'll get hit by the tornado now afterwards. But again, that pressure, it's going to be mounted top. We've seen this before where Nature's Prophet can force back heroes, but will they happen now?
They're so weak in comparison, though, right now. Like,
it's true.
He's got the solo cracks. He's got a couple of the big ones, but I mean, there's Yatoro just hitting your base. 30 seconds still left here.
Yeah, they still have Glyph available on Team Spirit if they need to use it. Yatoro hits it, range racks down, takes the first, backs away with the team.
Dire's structures are fortified.
God, what a match. What a series. Team Spirit came out here punching the champs in the mouth.
I will say he got more damage down than I expected.
Yeah.
He's sending them back in and no one's TPing. They don't want to break the formation. So they're just going to sack the tier 3. Now, tier 3 is not as valuable as they used to be, but look, the fight's happening. This is why they don't want to break it up.
Catch is there. Stun afterwards. Pull back in. Dead. Done. Looking for more.
He blinked in.
Collapse. This guy's a little bit crazy. Thompson, Sumail looking for an opening there. They spot one. Avalanche walk forward. Mech, but the save is out. And now Sumail, BKB, it's going to wear off soon. Has to back out of there as Yatoro chases the winner's course. It's going to connect. And afterwards, Thompson, he just has to disrupt it, but no, he can't get there in time. The jump in. Seth tries to salvage it. Isn't enough. The Evil Scepter lift up. Mira goes down, but they pull him back in for more. Yatoro too strong on this life stealer. 3 dead, no buyback. Is this going to be the end for OG? As Soxa also to fall. Everybody's gone. And look at this Team Spirit going in for more. Oh, Yatoro, are you tempted, Fate? Are you thinking about going into the fountain?
They regain some focus, but with no buybacks, can they just try and end it?
It's tempting.
Oh.
Here's the other lanes.
This is could this be the downfall? Team Spirit, they can sense an end right now, a chance to move forward, get top 6 in this tournament, and you've got 25 seconds with no Sumail. They're not hesitating. Trying to end this one. Team Spirit looking to go all together. There are racks that are being taken up on the top side of the map, but they've got their eyes on the prize. They want to say just the Sprout, the walk inside of it. Oh my god, he's just going for the spider legs through. They get the vision. Oh gee, there's nobody left alive. It's only no tail. There's nothing left, and GG is called. Team Spirit end the game, taking down OG. What a Cinderella story here on the main stage.
Absolutely incredible Team Spirit. And look at them, they're cold, but there's cold stone in there. They just knocked out the chance.
Unreal. From going 0-4 at the beginning of groups to now getting top 6 for this young squad. What a magical, magical journey for them. And OG, it just wasn't meant to be this year. And it's just early, of course, for Team Spirit. It's important that they're not getting too excited because they still got games later today.
You're not wrong.
Staying alive here in that lower bracket, going to be facing off later this evening as well. And I'm sure a lot of people probably didn't expect them to be there.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like you play now and you've got Eastern Europe playing Eastern Europe in the next round for a potential top 4 finish at the very least. And Team Spirit, an incredibly impressive performance, coming in as one of the dark horses in this tournament. They made it work here in this game number 2. And like you said, absolutely stone cold walking out of the booth. Toronto Tokyo throwing out that easy game in the midst of it as well. He was one of the standout performances for sure.
Yeah, he really was. And of course, OG, a team that maybe not the highest expectations coming in just because of like how the season works and everything, but everyone knows that they're a threat. There's no doubt, right? You know how they can perform in pretty much any situation. And with bringing in Sumail, that wasn't going to lower their pedigree whatsoever here. So we will say goodbye to our champions.
And just like that, we'll head on back to the panel.
Well, it's certainly an unusual sight to see OG walking away at such an early stage in this tournament. I'm sure they're going to have a regroup, but my word, Team Spirit. Let us remind you that they have the youngest player at TI in their team in Yatoro. And what a performance he's pulled off. A 19-year-old collapse, clearly the anchor of this team. This is absolutely phenomenal just to see them come here and to completely defy expectations and to do it against OG Lizard.
It's incredible. Something just clicked after the group stage for this young team full of pub stars, and they're having fun. The game versus OG, it looked like they were just enjoying themselves, all chatting a little bit. But in any case, collapse on that Magnus 2 games in a row, switching up the item build a little bit, but looking insanely strong.
And I don't think it was just him as well. Their whole team played fantastic. I feel like they had a bit of a draft advantage. They had what they wanted to beat OG. Those early skirmishes, even something as simple as a cold embrace, buys them like 2 to 3 seconds of time, which is effective against Earthshaker as well. A big part of his damage is that enchant totem hit. And if it forces them to overdive for that extra 2 seconds, buys them time to turn it around. So I think those early dives and fights from OG were shut down partially because of that Winter Wyvern. It was actually really key to their win.
A very good pickup, right?
Yeah,
it was in PSG LGD as well.
Yeah, I think Winter Wyvern has been sort of like a hidden sleeper pick because I think she was like 90% win rate in groups, so people weren't picking her a lot as well. I think Team Spirit, just how they're ready for OG's moves was really impressive because they're such a young team, but they seem so composed, so calm, so ready to actually take the right fight, take the right engagement. Like usually when I see OG goes for those wraps on the tier 1 mid, they're overwhelming their opponent. But Team Spirit, they're all there and ready, and they just wiped them.
Well, it seems weird to be saying this right now, but we do have an exit interview with OG, and Avo is on the sidelines with Seb.
I mean, you can ask me the question if you want, but
No.
I can definitely hear that they're on the sidelines together, but I believe that they're actually just getting ready. Again, we're not used to this situation here at TI. Seb's certainly not used to this situation anymore, but I'm sure that interview is going to be well worth the wait. As you guys were saying, an absolute team effort from Spirit, and the draft from OG just wasn't good enough. But that's the strange thing. I thought that the OG they are the master drafters, and I'm not sure what's going on.
It felt stubborn to me. It was kind of a repeat of the first game draft-wise.
Pretty
Both
much,
teams
yeah.
were like, oh, we're confident with our openers. I would say from the Spirit side, their draft improved a little bit. Their mid player was on a hero that buys a Spirit Vessel. That's a percentage-based damage item, very effective against Tiny. That was one of the things they had trouble with in the first game. So that gave them an even better advantage than they had in the previous one. And who was their other new hero? It was... don't remember. The carry also percentage-based damage, very good against Tiny. And so it just felt like they had a better draft against what OG played than the first one, and from my perspective.
And do you also think that Spirit are going, well, we know OG likes to fight, so because we are coming into this situation knowing that we're just going to practice doing it better?
I really want to be hyping up Spirit for as much as possible. I wasn't impressed with OG's draft in this second game, but they're OG. They always have a plan. Sometimes it doesn't stages and the main event. The Hoodwink didn't work out on the mid lane. If they do get all the pieces right, they dominate. If they don't, and they have a Night Stalker that's slowest net worth 10 in position 4, it gets a little bit trickier.
But it seemed like also the focus was off. Like there was one moment when Seb was in the trees, maybe he was shopping, maybe he was checking his map or something, but it was just like it wasn't even a gank, really.
I feel like when your draft is off, sometimes you'll make mistakes because you're trying to figure out how to win the game. Like, it's very confusing for OG. Like, for me, I think Night Stalker should have been 5, Fearon should have been offlane, and it would have been a lot easier to play the game. But Dota's weird like that. Like, you play so many hours into the game, you commit so much of your time into it. The smallest thing being off can make it so that you're not able to play your normal game. Like, a lot of pros, they always say, I want to play as if it's a pub, because you feel so comfortable. You know what's going to happen. It feels so natural. If you're thrown off, this is sort of what happens.
Is it fair to say that Spirit were playing like a pub?
I mean, no, I don't. I mean, they're
I'm
playing
not saying you
right?
are. It's just that we keep referring to them as pub stars, and they're top 6 of the international. And I just want to, I guess, put some respect on their name, just because when we talk about, listen, it's no surprise, I come from Counter-Strike. If we talk about pubbers, we're not necessarily talking in a positive light. So I just want to just double check. Now I've come into your space.
Good. If you're a pub star, you're beating pros in pubs. I think the problem that usually translates is you need a captain, and maybe in this case this is an advantage. You get this experienced captain in Maposhka who can make sure that they're playing the right heroes for the game, and that he can kind of like corral them. So still let them play their pub, but also make sure you're checking those boxes for how to compete against other teams that are organizing as a cohesive unit.
So making the most of that raw talent and then making magic on the stage.
Exactly.
Perfect. Well, standing by right now, we do have Avo with Seb. So let's hear some final words from Team OG.
Thank you, Frankie. I am here with Seb. Thank you for your time, Seb. I wanted to ask you just your thoughts on the last game.
I mean, it was a good game. Hopefully for people to watch. I think Team Spirit played a very good game and they deserved the win, and I wish them best of luck further. As for us, I mean, we did a lot of right things in terms of preparing, in terms of keeping a good mood, you know, and fighting as much as we could. I don't think we let the toughness of the game affect us, but definitely the Dota was not good enough, to win this game, and I think you have to also accept that. So.
OG always talks about being a family. What does family do in moments like these? How do you recover?
I mean, we are still in family. We always will be through wins and losses. What family does is support each other, of course, for those who need support, and also give each other space. Just, you know, like, be loving and caring. This is a big deal for everyone. It's a big deal to lose, in the sense that so much effort put into it. So yeah, we're there for each other. At the same time, you know, losing is part of competition. We've been on the winning side, and we celebrated that, and we were grateful for that. I think the wins don't taste nearly as good if it wasn't for the losses. And I think that, you know, losing is really rough. It feels really rough. We feel all very down, and but you have to stay strong through these times, and you have to learn, and there's going to be time for that. Everybody needs, you know, have different ways to process everything. What I do want to say is I want to thank everybody that supported us and followed us what is really special about OG and about OG fans and just the community like around OG is that there is support. We feel the support through the highs and through the lows. Today is a low, but as I said, there wouldn't be any high without lows. So we appreciate that, and we are very thankful and grateful for the support that we get. And yeah, this is something that's much bigger than a tournament.
Well, you heard it. Celebrate the highs, accept the lows. OG's run at TI10 ends here, but OG will continue to exist, and there are going to be much more highs for this team, right?
Of course, OG will continue to exist. We will see what the future is made of. I want to also give a special props to everybody, like my teammates, everybody around us. I know everybody gave it really their best. They did everything with their hearts and all the, the love and the talent that they're capable of. It wasn't enough today, but it is what it is.
Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, guys. I know it's not easy to talk so openly after a loss, and we do really, really appreciate it. But right now, we need to go to Sumi, who is on the sidelines with a top 6 player here at TI, Miposhka.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with Miposhka from Team Spirit, who have just won their match. Welcome and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
My first question for you is, what are your thoughts on being the team that has denied OG the three-peat? They are no longer able to be 3-time champions because of your team. What are your thoughts on that?
I guess I didn't understand exactly. Can you repeat, please?
You eliminated OG from the tournament. How do you feel about that, since they're such a strong team?
Actually, I don't feel like something special. I don't know, like we prepared for them. They are some usual team and who we're gonna meet. So I don't feel anything special, so that's it.
You don't feel anything special for eliminating one of the strongest teams?
I guess I can feel only that if we win TI, it's gonna be like legal win,
I like it. They are already looking at the next step and looking at winning TI. So one question that a lot of people have asked is, what's up with Yaturo's hair? What happened?
Actually, I don't know. Like there was a moment he came and he like I didn't even hear this, that he said that he want to cut his hair, but I listening to my teammates, they told me something like Ilya want to cut his hair, something like this, and I'm like, what why he want to do this? I have no idea. So I don't really know why he did it.
So Yaturo's hair is a mystery to all, including his own team. All right, final question. Your next team, the next team that you'll be playing against are Virtus Pro. You have a lot of experience playing with them. Do you have any words for them as their next opponent?
I would say that it's kind of sad that we meet our CIS team in that stage. So I don't know. I think the game is going to be interesting because we played a lot with them, and some series was pretty fast because they playing really aggressive and they know how we usually playing. So I think right now we are playing much better than we usually played, and then we played before the tournament. So I don't really know how it will be, but I think the series will be interesting.
Got it. So they've played each other a lot, but you better watch out because Team Spirit is on their game. Thank you very much. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Harosh Mikoshka, we will see you later on today. I'm very excited for that CIS derby. It's going to be so exciting. Do not blooming miss it or I'm going to come after you personally. And I'm a very busy woman, but I will make time. I do want to circle back to OG just quickly. What is next for this team? Obviously, Seb said we're a family, but we know what happens after TI. The roster reshuffle does occur. Aoi, do you think we're going to see them move forward as a 5-piece, or do you think there could be some rotations?
Honestly, I have no idea. I didn't even think about that. Like,
are you still in shock?
I mean, yeah, but the roster reshuffle, it depends on the entire shuffle, Like if they think something really important needs to change, then they'll change it. But I think Thompson actually said he was going to retire after this, or retire, take a break. I don't know, after this TI, no matter what.
But they kind of did that after the last TI
That's
as
true.
well, right? They went into coaching, OG seed and whatnot, but the fire in those guys is a little bit too strong and they had to come back. So I expect something similar this time around.
I think the nicest thing for them is that traditionally they win TI, then they just have kind of a crappy like 4 or 5 months, you know. So I think the fact that they still qualified, but it was a tough road, and they did okay, but obviously below expectations. I think it's going to really help them going into maybe the first DPC season, knowing that like they still have the drive, they still have the talent, but like, hey guys, let's be a little bit cleaner throughout the year potentially.
And what do you think about Seb as well? Because Seb is someone who seems to come in and out of a player position. And I'm wondering if he decides to step back from the offlane, will it be for good this time?
I can't help but think that because they underperformed to their expectations, that it's going to increase their drive. So I won't be surprised to see if he wants to stick around and keep playing.
Yeah, well, I hope he does. I rather like seeing OD Pixel casting Seb's matches, and you know exactly why. Let's head to the bracket and see where we're at after that first lower bracket match now of the day. Now, as you can see, Secret versus LGD, that is a feast for the senses. That's coming up tomorrow, because today it's Heartbreak Central. We still have to say goodbye to yet another team in our next matchup in the lower bracket, which is going to be T1 versus Vici Gaming. The winner will be playing Invictus Gaming. That is a task I do not wish on anyone. And later at the end of the day, we're going to have Virtus Pro versus Team Spirit, that matchup that Miposhka was talking about to Sumi earlier. And I think he hyped it up pretty well. Right now, we're playing better than we usually play. And given that Virtus Pro, they did get the DPC spot and Spirit had to come through the Eastern European qualifier, that is going to be a much more even matchup than we were expecting. So again, I keep saying it, but it bears repeating. Don't pull them and miss it. Right. If you want to know the magic of the International, to be honest, you just need to keep watching. But it's always a treat to go down memory lane. So we're going to head back a couple of years to TI9.
So when people think about mistakes when it comes to Dota, people think about the things that happen inside of the game while the match is live. You don't really think about mistakes happening in the draft, but this is one of the biggest mistakes that has ever happened at a TI. So it was TI9, Alliance versus RNG, and it's the lower bracket best of ones, where there's the most hype and the most pressure. One screw up, and you are just out of the International.
You know, going into that game and seeing how the draft progressed, everything was kind of working out how we wanted it to go. Then it goes towards the end of the draft where Insania wanted to ban Naga.
We had these papers printed where you could see like their drafts and what they had been playing a lot. And Mickey was like, I don't think they really play that much Naga, if I recall correctly. And then I don't know if I was too caught up in the moment or what it was. So I started looking at the papers. I forget about the timer. And then I'm like, all right, you're right. We should ban the gyro. And I move my mouse, pull it over to gyro, don't look at the timer, and just click it. And right as that happens, the clock takes over. And I picked the gyrocopter.
We didn't find anything.
Oh my god. Are you serious?
Whatever.
Did this just happen?
It's fine. Right, we gotta deal with it.
Oh my god. I don't know if I really was angry so much. I was more like shocked. It was hard to like understand because even though you see it with your own eyes, like it's just like, how could this possibly happen?
Yes, I was on the panel. I was on the panel for Insania picking gyro. None of us noticed. Even when Lanem, Lanem's like pointing at his head, he's just like, are they, I don't know, I always want to hear what he was saying too. That's probably something really interesting.
空办 ，nice， 他把他选慌了，空办。
3位虚空，3位虚空。不是，我跟你说，不是，他想搬飞机，你知道什么意思吗？他想搬飞机，他选到飞机了。我觉得对面好像真这样，我跟你说，他要搬飞机，他双手插头了，把手插头没了。
就我们犹豫了片刻，然后后面反应过来，他们可能是点错了，然后点错了以后，我们就感觉有点搞笑嘛。
You were inside the pod at the time?
Yeah.
I can fuck. Why didn't I know? Okay. Sorry guys.
How about offlanes?
I can play mid gyro. Let's see what they pick, okay? Let's see what they pick. Don't pick your heroes, guys.
Don't worry. We got this.
All right, Loda, how are you feeling?
I think they're gonna do really well.
Feel confident?
Yeah, I feel confident.
First thought in my head is like, it's fine, we can fix this, right? I can play gyro mid. And 3 of us are like yelling, I can play gyro, it's fine.
I can play gyro against the main top with Aiden. It's actually not that bad.
It is going to be a story to tell, boys. Yes, and if this works for any fucking team, it's our time.
How they react, what they do when they're put into this like near impossible situation, their first reaction is, it's okay, we can figure this out. I thought that was like just a beautiful moment.
When you're in the moment and someone like clearly messes up and there's no going back, because he's gonna feel bad about it, and the worst thing you can do is have him suffer alone.
So thanks, boys. I appreciate it.
You're gonna have to play like
give him 0.
I mean, I've always known what kind of people I'm playing with. We make mistakes, maybe not of this like magnitude, but whenever we make mistakes in games and stuff, there's still the same 4 guys that are behind me, backing me up, and like I feel like someone messes up, that's the kind of attitude I want to show towards them too. So I mean, life moves on, right? Like this is something that happened. I mean, if people get joy from it, then sure. I mean, why not? Like, I'm down for the joke. Let's make it something fun. More than anything, I feel like it made me feel good that other people can see it and they can see like this is who we are, this is how we treat Dota, and this is how we try to be like the best team we possibly could be.
Welcome back, everybody, to more Dota 2. That was a fantastic series between Team Spirit and OG. But we still have a lot more Dota coming up. Gentlemen, tell me what to expect from this upcoming series, Vici Gaming and T1.
Chaos. Utter chaos. And I don't think that will be Vici's doing. Vici so far, to me, has looked like a really patient team, not really chaotic. They know their timing, and they're willing to wait for it, even if that means like playing in their base for 30 minutes. And T1 is the type of team where if you give them an opening in one fight, even if they're behind, they'll just keep killing you over and over. Like these guys are just, they smell blood in the water. Can sharks smell blood? They smell blood in the water like a shark, and they'll go at you. They'll go for you.
The shark's been knocked out of the tournament, my friend.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But no, I think this matchup's going to be 2 very slow teams matching up against each other in my mind. I think T1 is a team that they like to farm up all 3 other cores. They don't really want to get into your face too fast into the game. And I think Vici's going to let them do that. I think Vici's completely fine with letting you sit back, and, you know, they're going to hold their side.
I wonder how that'll go, though, for them. Because I feel like T1, anybody that lets, like, Car farm in on Doom just loses.
Even OGD, right? Like, that's how
Even
T1
LGD.
beat OGD.
Yes, exactly.
I think Vici, coming into their matches, I don't think their team atmosphere was very good, for some secret sources. But they just beat EG. Like, that's a huge confidence boost. And I mean, T1 versus Alliance, I think they sort of stomped them. So
yeah,
the both teams, I think, going on a high.
All right, well, it looks like the teams are ready to come out, so let's welcome them. Vici Gaming, featuring Poyoyo, Ori, Old 11, GYW, and DY, is also a team known for playing patiently and for the end game. Taking 3rd twice in the DPC and placing 4th at the Any Major. This team, full of incredibly seasoned players, has somehow managed to stay low on the radars of other teams, but blink and you'll miss it. Their objective-taking strategy and trio of supports will hit you when you least expect it. T1, a strong team featuring a multinational team of 23 Savage, Carl,
Cuckoo, Zephyr, and Whitemon have been dominating the Southeast Asia DPC, placing third and first, respectively. When the points started tallying up and SEA looked like only one team would make it to TI, T1 proved them wrong by taking first in their region and an impressive third place at the Any Major. Known for their late game focus and momentum-based play style, our own analyst Jenkins has said that if you make a mistake and give them an opening, your advantage will disappear. T1 is here representing Southeast Asia. Gentlemen, the teams are ready and the stakes are high. What are we going to expect from this game?
I think a lot of killed creeps.
A lot
for the
of killed
first
creeps?
15
A
minutes.
lot of
A
killed
lot of
creeps.
killed creeps. Probably the most efficient creep slaying game so far.
I mean, I feel like T1 fights though. It's like I really liked your description of it, actually, Aoi, is the fact that they like build all of these Midases. They pick all of these like crazy late game heroes, but then they will defend their towers. They will defend their areas, and they'll slowly poke you. And then you know that like you have to fight them because they're going to win the late game with all of these farming items. But then they usually have some sort of like save hero or some like team fight. They have something that lets them fight you if you give them an opportunity to fight.
Yeah, and in my mind, I think T1 are actually favored in this matchup. I think just how the playstyles match up, I think they're looking good coming in. I think a lot of the match will come down to Ori because I mean he sort of got almost embarrassed by GPK, I'd say, in the upper bracket, but he made a really good return in their series versus EG. So it'll be up to him to be able to set tempo because Vici as a team traditionally they were like really quick movements. They always pull at 515, bring double support to mid. They haven't been doing it as much as I expected this tournament. Maybe it's a patch thing, but if they return to that, like that's the thing that I think can maybe let them beat T1.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to move out of their comfort zone, and I think that's exactly what goes back to what Jenkins says too, right? Where I think if you play slow and you let T1 just sit back and defend their objectives, they're gonna be really, really happy about it. I think the natural play styles of both teams, you would see Vici trying to do the same thing that T1 does, but I think they're less greedy. They're not as efficient at getting the most out of the map, and I don't think they pick as many late game heroes as T1 does. So I would expect Vici to be like, hey, we need to actually change up our playstyle a bit if we want to have a good chance of beating them.
That's definitely interesting because one of the things that I've heard a lot in these lower bracket matches is that comfort is where you would go to because you're facing elimination here. So this is where you pull out all the stops and you play heroes that you're most comfortable with. You know their matchups, you know how they play against other heroes. But in this case, you're saying that they should not do that.
For me at least, I feel like based on what I've seen so far during TI, I think T1 will outgrade them if they both sit back and play to farm.
Well, DY did say in an interview that they have other heroes and they just haven't been forced to pull them out yet.
Yeah.
So according to Vici themselves, they can do that. But the question is, like, will that even work against T1? Because I feel like in the EG Vici series, as the game went later and later, Vici did a really good job being patient and figuring out how they needed to take the fights. I remember like RTZ was on Razor and there were, for the first half of the game, they like weren't killing him and he was just popping off in the fights, like killing everybody. And then at some point they had identified that like he had no satanic. All he had was magic immunity, double magic immunity from the refresher. And they just started focusing him with right clicks in every fight. And then if they did that, EG had no damage. And so the thing is, like, Vici were figuring it out as the game went on, but T1 is a team that is famous for being good at team fighting. If you need to doom this target and this target, like, they'll figure out how to do that. They'll have a smoke wraparound. They'll do that. They'll, bait somebody, and then they'll doom the two targets. It's like, this is the worst team to try to beat in team fights.
Interesting. Let's take a look at Vici's averages for this tournament. So for matches, they are first in, I believe they're wins, like number of matches played.
Yeah.
That surely must mean that they've played the most games.
They played the most
they
games.
played the most games. That's true.
And their record is 13th, which places them at 8th, which is...
It makes sense, right?
Yeah.
You're in the lower bracket. You played a long group stage.
Their games went to 3 games.
Precisely. You played best of 3s.
Tell me about this hero pool. A hero pool of 42. That's across all 5 players, right? And that puts them at 15th. So does that mean that they have a smaller hero pool?
I mean, if you played the most matches too, I feel like that's even amplified, right?
Yeah, that is definitely amplified.
But it might tie
right.
back to what Jenkins had to say, right? Where they don't feel like they've been forced to show their other playstyles. They haven't been forced to play another style of Dota. They feel like every single game that they've played, they've been able to, outgrade their opponents. And maybe that's why they feel like, the smaller hero pool has been good enough for them.
Yeah.
and now it's time to branch out of that.
Potentially, right? We don't know what kind of approach Vichi's going to take. Maybe Vichi's like, you know what, T1's greedy. We like to be greedy. We're going to outgreed them, and then this is going to be a 95-minute game with 10 kills on each side. We don't know what kind of approach the teams are going to take.
So on the other side, if both teams are playing for late game, they're both really farm heavy. All of you have agreed this is going to be a farm heavy game. What kind of heroes would you pick in this case? Because
Magnus.
That's a good suggestion. You should play. You're really good.
I'm really smart about the picks.
I know.
Thank you.
oh my god, Magnus had an extremely good performance showing in the last series. But is that because of the last series, or is it just overall? Like, what makes both of you just say Magnus is very smart?
Definitely overall. He's I mean, I have theories. The best thing about Magnus is definitely, they're 80% win rate. No surprise there. No surprise. And this is just for T1. I feel like the win rate is good for most of these teams that are picking Magnus. They're just really good at it. But just the fact that like everything is so structured at TI, everybody's trying so hard. You're keeping these formations, and Magnus is just like, yep, there goes your formation. I'm skewering, Puppy sitting on some high ground. It's like when you're skewered into the fountain from some high ground, it doesn't matter what damn formation you're holding. He just breaks it.
Yeah, and I think Doom's going to be a hot hero for T1. I think anyone that has been watching this tournament is like, all right, T1 Doom, you have to consider it, and I'm sure Vici will.
I think they should straight ban it.
I think so too, but I think if you're not banning it, then you need to have an answer for it. And I think that's the way Secret, has figured out their opponent so far. So I think that is also an approach that I could see Vici taking. I mean, they have a really experienced coach who I don't think we've talked about, and Fenrir.
Yeah, I was actually thinking, we were talking about the playstyles matchup. I think of Fenrir. I think of like Vici, TI4, Deathball.
Running around, fighting.
Because Vici, they're laning traditionally. Like, it has been pretty good. I mean, Ori had a couple of rough ones, but usually, like, it's at least solid. And then if you apply a Deathball to that, that should hypothetically be good against what T1 does.
You're not wrong. I mean, against EG in like all of the games, they were winning the lanes, right? And I think if they can, like, some Beastmaster Helm Dom sort of style would work with that, or some like offlane Lycan or whatever, which we've seen Old 11 play, that would be fine.
Do you think so? We just saw the favorite heroes for T1. Lina was on there. Lina was also like the favored pairing with 100% win rate. Do you think that we'll see that coming out at all?
What do you think, Jenkins?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think so. I mean, Carl is for T1.
Yeah,
I think Carl is like the Lina player. It's like him and nothing to say. I remember at the Animajor, they both were kind of like simultaneously. I don't know if like one copied it from the other or what, but everybody was picking these like spirits, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, whatever, and like playing this fast style of mid. But then Carl was just like, no, I'm going to be Doom every game, or I'm going to be Lina, build into a Daedalus, build into a Satanic, Scotty, and like essentially carry the game. And it's like, oh no, 23 Savage is having a tough game. They're killing him in every fight. Well, guess what? You have Carl to deal with as well. He's the real carry. You look at the damage numbers at the end of the game. It's like Carl always has higher damage.
Okay, now on the other side for Vici Gaming, one of the things that you were quoted as saying, Jenkins, is that you expected Vici to take the whole thing because of their incredible consistency on LAN. Viewing their performance in TI so far, do you think that answer has changed at all?
Stop giving me these looks. Okay, this was 2 weeks before TI.
Why would you choose Vici over LGD?
I just know I said I think Secret LGD is going to be upper bracket finals, and Jenkins
that's really
was like,
smart.
There's no way it's going to be Vici.
I'm not 10K MMR, okay? I'm sitting here because of fart jokes. That's why I'm not 10K MMR. But I will explain myself. So my reasoning behind Vici was that I thought that they were a team that they were under the radar. They would always get like 3rd, 4th place. Nobody would talk about them. Everybody's talking about the question mark. Everybody's IG. Everybody's talking about LGD. Everybody's talking about EG. Nobody's talking about Vici, but they have this consistent record of doing better and better on LAN. And then also they do extremely well online as well. And so they have this improvement. They do really well on LAN. And then also I thought that the way that they played prior to the stack nerfs would be better in a non-stacking meta. And I think that's true. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Whether or not they'll win, I mean, LGD is looking pretty damn scary, let me tell you. And T1, T1 was not looking like they were in their T1 form prior to TI. They just weren't. I actually thought Fnatic was going to do better than them, and Fnatic did very well. And I'm super happy that T1's doing well, because when they're playing like this, it's fun as hell to watch.
Right.
But now they're in form. So Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I have no idea. I don't know.
But they did look good in groups. Like Vici and
Yes.
T1 did not look nearly as good. So I think there are things that back up what Jenkins actually has to say. There's more than just fart jokes inside this man.
He doesn't. He doesn't make up everything.
No, exactly. Some of the stuff actually comes from somewhere. And I mean, you saw it in the group stage. Vici Gaming looked really, really good. So.
It's so funny because
Thank you, Insania.
I do want to say that before we started this panel, I was talking to Jenkins about this matchup specifically, and he was giving me so much good information. Like he taught me so much, and I'm able to ask these questions largely because of him. So I do want to give him a lot of credit for that. He always gets self-deprecating, but seriously, Jenkins is really awesome.
No, Insania 2 is the best. I think he outshines the Prime version in many ways.
Can I join your team?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
I don't think
Victor?
History was made here today, everybody. Insania and Insania 2 will both be on the next team. At the next
Binding
TI,
contract.
you can you just caught it here.
Verbal agreement. I have lawyers.
All right, back to the match. So Jake said, Sir Action Slacks had said that Vici is they are really good at taking objectives. Like they're good at taking Roche and they're good at capitalizing on those timings. Tell me a little bit about that and how that would compare to T1.
Honestly, I don't. Okay, so I have to think about it because I've never looked into how T1 think about objectives. I know they like to defend their towers a lot.
They do.
Yeah. They're one of the teams that play trained quite a bit. So
Yeah.
they definitely like to hold their side.
Does Vici take that early towers dispatch? I feel like
think Vici-
traditionally they have, like when
Yeah.
they rotate both supports with the wagon mid for 3
I
years.
think in this tournament they've been slow though.
I think
They've been
so
slow
too.
with
I feel
objective
like
taking.
LGD and Vici have been holding their towers and not taking towers that fast and focusing on making their game work.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, well, it looks like the teams are ready to get started. So let's go with game 1.
VG Gaming versus T1. Game 1.
Hello and welcome to the draft. As we start the draft, I would just like to throw myself under the bus to recover Jenkins because I also thought that VG Gaming was going to do very well. So, Jenkins, you're not alone. And some people in the talent pool, Trent, also thought that. They're going to hide now, but they believe it. I'm here in the draft panel with Lacoste and Effie once again. And we're here to analyze the first draft between VG Gaming and T1. So, expectations for what we could see for VG Gaming here, Lacoste.
Vici Gaming, I want to see Ori pop off. I want to see Ori put in a spot where he is able to dominate the matchup because he had a couple of rough ones, especially against Virtus Pro. What are you laughing at? You see Magnus are like, all right, T1. They have this one in the bag.
That's Master Cuckoo's Magnus as well. And, the pillar of the team, very often one of the most veteran players. That's scary.
Cuckoo has been impressive on the Magnus. I remember one play where he grabs 3 heroes, I believe, from Fog. He saw one, but the rest of the team was also backing him up. And the Horn Toss and 3 heroes cure back into RP. He's also one of the players that really grew on me throughout Season 1 and Season 2, being able to interview him as well. So he's just like, they're like a family, all of them are able to bond together, seeing them happy when they win. I think this is very important, and they coming into this matchup, it's just a bunch of friends who love to play Dota and enjoy doing it together.
Typically, the way that Vici have drafted throughout groups is that they first phase Old Levin's hero fights. When they played against Evil Geniuses the other day, they actually opted to not do that and just secure strong supports that they want, and last pick 11's.
Whoa!
So this is.
Oh, he's been picked. Finally, my Crimson Witness is worth something. I mean, sorry, Omnite. Yes,
I believe yes. This is the first Omni Knight pick of the tournament,
it is.
and
Why,
I was
by the
wondering,
way? Why is he so bad? Can you just explain it quickly?
he's not necessarily bad, but when he did have his time in the sun, it was because Heavenly Grace just got that buff where it gave more strength, and it was an undispellable spell, right? It got changed to be dispellable, which doesn't really make it as strong as it used to be, especially in first phase. And Sven got nerfed as well, so Omni Knight rose to popularity of Sven, and they kind of fell together too. But I want to talk about Rubik more than I want to talk about Omni Knight.
Okay, sure. Talk about Rubik.
I was wondering when we would see a Rubik versus a Magnus, because there have been so many Magnuses and not that many Rubiks. And just traditionally, Rubik is, I wouldn't particularly call him a counter, but he's capable of stealing RP and instantly lifting Magnus with telekinesis if he has vision on him and he blinks in, right? So it's cool to see this come into play. But so far, I'm looking at the support duo, and it doesn't. They don't together. They don't look that strong, right? But then I look at this Magnus plus Lina, and I say, wow, right?
Yeah,
They got
this looks super strong. To go back to your Magnus against Rubik point, because Magnus these days, and from what we've seen today, also they tend to go for the horn toss at one point, into skewer, the instant Rubik lift could break out that play you were going for, and also the cast range that you built naturally into Etherland. So might be one of the ways to actually counter the Magnus, because we've seen in the previous one where OG tried to potentially counter it with the Earthshaker Fisher. Wasn't really as effective as we expected, but yeah.
Imagine stealing skewer, and then so your method of doing it is telekinesis to skewer back, except your skewer is much longer range than Magnus's.
Yeah.
So if we could see something like that happen this game, that would be really cool.
Also, faster cast point even. So there's a lot of tracks. For people that have not been watching for a while, like what Omni-Knight Heavenly Grace, what is this, right? If you're an old Dota 1 player, you remember Repel, right? Now it's Heavenly Grace, of course. Give you stat resistance, strength as well, and a bit of regen, I believe.
Yes.
And much like the old Repel, now it's dispellable for some reason, because Icefrog really hates this poor hero. So that's why we're very surprised that we're seeing this on the main stage again.
I don't think Omni-Knight is a counter to Magnus, because his playstyle changed. It's not about I'm going to go in RP and then he will pop his ulti. Everyone's immune to damage. This time around, Magnus is more about repositioning the key hero into like LSA, into Hex. There is still Lion available for T1. This hero has set them up for so many successes throughout both seasons, even the major and also ESL 1 event, where like I remember the Snapfire plus Lion combination when Carl was not having a good time. They also managed to like get the game back on track with the 2 supports.
So something this Omni does have going for him at the moment is that they didn't pick a Shadow Demon or any kind of natural dispel. They just went straight for the Monkey King. And I'm going to assume it's a mid Lina just because I don't feel like support Lina is that strong at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's why they go for the Leshrac. If you pair up Omni and Leshrac, it makes him very, very hard to kill, which is something that Leshrac enjoys, right? Because he's one of the highest DPS heroes in the game, but he needs to run in to be able to do that. So he's always been best paired with the security of something like an Omni-Knight or an Oracle. And yeah, still no just there's the Enchantress.
I was wondering if they're going to go for like Oracle or Enchantress type of a hero. They will go with Enchantress, so it makes a lot of sense. We saw Team Secret having a lot of success yesterday with the hero. One of the heroes you don't like to play into Leshrac. I think in general Leshrac's one of the better heroes against Enchantress because she becomes super tanky early on, especially if you don't have any kind of like big spell damage or a lot of attack speed. And also, they pick Ursa into Enchantress, so your overpower is dispellable, which could be a bit tricky and slow you down.
But if you're dispelling overpower, then I guess a good Omni-Knight can wait and cast the Heavenly Grace later and just, play around it a little bit. But the Enchantress does look very strong here. Also, the Leshrac has this pretty good lane versus Lina mid, so I suppose it justifies the pick this early on. But what I'm looking at from VT's draft is actually not their typical late game style at all, right? This is a run at you. We're going to take your towers and try to get the first couple of Roches and just overpower you. And we have not seen VT do that.
No, we have not. Ursa versus Monkey King, also a matchup Lacoste loves talking about.
Oh, yes. We don't know if this is going to be a position 1 monkey. Looks like it because it's paired up with the Magnus, which is the combination that I really love. You come online so quickly. Most of the time, it's just the Echo Saber build where you become so tanky, double hit. You're also able to clear the Ancients with, but Ursa one of the few heroes that can stand inside the Wukong's command and actually fight you. This time around, Vici Gaming, they will be playing the Radiant, which means you have Ursa. Once the tier 1 towers, your safe lane tower falls, you can push like the top part of the map and threaten the Roshan, because where you're going to be playing is the top part of the map, which means that you're always going to be around the Roche. There is like one fight that breaks out, you kill 1 or 2 heroes, allows Ursa plus Leshrac, which is a ton of damage to kill the Roshan. So T1 will need to be very careful about it. Enchantress can be that hero that scout things out inside the pit with one of her creeps, so this is what they will need to do.
And this would have been a really good Doom game, but T1 banned it out. Also, interestingly enough, Vici banned Faceless Void, so they don't actually think it's the carry Monkey King.
Yeah, because as Lacoste says, you can always flex it out, and if this matchup is bad, just go for a better core-to-core. And if that's the case, Lacoste, we'll be seeing against this Ursa. What kind of carry do you want?
T1 to pick. I still feel like this, should be a position 1 monkey. Sometimes what we see from the bans is they like ban a carry hero that they don't like to play into, and then they play, and they cover some of the weaknesses of the draft.
Right. So something Vici lack right now is a proper way to take a fight, because yes, you will have your Leshrac running in, but you do need some kind of Jenkins. You do need some kind of blink stun, and they ban out the Doom and Earthshaker, so they're going to need some kind of tanky offlaner who can take these fights for them. There is still Mars left in the pool, but he isn't that synergistic with the heroes that they have at the moment.
Is Lycan still in the pool?
He is, I believe.
And the Ursa Lycan is a combo we've seen before. It is an old 11's hero pool.
The Wolf Bear.
The Wolf Bear.
Will it make a return?
Do you think that is a decent Lycan game? I know he's not great against Monkey King carry.
Yeah, so as we've said, they covered the weaknesses of their draft, so they decided to go with the Faceless Void and Shadow Demon, so that's position 1 and 4. Another way of dispelling things. Shadow Demon has a built-in dispel, also one of the heroes that kind of ruin Ursa because you can put him down in the disruption and also slow him, which is not dispellable. So I really like what they did. I don't think they would go for Shadow Demon in this situation. I would love them to get like a position 4 that can fight. Maybe something like, Lion's still available, right?
Do you?
No, I just wanted to say, because you brought up Lycan, the thing that made their Lycan so successful versus Evil Geniuses is that when he ran his units at the Skywrath Mage, he instantly died, right? But if you run your units at Enchantress, they're max move speed, but they don't have max attack speed or anything like that. It's not like you're going to clear these backlines out instantly. And if it does end up being a support Monkey King, he's just going to be in the trees, and I hope it isn't, right? So, and if they do have this last pick for their 4 hero, I don't think it'll be a Lycan.
Oh, it's gonna be a Razor instead.
So it is.
That's the carrier Razor.
Okay, so Razor is very good versus Ursa for obvious reasons, but to those at home who don't know, Razor can just use Static Link on Ursa and drain all of his damage, and Ursa's a melee carry, so he doesn't necessarily have a means to disengage. Also, Omni Knight and Rivik are not natural force staff builders, but they're going to have to go to that if they're going to play versus Razor.
That's a very good point. Could we get shot on Rubik to fulfill that role of a force staff?
Eventually, maybe that would do well. Thinking about the offlaners that can lane against Razor, there aren't many, because yesterday we saw Magnus was like the great pick. This time around, T1 already has the hero. It's very hard, and that was the EG series that I'm talking about. Sometimes it feels really hard because most of the offlaners and what Vici wants is something strength that can like get the jump.
Right.
Because they don't have a way to start a fight. Ursa running in, possibly Leshrac running in with the Omni Knight's Heavenly Grace. It's a tough one. I'd say they're in a spot where I don't see the hero that could go like, wow, yeah, this is it. He's going to have a hard time. So they might need to play for like sack the off lane, but still get some kind of initiation.
So a lane in the game or in contention right now.
Yeah, maybe like a Legion Commander, because I really love 11's positioning whenever he's playing. It's still not a good matchup against the Razor, but you gotta have something. At least you have a spear to like push Razor back.
Yes, I wanted to say that Mars has become an obvious pick here because we see the Razor carry, and that's the only thing left in the pool that can be the blink initiator, right? Elsie is just too defensive and doesn't really help with them running in. But they do pick it out. He runs out the draft pretty much. Like, he can clear the trees of Monkey King, which is a bonus, so he can just knock him down, and it seems like a fine pick. I'm just concerned about VG Gaming's ability to outscale or outgreed T1.
For you, Lacoste, tell me this. She's worried. Tell me the strengths of...
I don't like that they also picked 2 range cores with the Empower. I would prefer if it's something melee, so that's a big downside of their lineup. With this Mars, I think VG Gaming that they have, I think I misread the situation with Mars being available. So yeah, I like that. And also threatening the Roche kill, choosing where you want to fight, resetting multiple times with Omni Knight and Ursa, like they like to go in and out of the fights. So yeah, I'm slightly favoring VG Gaming.
Do you think that the strengths of the template that you talked about T1 are still true?
Sure, but the VG Gaming also has no cooldowns. They can keep fighting all the time. There's Mars Arena and Omni Knight's ulti, that's it.
I didn't say T1 would play tempo, I said VG would.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Apologies. Right. As we're getting into game number 1, we're going to get the coach interview that we usually do with Frankie, as she is standing by with T1's coach, March.
Thank you very much, Evo. I've got March with me now, and I need to ask your reaction to that Omni Knight pick. It's the first time we've seen it here at TI10.
Yeah, it is the first time we've seen it, but we were actually brainstorming ourselves too, and then we were kind of predicting that hero.
So you didn't have to adjust your draft in any way to counter it. You already had it in the game plan.
I don't want to say so much, but it's not a surprise for us. The meta has been developed around the Magnus, and it was something that we were thinking about it as well.
Well, thank you so much for your time, March. Good luck. We are going to head it over to Cinderin and Sunsfan to get game number 1 underway.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Sunsfan with Cinderin here. Vici versus T1. Best of 3, Cinderman. Are you ready to see Omni Knight?
Yes.
It's been about 2 months since he's been nerfed, and everybody forgot he existed until he was first 2 picked.
Yeah, so
tell me why.
Yeah, so what's interesting about this is that, there was some speculation about, okay, what's going to happen to Omni Knight with the nerf that came in. Obviously, the biggest nerf for Omni Knight was the fact that Heavenly Grace can be dispelled. Used to be an insanely powerful ability. It is still a hard dispel. It still gives all the bonuses from before, but now you can itemize against it. You see for T1 in this game, they have Enchant, for example, that could remove it. But yeah, why is it first 2? Good question. Maybe Vici Gaming see it as a counter to Magnus because of the hard dispel, which it's definitely very good. But yeah, I also see some potential pitfalls for the hero. Like Omni Knight, sometimes when played as a 5, which will be the case this game for DY, ends up not contributing as much in lane as you would like. And then if you're playing against heroes that just run at you, it can be very difficult to fight back. Like heroes with silences, heroes with burst, heroes with magic damage as well. And I feel like T1 have a pretty good mix of everything. So we'll see how it goes. I'm excited to see Omni. I thought it was a shame if the hero just disappeared entirely off that one turn.
Yeah, no doubt. As you can see, an early split out here from Ori in the mid lane. Seen a lot of Lesh versus Lina. But to refresh everybody's memory, Cinderin, how do you like this matchup for respective sides here?
I think it's slightly Lina favored, but Leshrac is one of the heroes that fares the best. We need to keep in mind Lina wins almost every lane right now, so if you can somewhat break even, that I would consider that almost a win in a way. So Ori should be having an okay time here. Early on, however, Carl is managing to double wave him into the tower more or less, so should cost some CS there for Ori unless he has really good last hitting. Carl even finding denies too, so off to a great start in mid. Ori has had some, for a player that had a reputation at previous TIs of being a stellar laner, this has not been Ori's best event from a laning perspective, and we're seeing here that Carl is just dwarfing him so far in this game, 6-4 against 2-0.
Yeah, still very early, and of course, Ori has bounced back in a lot of these games regardless. We'll see how this ends up transpiring for him. But, I mean, you haven't even talked about the lineups yet overall. We see Magnus again. It seems to be the hero of the tournament, which originally thought it would be Elder Titan. Tiny has had his time in the sun as well, but it seems like Magnus is getting the better of Tiny in a lot of these engagements. We saw in the last series skewers into Fountain, reminiscing of the old Pudge hook a little bit there.
Oh, Cuckoo actually almost killing Toyoyo here.
Yep. As we're going to see first blood. All right, old 11.
11 here.
Yeah, taken out by 23 Savage on the position 1 Razor. So picking Razor against, I mean, obviously in lane against any melee hero can be pretty successful, and then late game, it feels like more of a anti-hero or anti-carry against the Ursa, since it is melee as well. Toyoyo taking so much damage, has to force out the Fairy Fire here just to survive. So getting punished pretty early in the laning stage here.
Omni Knight does not fare well in this lane. You're going to be hard-pressed to help your Ursa with anything more than a Purification. The Heavenly Grace can be dispelled by Enchantress, so Kuko will have a total great time down here, and that's bad news if you're playing Ursa against a melee hero that you can't even pressure him, but I just don't see it right now for their lane. With some more levels. But there's like the double whammy even with Enchant, right? You can also purge off Overpower, so yeah. Got to be really wise with how you cast your spells for each gaming in that bottom lane. Pressure top again. Zephyr almost getting the Jingu stacks.
Yep, of course, seeing that position for Monkey King, which, again, one of the big heroes of the tournament as well. I mean, I guess the biggest difference with him and Magnus is we've seen him position 1, so he has a lot more flexibility. And we've seen mid-Magnus before this tournament, not so much in the last month or so, but interested to see like what hero flexibility they'll be going for, because as the tournaments typically progress, it becomes narrower and narrower in scope. Yeah, but considering how flexible heroes heroes are now versus even 2 years ago. Expecting that to perhaps change a little bit here.
I would say one of the things about Magnus just makes him so incredible is that almost no matter what role you play him in, Horn Toss is just proving to be the shard of the game right now. It is incredible. And honestly, it feels like RP is kind of a luxury at this point.
Yeah,
like Horn Toss is the real RP. Oh, good damage onto DY, gets the skewer.
Shockwave into skewer, DY, TP's away to safety. Oh, okay, never mind. Impetus, just enough damage there.
He did get sent to safety.
True.
He'll be back to safety.
The fact
in
that he
10
used the TP is very sad for Vici, because he has to do the old walk of shame.
Good old big bad news. Oh my god, Ori is getting owned.
Yeah.
I just realized
9-3 to 24-14.
If you're new to Dota, this is not a slight win. I said it's slightly Lina favored.
Is that a Gaben level win?
That is a very, very stompy performance so far from Carl.
Oh, what about the comeback potential from Lesh? Because typically you want to be the one pushing the wave and doing some damage with tower here. Okay, they're going to trade stuns here, but the tomato coming in from afar. We'll see DY, forcing back Carl, but doesn't really offer that much or any harassment because he is an Omni Knight after all.
So in terms of
Zephyr, yeah, he's going to get pinned to the tree and brought down. So Vici Gaming getting their first kill of this series.
In terms of comeback potential for the left track, the way you usually get that is by farming some camps in the jungle with Pulse Nova. The problem is Lina has found 14 denies, so Carl is 3/4 of a level ahead, and once he hits level 6, any rotation from Enchantress with a creep, or even without, just with an enchant, should be enough to set up a kill on the Lesh for Lina. Even going to get a bottle refill here brought in from Zephyr.
Yeah, Carl absolutely crushing right now. We'll see if he's able to actually snowball this. I mean, we've seen some great performances in the laning stage, and it kind of tapers off because they don't end up getting that kind of little extra
Poyoyo bottom.
Poyoyo again, getting the shockwave applied. I mean, look at his CS, but he's at 20-2 versus the 22-7 of 23 Savage's Razor. But that is a Razor. He's not really that great of a farmer. I mean, neither are really. There's a Heavenly Grace applied to Poyoyo.
And Whitemon is going for the rotation mid now, so is pinging out. He wants to go for Lash. He has the boots on Inch.
Yeah, the
old
wild
reward.
Ripper.
So Ori knows that this is coming and this rotation from Whitemon will not be successful, but if nothing else, Ori is not farming the wave right now. Carl will get the rune as well. Illusion bottom whenever he wants. Whitemon going to start pressuring PYW. Zephyr actually cutting in behind as well.
Yeah, they're going to clear the trees a bit here. DY showing himself Laguna Blade, and down goes the Omni Knight. Only level 3. So setting himself up there to just get killed right off the bat. But as long as it's not their mid hero, then perhaps they'll be fine with that.
Middle tower
This is still looking really bad for each 2 minutes in. 6 minutes in, sorry, it is 2K.
2K already, yeah.
You're
And look
losing
at the damage to the
tower
tower
and
as well.
6 almost. You're not fully losing it here, but it's going to be pretty damn close. So any move later will get it done. Oh, actually, wait, that's an enchanted creep, not a normal melee creep. So a lot tankier, but they will still hold. Yeah. This is all T1 right now. One of the biggest leads we've seen in the whole tournament, minute 7. Winning all 3 lanes, almost getting mid tower. Yeah. They have a strong scaling lineup with some of the strongest heroes of the tournament in Magnus and Lina. It is. We're going to need
Ori trying to catch up in the jungle here. Nice telekinesis onto Whitemon. Will the Pulse Nova be enough? It looks like it will. Wait, yep. Just in range for that last tick of damage as the Wild Wing Ripper doing some damage in turn. So, at the very least for Vici Gaming, another mid laner starting to get back into the fray of things a bit. But again, it's really about Carl right now. Has only found actually it was an assist. He didn't actually get the kill on the Omni Knight.
He gets the mid tower there. 11 tried to TP in for the deny, but got stunned immediately on arrival. And the creep wave got the tower. So
another bottle refill for Carl.
Yep.
Just getting everything that he wants right now.
Absolutely. He's over 1,000 net worth ahead, or exactly 1,000. No, more than 1,000 ahead.
Just going to provide procs for Zephyr.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for the Jingu, my friend. As Poyoyo. All right, from Vici Gaming's perspective,
nothing.
Thank you, Cinderin, for the great commentary as always. Like, what's the plan here? Obviously, Blink Dagger is what I would assume you want on Old 11, but yeah, he has not gotten the greatest of farm this game.
It's still better than Ori's, though. And that's honestly my biggest concern. I know I'm harping on it quite a bit, but Leshrac needs a comeback in this game. So I like the smoke from Vici. Yeah, you got to get Dagger on Mars. You need some way of setting up fights so you can start snowballing a bit with the lineup you've picked. I think it's more tempo reliant. Whitemon here will break the smoke.
Tanking the gank here. That's Poyoyo trying to get credit for this kill. And he'll do so. Actually, that went to Ori.
Are 5 heroes down here killing a measly end.
Yep. Oh, wait.
Maybe they get
Mars Arena, Spear, sets it up onto Cuckoo. TP is coming in. Fear Condition doing a lot of damage. RP not going to go off in time. Maybe for the best, honestly, from T1's perspective, that did not go off.
Yeah, I don't think that would have really led to anything good. So I think you're right about that. They're losing a couple of kills, but keep in mind, from an efficiency standpoint, Vici Gaming are not farming 2 lanes for that full minute that they're making moves bottom, whereas Razor and Lina are just going to town on creeps. Carl gonna get what looks to be a 9-minute 30 boots of travel here with the next wave. For comparison, Leshrac sitting on brown boots and 400 gold on the way to a first item Yules he's hovering right now. And you got to wonder, from Vici again, I understand they make this 5-man rotation bottom because they're a little bit desperate to find fights. Their lineup needs to play fast. I don't know if they can just sit back and farm a Dagger on Mars so that, okay, now we can make a move finally because we have a reliable catch.
You're just going to be down by even more than 3k
Exactly.
at that point.
You drafted in a way that puts you under pressure inherently, and if your lanes go badly, if you play a snowball lineup and you lose all 3 lanes, times are tough, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think Vici Gaming are going to win this
Not
game
to
late
harp
game.
on the Omni Knight pick either, but
It
the
was
fact
not
that
very
you're
helpful.
behind, Omni Knight's not really going to help you get back in most cases.
No, he
It's not
helps
like a big
sustain, but
ganker.
not set up. Exactly. He doesn't make plays. 11.
Whitemon is going to find Old 11 here. Cuckoo with the shockwave. Old 11 might be resigned to his death, but Ori comes in with that Pulse Nova, doing quite a bit of damage, but the RP does come out. Laguna Blade, not enough to kill Old 11. Dies shortly after the Boundless Strike onto Ori, now completely out of mana. Shockwave back into the fray. This is going to be a 1-for-1, or 2-for-0, as T1 just continuing their dominance in this early game.
Wait, which one was it? Was it 1-for-1 or 2-for-0?
It depends on, it's a 2-for-0.
Okay.
Depends on what? It's an exchange of 0 for nothing.
What?
I don't know.
0 for nothing.
Cinderin,
pleasure doing business with you.
Just move on, okay?
How does that interaction work? How do you trade nothing with another person?
Well,
Is there even
stealing?
a trade?
That's something.
Well, then they have to steal it back, or it's nothing.
You got to figure that out for yourself. Don't get that.
Does not compute.
Yeah, runtime error for Cinderin. It's okay.
That's fine.
Sometimes
5K
things don't
lead.
make sense.
5K lead. Surprisingly enough, good old Statsman Gaben only gives them 62% off this.
Okay.
So does believe in the Vici Gaming comeback in quite a lot of games. This is a monumental lead for a Magnus lineup, minute 10 usually, but maybe it's the potential teamfight prowess of the Radiant lineup once the right items come out that give them a decent amount of win probability here still. So all eyes for me are on Ursa as well as the Mars Dagger. You need to get a good timing on the Omni Knight Heavenly Grace onto the Ursa so that he can go and find kills. He needs the Diffusal Blade that he's working on. Still far away though.
Yeah. And
the Mag Dagger to set them up. So maybe we see them do a rotation top, however. They are starting to move some heroes up toward that area to begin a siege once
Honestly,
again.
it feels like BKB for T1 is almost a game ender in a lot of ways. There's not much you can do from
It
Vici
is
Gaming's
very
perspective.
good.
Like, their big setup is the Mars Arena, because like, look at Ursa's perspective here. Razor is a terrible match at late game. Razor's just so fast, you can just walk around and static link you. And Lina's super fast as well. So really, the Mars Arena is the big setup, but once BKBs come online,
Radiant's middle tower is under
it's
attack.
going to be really hard for Vici from a draft perspective.
Dire are scanning.
CQYW and company in the triangle, trying to get Poyoyo back on track. 4th in net worth right now, but top of his team.
I love Rubik Tree Dance. It looks so goofy. I'm sorry. He looks like
You
he
wanna
never
get
jumped
a-
in his life.
Get a highlight of that one, Cinder.
I can relate to that. I'm not a very athletic person. This
This
is how I would imagine myself tree dancing.
Middle tower is under attack.
I don't know if
Radiant's
that's true. I
bottom
feel like
tower is
Clockwork
under
doing that would
attack.
make more sense for you, but that's just me.
Yeah, that isn't just you.
Maybe not. Carl's got his boots of travel, working on the BKB now. And I mean, you talked about the fact that Empower doesn't necessarily have to be for a melee hero, especially with Lina's attack speed. Magda will
definitely
find
evolved from a hero now that was picked primarily to empower a melee carry to now being a utility hero with catch, and then the empower is the icing on top, right? Like you can pick melee range carries like Razor and Lina because empower still gives you the damage, and the main aspect of Magnus for the most part in the mid late game is Horn Toss as well as occasional RP. Power not necessary for the hero.
And
to
the fact
feel
that
attacked.
Empower is more effective on yourself as well allows you to get some of that farm that's needed for the mobility. And smoke comes up from Vici. They were thinking about going for Roche, but have changed their mind here. Toyo going to show himself. 23 Savage in the vicinity as well. 23 Savage has the Falcon Blade going for BKB.
He is very tanky.
He has a refresher queued up after BKB. That's pretty fast.
He knows what he wants.
Absolutely.
He's so tanky though. 2k health. Minute 14 on Razor. He has about twice the health of Ursa for comparison. So an exceptionally hard kill from Ichi Gaming to get. And if they want that tower, they got to get through this guy. So he's just posturing aggressively up here, Plasma fielding out the wave. Ultimately, Ichi Gaming just called the play off. Like they don't see any potential move right now. Which is very concerning. Old 11, at least for them, close to the blink now. 300 to go. Maybe that can set something up.
And PYW has his queued up as well, so they're going to have double blink not too far away. And from Koyoyo's perspective, Diffusal Blade is still kind of a ways away. Still basically the recipe to go from here.
Yep.
So his farm has not been particularly good. And he's not exactly a farming hero either, because once you get the Diffusal, obviously you can get Roche anytime, but it's all about getting the kills.
The good news for Koyoyo is that PYW has stolen power, so at the very least, he's gonna,
that's handy.
He's going to have a little bit of help here with finishing up side.
Laguna Blade. DY's dead.
Hot enough for you. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Cuckoo and Carl now in the bot lane. They probably will go for this tier 1 bottom. See the win probability here. T1 off to an amazing start in today's lower bracket game.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Do
under
you remember that trivia question I asked you?
Oh my god, here we go.
Yesterday or 2 days ago about which hero has the same abilities that they've had the whole time in Dota?
Yes. Oh yeah, we got a lot of tweets about who that actually was.
I believe there's a couple, but from my perspective, there's one hero in this game, I think.
I guess Leshrac.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
I think Lina did not always have Fiery Soul,
No, I
but
don't think so.
apart from that, the kit is very, very similar.
Yeah.
And then it's also about like how do you define what's changed, right? Is Lightning Storm the same ability now that it has a slow? It didn't used to, but like in essence, it's the same hero, which honestly is a testament to some really cool hero design, right? Like a lot of the heroes have been rethought and reworked a little bit and changed skills, but some of the very, very old core heroes are still the same. Leshrac, honestly, one of my favorite hero designs of all time, and it's never been changed. So, very, very cool hero. You would imagine that as Dota develops, a spell like Diabolic Edict would, perhaps get reworked.
It did
right?
change damage type.
It changed damage type. if
Recent.
you go over damage type changes and everything, I think 0 heroes are the same. Most likely. It is very close to being the same.
Except for the hidden gambler that's in the file, Cinderin.
Right. Let's see if I can find another example. Maybe Juggernaut is also the same. Did he always have
Omni?
these
I mean,
spells?
yeah, Omni Slash it does a different type of damage now.
Right.
It used to be a set amount every time. Set amount of hits off of
set amount of hits with bonus damage.
It is the same idea though. No, that's true. Anyway, back to the game. Vici Gaming obviously took Roshan. That's their big advantage. That's the one silver lining of this game. They do have Ursa to be able to do that. But what can they do with this Aegis in this time frame while being this behind? They do have the double blink daggers that we alluded to, so Old 11 and PYW kind of ready to go here, I would assume.
I think the play call here is you need a blink arena set up with a spear onto ideally Lina, but she has BKB, so that one's hard to accomplish. So I guess second best target is Razor. He has BKB, so that's hard to accomplish. So that leaves the third best target to probably be Magnus. But more than anything, I think you need to group your heroes up a little bit if you want to start taking some buildings. We're 17 minutes in. Leshrac has not taken a tier 1 tower. As a matter of fact, the best one he's got is half in mid. Or actually, they're a little bit ahead now bottom, but don't know if they're going to be able to finish that off. So,
well, yeah. I mean, that mostly comes from
the
level disadvantage that he had in lane.
Just 23 Savage.
By W. Oh, old 11. I mean, he did force out the BKB, which didn't look like it was actually needed, but still, not the initiation you want if you're a Vici fan.
It's something. At
It
least
is
to force a BKB, right? Like, it's better than sitting back and just letting T1 do whatever they want. And it's a lineup that is inherently relatively greedy. I think T1 are still super happy with what they managed to accomplish, and all of it really, the majority of what they've managed to do in this game happened in the first 5 minutes, right? It's just been set up for everything. And now Vici Gaming are like, screw it, we're going to go for a big play. We're going to bring all 5 heroes top. The Shrek has a bit to go, though. Ult 11.
Yeah, Puka getting caught out. The spear into the trees, but he's going to be left to his own devices. Zephyr gets out the Wukong's command in the meantime. Just soloing up Puyoyo. Meanwhile, they're going to be able to take out the Mars pretty quickly here, but here comes Ori, almost out of mana. Carl pops the BKB, dodging the splitter as a result. Cuckoo gets off the RP just at the last moment. Ori gets bursted down by the right clicks of his counterpart Carl in that mid lane, and Ursa looks to be next. That's first life down. T1 has only lost Magnus right now. Puyoyo wants to try to take somebody with him to the grave, but the LSA will shut that door. So 3-for-1, T1 advantage again.
If we do get a replay on that, pay attention to where Leshrac is when the fight breaks out. They get the lift, they get the spear, but Ursa's in front of the tier 1 when they spear the Magnus below the tree line, and Leshrac wasn't even there. It's like, I'm not sure what Vici Gaming were expecting to accomplish with that move without bringing their main damage into it. They will get a spear mid now.
Arena, this could be a really good pick for Vici. 23 Savage pops that BKB, and will live as a result. So they force out the second charge.
So essentially, Vici Gaming with that push, they opted to go for the tower because Razor didn't have DP. You're going to see it here, right? So you get the spear in the bottom, but Ursa's caught in the top area of the map, and Leshrac still wasn't connected yet. They will go on Whitemon in live, though.
Yep, he's healing up quite a bit.
They got his
Is he actually going to live through this? All right, the spear into the tree. Again, stolen plasma field splitter. Goodbye. Takes them a while, but they'll take it.
All right. It is something, but still, no tower. I don't know what the stats are for this tournament for a team that has Leshrac to not have a tower at 20 minutes, but it's got to be... I feel like you never see this. It's just been total domination from T1.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't get the mid tower, which we have seen from
at least get it safely.
Don't get off to a good start, but yeah, the top lane specifically for Vici, typically you see like the trade, right, in a lot of cases, but just not off to that good start that Vici Gaming has been accustomed to in this tournament for the most part.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So from T1's perspective, 23 Savage obviously has had that BKB for a while. We'll be going for Halberd, so it changes it up a bit. Not going straight for the refresher. But I actually love players that queue up like 10 items ahead of time, just so they don't forget, you know, what item to go for.
Where am I?
Where am I indeed?
Okay, trivia time.
Oh boy.
Is there? No, there's no trivia. There's
no trivia. Will Mars die? Yes. Gets off of Arena. It's still relatively low cooldown,
okay.
So well. Alright. Does buy a little bit of time for Vici to make their way here, Cinderman. I know you're really excited to do this trivia.
I am.
Wait,
I'm so
telekinesis, BKB by Carl. Trying to turn this around now. Zephyr getting way too close.
That was a bit naive, I think. I don't know if he was just making sure to bail Carl out of trouble there by going in. Yeah. If that was the plan, at least it worked. But yeah, maybe he also had no trees to jump on. Look at this tree line in the right-hand side of the map, bottom right. All of it is just gone from the arena of blood.
Yeah, that's
just no trees.
That's actually quite
What are
massive.
you supposed
A lot
to
of
do,
D4.
right?
Timbersaw will be really happy about that one.
Yeah. All right, Shannon. It's trivia time. Okay. You know my favorite trivia for this tournament so far has been, what is the name of neutral items' passive abilities?
Yeah.
What is it for good old Horsey?
Tumbler toy?
Yeah.
What's the active call?
Yes.
Nay.
That would be a great name.
I know. I think of good names.
Okay, what if I tell you that it's very simple and it's exactly what it does?
Bounce.
Vault.
Vault? Okay.
Vault.
That makes sense with horses as well. See the skewer onto PYW. Okay, he gets one of his own, but only going to delay the inevitable here.
All of Rubik's funny animations are in this game. When he's skewering, he's literally just surfing.
We're just missing a Bat Rider.
It's like he's lagging. This is like going in a straight line with a thousand
I was a
things,
little
but-
confused that there might be some lag there, but luckily for us, not. And 23 Savage not wanting to give
He's
up the
just
first
a
tower.
rock up here. standing there again. All
Right,
right.
there's the arena. Whitemon stuck inside with the Pulse Nova from the side as well. Looks like he'll finally go down. Takes a while though. 23 Savage getting aesthetically off of Yo-Yo. We see the RP onto 2 from Cuckoo. Shockwave developed. Beautiful balance strike on the 3. And let's say to follow T1. Unbelievable synergy here. Triple kill for Carl. Old 11, the last remaining member for Vici Gaming, but not for long. Just absolute god tier layering, Cinderin. That was nice.
Zephyr with the BM Yules as well, just for fun. Maybe he was trying to set up for Savage to get the kill.
And guess what? They defended their tier 1 tower still
Again.
at 24 minutes, Cinderin. You see
Yeah.
the replay here.
Okay, so this spear missing, it's not that big of a tragedy. I think, Whitemon dies 2 seconds earlier if it hits, but they can't effectively get anything onto Savage. And as soon as he links up the Ursa this fight, Poyoyo has no damage and that Boundless. Just beautiful, right?
Oh, that was sick.
Wonderful follow-up to Cuckoo.
Absolutely filthy play. See the Guardian Angel come out a little bit too late. Obviously was just stun locked the entire time. But
all DY can do is smile. I first faced Omni Knight. That's the face of someone who
I misclicked Omni Knight. LSA on the 23 Savage. Can they burst him down? Poyoyo's going to get Yules. As a result, 23 Savage will live. So good attempt from Vici, but I mean, it seems like Ursa's bane, the bane of his existence, is Yules.
Yeah, it is a great item against him. Also, Yules is one of the only items in the game that doesn't get affected by status resistance.
Didn't used to be the case.
I believe that was indeed not the case at one point, but with it being, it's just a great counter to Enrage. Just heal him right away by yourself all the time.
They're coming back in. Is T1 trying to build on his 10K lead. Old 11 jumps in. BKB by Carl. Poyoyo and company stuck inside the arena, trying to right-click down 23 Savage. Gets off the static link, though, and my goodness. Ori just melts every single way as Poyoyo looks to be next. And T1 just absolute domination. That's a full team wipe with the buyback coming out from the Rubik. But PYW, all he can do is try to push out these lanes just a little bit. And T1, I mean, Roche won't be up for another minute. It's a little bit unlucky on the timings here.
Yeah.
Because denying that would obviously be big against any Ursa lineup in general.
There will be a chance for Vici Gaming to find a fight there, but again, Vici Gaming haven't won a fight all game. They're trying their best to set something up, but they're just too far behind. Both 23 Savage and Carl are so absurdly tanky. This is a 3k health Razor with 13 armor. Delina has 2.3, BKB Shiva. What damage do you have on Radiant? Like, how do you kill these heroes? I don't know. But what I do know, Shannon, is that I have another trivia question.
God! Hold your horses, Cinder, and PYW's dying! All right, go ahead.
What is the name of the active of Arcane Ring?
Arcane. Oh, I used to know this one, actually. Is it a dumb one?
No, it is very much what it does.
Okay, Mana Refresh.
That's not even correct grammar. Try again.
That doesn't always stop the
It has a verb in it.
Cinderin, why are you
It's
doing
an
this to
active.
me? Are you trying to embarrass me on live Twitch?
I would never do that. Okay? Never. It's called Replenish Mana.
Okay.
So
I mean, refresh mana is not that wrong.
You said Mana Refresh. Like you were some sort of open sesame, like trying to chant the ring into working.
Well, we already talked about this. English zero language for me is there's the Yule setup. Zephyr. He's got the Boundless Strike and an easy kill for T1 again.
All right, I was wrong.
Well, Ori does buy his BKB before he dies, I believe, so doesn't really lose much gold there.
That's true. It's something. Roche is up here, though, for T1 if they're so inclined. Their heroes aren't exactly the best for killing Roche. They have a medallion on Edge, which helps, but Razor, with Lina in the fountain, you probably don't have enough damage. Oh, Carl just got himself a Scotty. Wonderful.
Yeah. He is an absolute beast.
Look at that.
It's 27 minutes in the game. Look at his items. That is sickening. Poyoyo in the mid lane. See T1 trying to play with him a bit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, you still have to fear the bear. This is a hero that, if given just a little bit of time, can burst anybody down despite being so far down in net worth.
Smoke on smoke action. This is Vici Gaming's last chance in the game. If they lose this fight, they're going to lose.
Poyoyo smoke. Gets popped here. Heavenly Grace up fly. Going on top of the Enchantress, but they still can't burst him down. Poyoyo has to pop that BKB. Gets the range up. The RP comes afterward. Poyoyo finally will get one kill, but it's just on the Enchantress. And you see the Wukong's command on the downside. Ursa dies, buys back into the game. Zephyr will be bursted down as well. So it's a 2-for-1 with a buyback onto Ursa. The stolen RP by PYW. Do they have enough damage to actually clean this up? VG Gaming finally winning a fight. 23 Savage is dead. Triple kill for Ori of all heroes. That is exactly what they needed. And into the Roche pit, Vici goes.
Yeah, so Ursa does have some buyback for that, but that is a huge win for VG Gaming. And the key part of this whole situation, Kuku's RP on the Ursa, honestly, in my opinion, felt unnecessary. He was fully drained by the Razor. You're going to see the replay here. So watch how Puyo goes in. They try to get the end burst down. It doesn't work. And here comes 23 Savage with the static link. So Puyo's fighting potential is almost non-existent. They RP into the Enrage. He still gets a little bit more damage before he ultimately does die to the Laguna Blade, but you gave Rubik that RP by setting it up in this way, and Vici Gaming are going to capitalize on that big time, pulling back about 4K of the lead.
Oh, that was sick.
Radiant's top tower.
69% win chance now for T1, down from, what's that, about 90, I think. 91, just a moment ago.
Yeah, and that, I mean, again, looking at the net worth for the heroes themselves, you can see that that Carl is so far ahead of everyone.
Honestly, though, Rubik is going to have another RP if Vici Gaming set this up well. He has a 1-minute cooldown on it. Spell Steal is lasting for another 2.5, I want to say, roughly. So they have a window of opportunity of 90 seconds where their team fight is so much better than it has been for the rest of the game, just with that steal in hand. So it looks like they're very eager to look to squeeze as much out of this as they can, getting their first couple of towers in addition to the mid one now, finally opening up a little bit more space by getting bottom tier 1 and tier 2. Carl will respond by taking top tier 2, however, so it didn't come for free. Yeah, and T1 are rotating down. Does he have travels on Ori? He does not. If this fight breaks out, there's no Lesh Cuckoo. Smoke behind will seal 11. He's scared, though. He will blink away.
There's a DD on Ursa as well.
Zephyr doesn't care.
Yeah.
That was a little bit
jumping
wild.
in and out, but not going to find anybody, at least not yet.
11. He has to BKB here.
Yeah, old 11 is in quite a bit of trouble. Pops that BKB, gets to spear off as well. Guardian Angel from the far. Puyo comes in, trying to burst down the lead, but Carl pops his BKB. Should be able to get out just fine. Cuckoo and company trying to take out the Ursa in the meantime. You can see the Eye of the Storm. So much minus armor against this Ursa. He's stuck inside that Wukong's command, but the stolen Wukong's from PYW. And Puyo looks like he's going to get out just fine, but Leshrak is just getting decimated despite having the BKB. Yields himself to safety, but not for long. Drops as a result. And this is turning into a fight for T1. The skewer back on Puyo. And despite having that Aegis earlier, they still lose this fight, Cinderin.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they used RP. I'm guessing they did on the Rubik after he
did, right. So what's really crucial in this fight is Zephyr on the Monkey King getting into the backline. So he forced PYWs to just RP only the Monkey King, and that makes that fight so much easier. So he RPs, and then he steals the Wukong's command, and that just doesn't cut it. They need that RP on the big course that Ursa is hitting. So it's off camera right now, off screen. You see the green marker in the bottom left on the minimap connecting in. Yeah. And just sitting on that Rubik. Back to live, though. Carl is getting kind of low here, so maybe T1 can't actually get this tower.
Satanic is on the way, though, Cinderin. Don't you worry.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. All's 11. Oh, he gets off the BKB. Gets a little bit of space there. A couple more right clicks should do it. Nice heal from DY. So old 11 lives as a result of that.
Stolen
LSA stolen is going to connect. Spear onto 1. Double rebuke as well. That's going to be 2 cleanup kills for Vici Gaming in their own base.
They really, really wanted old 11 there, but Neck God will escape.
So yeah, a little bit of gold going the way of Vici there, obviously. But and we didn't mention, of course, that the shard was picked up from Roche on Puyo, so does get the enrage buff every time he earth shocks. But I feel like the story is about Carl, who wait, what did he drop? I thought he had another item on top of this. I mean, he had the wand, I guess.
Bottle. He just swapped the wand out.
Okay.
The bottle was in the first.
So has a DD bottled.
25 gets the attack range taunt. Carl is absolutely beastly in this game, and that's honestly still the story. Like, let's think back to 30 minutes ago and what happened in this game. Dota is a game of snowball, and a lot of the reason Carl is in this position is still what happened in the first 5 minutes. So Vici Gaming, honestly, very impressed with their ability to stay in this with how grim it was looking. That fight close to Roche, really gave them a second life in the game.
It does feel like Rubik is that big wild card in these fights.
He is, for sure. If PYW gets a good RP, you can never count Vici Gaming out in this. Will be a pretty big difference maker if they find some sort of better solution to the Razor life static draining the Ursa as well.
Wukong's command, Boundless Strike, trying to create some space here.
Okay, that's
alright. Big force
now.
out, but there's the Horn Toss back into the Wukong's command. The right clicks from Carl, but Ori's going to live for now. In fact, going to turn this around completely onto the Magnus. So despite a good setup there from T1,
Old 11 could get on
they lose Cuckoo. There's the Mars Arena. 23 Savage has to refresh to get that BKB off, but they're just going to kill Mars and Tarsus. It's a 1-for-1 now. Ori trying to play as much pressure as possible onto Carl. He's getting right-clicked down by Koyoyo. Now pops his BKB. Carl just getting stunned. Like that was a stolen LSA as well. Boundless Strike to follow. Carl has to stand his ground with that Satanic. It's doing a lot of damage, but will finally go down in favor of Vici Gaming, but they do lose Koyoyo. 23 Savage has to stand his ground as well, but it's not going to happen. DY and PYW, the last two remaining members of Vici Gaming, an absolute bloodbath of a fight. It's just the supports left over. The Monkey King is so strong, he gets lifted by PYW. Oh my god, that evil Zephyr! Jingu Mastery for the freaking win. Has the high five to nobody, but well-deserved. My god, that was sick.
Can you believe that ended up being 2 supports versus 2 supports?
It's an epic showdown. I love that.
And then T1 wins it by 2% health on the Monkey King. And then gets off that. He took the Jingu Mastery talent on level 15. I don't know how many levels Zephyr got in that fight. I think he got like 3 or 4 with everything that just happened on that Monkey King. So is approaching a potential level 25 here. He is 20
here
before this final fight. Now
all the cores die. It's just the support battle of a lifetime.
And
God,
I
this was
totally understand why Vici Gaming thought they could kill him here, right?
No doubt.
They have that.
And boom! Oh god, that must have felt so good.
That honestly, that is one of the most satisfying spells to use in the entire game. Boundless Strike with Jingu is that is very, very nice.
See the dismay here from Vici is T1 still holding on to a pretty sizable lead, and Vici, off the back of a couple good team fights, have kind of brought themselves back in addition to the 2 Roches. Let's not forget that probably had some good impact on the game for them. But win probability, I mean, it's not out of reach for Vici. And again, this is only game 1 of this best of 3. Knew this was going to be an absolute bloodbath. Did not know it was going to come down to the supports just tickling each other at the end. That was great.
Now with things calming down a little bit, Shannon, you know what time it is. It's time for trivia.
Oh, all right.
Are you ready?
Sure. I feel like my percentage on this is like 10.
How old is Carl?
I have no idea.
Same.
Okay.
That would be impressive.
So that was the right answer then.
Yeah, good. That you get.
I just
you
have
get
to
a
match
point.
you.
You get a point.
Thank
the
you.
correct answer is what I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Even if it's incorrect.
Very good. I'm not sure how old Carl is, but old
T1.
11. I'm sure he's in trouble.
Oh.
Okay. Got up pretty quickly there.
Feel for a little vision there, and they're not going to run into anybody. Vici very, very careful right now.
Effectively did break the smoke, so nice job there from old 11, and they back off. And like I said before, I kind of can't believe that Vici Gaming is still playing here. Not in the sense that they should have given up, but in the sense that how on earth are they still in the game? But
yeah,
super impressive stuff from them. Still massively a T1 favorite game.
I should mention, of course,
good
23 Savage, in addition to the Refresher, has an Ags and his 25 talent. So that's 3 Eye of the Storm procs.
Yeah.
And then Refresher on top of that. So,
but also important to note is that a huge portion of T1's damage is physical, right? It's Lina right clicks, it's Razor's Eye of the Storm, like you pointed out. You have Guardian Angel, Solar Crest. Leshak is finally getting a Shiva's Guard now. You have Satanic on Ursa. There is the potential for T1 that you run into damage issues, actually.
Zephyr does have Nullifier. So Guardian Angel and
help.
Heavenly Grace, goodbye.
Oh, it's also tier 4 neutral items time.
Oh,
Let's see if anyone
baby.
gets the fabled,
Witch
what was
Bane?
it called again? That
Witch
was what
Bane.
it was called.
And if they can get that, that's another Dispel for Guardian Angel. And
Telescope for Carl.
Let's just say it's a
very good
Dispel
item.
against Omni Knight as a whole. That's pretty much pretty accurate, I feel.
We're going to put Telescope on for the Dire. You probably put it on Whitemon, right? You just want that attack range and spellcasting range for the team, and Lina doesn't want to give up the Titan Sliver.
Oh, now refresh. Ooh, Ags. Wow. All right, we're seeing some items here. So Old 11's going to have double BKB, double Mars Arena, and all that good stuff. And DY gets Aghanim Scepter. So Global Guardian Angel. And
10-second duration.
And works on buildings, lasts longer. I was not expecting that one, not going to lie. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, that refresh on Old 11 can make a huge difference. He has a very good chance of surviving. If he blinks in Arena's BKBs and gets GA'd, he can't die, right? Because they can't nullify him during BKB. So I have no real way of killing this. Okay.
Oh, Whitemon might run into Poyoyo here. It's the preemptive Heavenly Grace. Roche is not up.
T-warding.
And just pivoting across from each other. They both have idea of where they are.
I don't know. I'm starting to question how far T1 are actually ahead right now.
It's starting to go down here, no doubt.
It is just concerning that the VG Gaming cores went from being easy kills to now all being exceptionally tanky, and then you add GA on top of it that can't fail to go off. All they need to do is pop their BKB in the meantime. Effectively, I think T1's strategy needs to be changed to a little bit more of a weaving nature rather than just a hard commit. They will maybe catch some picks here mid, though. Old 11 will blink away. Get the invis. And back off.
Good to go. All right, so a little bit of downtime here. You know what that means, Cinder? Just kidding.
Hey, why don't you ask me something?
Number 3 being attempted now by T1. That's going to be the refresher shard, so no Ags this time around. As I might see a connection here. Poyoyo is going to be spotted by the plasma field of 23 Savage. And Roshan getting close to half HP. This is a fight I feel like Vici has to take. They're going to scan, so they know that this is being attempted right now. Old 11 jumps in with the first arena. BKB by Carl. He just walks out to safety. Old 11 rocks his passive now. 23 Savage gets on the plasma heal. There's a refresher from Old 11, able to blink to safety. Poyoyo getting kited on the back line right now. And you see Kuku boundless right into RP. T1 decimating this fight, but that's a buyback onto the Rubik. Ori inside. This Wukong's command just getting kited with that nullifier. Easy kill goes the way of T1 again, and DY basically the last remaining member. There is a buyback from Rubik, but ultra kill from Carl into second Roach, I would assume. And T1 might have just won the game off of this fight alone.
Vici Gaming, I am so sorry for believing in you. The moment I said you had a good shot, you get absolutely crushed and get no kills in the fight.
It's okay.
I got run over. Feeling a little bit like Kyle here. Oh man, that was
I don't think he got
fight from
Yeah, he didn't get off the second arena. I'm not sure if that would have made a difference.
Right, so first of all, he doesn't get off the second arena, and I think they didn't layer their Guardian Angel with the BKBs too well, and there was nothing, like, there was no clear target for Vici Gaming in that fight that they were able to get on top of. They just kept being, you know, kited around. Some insane Boundless Strike cast there.
Yeah, into the throne.
Oh my god.
They know that these buybacks are likely not here. It's going to be a tier 4 tower, and you can see 23 Savage. Yeah, GG's called. So T1 take game 1, and I mean, they got off to an amazing start, but you got to give Vici credit for making some sort of a comeback when we didn't really see much avenue for it, but they played really well despite not having the laning stage advantage.
Still feels like overall, you know, a deserved win here for T1. Even though they had to grind for it a little bit, they were the better team in this game. Vici Gaming with moments of brilliance, but not enough. And again, I want to come back to this, and I think this is something the panel is going to talk about as well. How do you enable Ori to have a better laning stage? Do you ban the Lina just so he doesn't get crushed? Because that kind of start at this level of play recovering from just takes so much extra effort that you don't want to have to funnel into the game. You need to pull heroes around to even give your mid laner a chance at playing the game. And Carl just masterclass on how to win as Lina mid against that Lefrak. Yeah, outside of that, you know, if T1 don't get off to this dominant of a start, it definitely looks like this can be a very competitive series for Vici Gaming. Imagine if they're not 10k gold behind when they start getting team fights, or 15 as it actually was around that Roche pit. They definitely have what it takes to take down T1, but they're looking great in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, this was a series that I was expecting to go 3 games, and I'm still expecting that going forward, but we'll have to wait and see. I'd like to give a huge shout out to Shiver for tying my tie today. I think she did a wonderful job, so really appreciate that. And with this game number 1 over, Center, let's see what the panel has to say about this start to this amazing series.
Good job, Shiver.
We're on camera.
What a great game. T1 took the victory, and now they are standing at a nice 1-0. Now, one of the things that the casters had mentioned is that it was definitely a stun game. Lots of stuns coming out. We had Monkey King doing Monkey King things, Rubik stealing Monkey King's spell, and also doing Monkey King things. But what would you say was the winning point of the game? Wait, actually, forgive me, because we have a special guest joining us on the panel today. We have none other than the one and only Saberlight from Team Undying. Welcome to the
Thank you.
panel. Is this your first panel ever?
It is.
Oh, I'm so sorry you have me as your host. Apologies. But anyway, sorry, back to the question. So, Saberlight, I'll ask you first. What do you think was like the winning point of this game for T1?
Honestly, I think it's just their gameplay. I think the way they executed and the way they pressed spells was incredible. Especially like the fight at the top tier 1, when they stunned 3 people after 3 people. It was incredible. I think, and secondly, the draft. I saw the Omni, and I think this hero is very sus. Especially if the enemy team has Purge, which they did. They had Nullifier and they had Eng.
So, would you say that the Omni Knight was a very unideal pick? But if so, what would have been better in that place?
Well, maybe more stunts. I think the Omni Knight hero, it can work in some cases, but I think some regular position 5 could maybe work better in this game. But, you know, Vichy went with their strat, and props to them for trying it.
All right, so AUI, what do you think T1 did very, very well in that game? I mean, it's a very high kill game. You can see that 21 on Lena. Who would you say the MVP is for this match?
Who drafts for T1? It's Cuckoo, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Cuckoo. I think the draft was just.
Also, probably March. I mean,
Yeah.
we talked about this the other day, but I think Korean coaches are just
That's true.
OP, and they also have one, right? It's just how it goes. You have a Korean coach, you're off to a really good start.
I feel like though, if you see Almanite Rubik supports, you're able to just abuse it with Enchantress. T1 is just so well set up for success, and they did it. I mean, at the early part of the game, they took over the map, and then they played T1 Dota. You know, they slowed down, they got their timings, and Vici, they're trying to mount a comeback. They took some really good team fights with good coordination, but it just wasn't enough against T1.
Yeah, we actually have one of those team fights. Let's cue it up. I believe it was the one in the Dire top lane when it was shortly after Mars was in the base doing Mars things. So, Insania, can you explain to me like what the key point of this team fight was? I know that people were kind of yelling a lot when this fight was happening, especially toward the end.
I mean, I know generally speaking, Chinese teams really like this Lena and Lesh matchup. She just sit back and just auto attack, but it didn't really seem to play out that way this game. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, I don't remember the exact key points of this team fight, but it looks like it's just going to be a bit dragged out fight where Ori's dealing a lot of damage. The Leshrak's not really in a lot of trouble, with Lena taken out so early from the fight. He just seems to be able to output damage like crazy.
So there's like a lot going on here, but it seemed like T1 had the upper hand, and then they kind of didn't at the end of this fight. What happened here?
Well, this is the one where Zephyr actually manages to turn it around. It was a epic support fight.
Right.
Yeah, this fight, like Leshrak, even though he was 15k behind, I think he managed to do 12k damage this fight.
Yeah.
Which is insane. I think it's a lot of what you said. It didn't feel like, I mean, Lena's good versus Leshrak not only in the lane, but he also runs in and you just hit him a lot, and he doesn't get to do that damage. This fight, I think it was actually really well executed by Vici, but at the end, Zephyr, it was just clutch, right? Like he manages to get that stun off and full heal, team white.
I also think it's the Mars versus Lena matchup. It's like really good for Vici that they had Mars, but once the arena is down, the Lena has free reign, so they need to kill him in the arena. Otherwise, they're in big trouble.
So, is this match a prime example of 5s and 4s being really, really, really strong in the meta? It seemed like supports were really the deciding factor in all of these fights.
I think they were doing a good job of surviving. I think both team supports had really good positioning. And I know we talked about this before, but I think T1's team fighting is amazing. And usually, I think core players generally are fairly consistent in how well they team fight. But supports are really like, you can notice a massive difference in how they're used, how the teams use them. Some teams tend to sack their supports more, send them in early, have them die, make the fight easier for their cores. Other teams, like T1, you see both the supports are surviving all the way till the end of the fight. So I think there's the way they use their supports for both Vici and T1 stood out to me.
So they both stood out because they did the same thing in that they were aiming for survivability, and when everybody else was dead, it became a support fight.
Right.
So, do you think that when they draft for this next game, do you think that maybe they should be drafting for these supports instead? Because, like Saberlight mentioned, Omni Knight was very questionable. So, do you think that you'll see supports being picked in first phase, or
I think they came in with a prepared strat. I felt like they were ready to give away the Magnus, and then the idea was we have Omni Knight to respond for the physical damage, we have the Purge for the RP, and we have the Rubik that can steal it back. And we did see it come into play at some point where the Rubik steals the RP and he gets a massive turnaround somewhere in the early game. But it just seems like at the end of the day, the Mag just does so many other things that are so valuable. I feel like it's not even about the RP anymore, or even the Empower to some extent. Like they had 2 ranged heroes. They didn't really have anyone that uses Empower. So just like horn toss back into Skewer just seems like a very, very hard thing to deal with.
do you have anything to add to that before I ask another question?
Yeah, I think the strongest part about Magnus is what Jenkins said before the game. It's the secure, and you can break the formation of the other team. And about the supports, I think it's also this game. Both teams, they kind of need to kill the enemy mid laner. The Lina and the Leshrac are the main damage outputs for both teams. So the supports can like sit in the back and enjoy because everyone wants to kill these mid laners. And then like once they're dead, they can start focusing other people in the fight.
So, if you were to put yourself in the minds of Vici Gaming, who are now on their back foot, what would you do to like kind of reset, refocus your mind, and be like, all right, we can turn around and do this? What would you do, AUI, as a former coach?
I mean, from a coach's perspective, I think Fenrir should try to, even if he doesn't think it's really true, he should try to say like, hey guys, I made a bad pick with the Leshrac into Lina mid. Let's just reset. If we play the same way, but we have a more robust draft, we'll win the next game. Like that's the type of mentality I think Vici should try to have going into next game.
Is it very common for coaches to just be like, my bad?
I feel like it's person specific. I feel like, for example, I think Insania would take blame even if it's not really his, just to prop up his allies and like give your team the higher percentage to win. Is that
I think,
true?
Yeah, I think after game 1s, you kind of have to sometimes.
Yeah.
If you notice that your
has to
team
do it,
is,
right?
yeah, if your team is uninspired or they feel like, they don't know what to do, like sometimes it's good to just go in and be like, hey, this draft sucked. This game's on me. Forget about it. Let's move on to the next game. And I think when you do that, you kind of take people out of their own heads. You make them not think about the mistakes. You make them focus on, all right, you know what, the draft wasn't great. There was nothing I could have done differently. It's somebody else's fault. Nothing to do with me. And I think, especially in big tournaments and big moments like this, that can be really, really useful just to make sure that you're thinking about the right things.
Interesting. Saberlight, do you have that kind of experience as well?
Yeah, I think even this TI, whenever we lost the game, I think whenever Moon or Febby said that it's like kind of their fault, even though it was like, for example, mine or someone else's, it helps you think about, all right, this game happened. I for sure like did some things badly, but it is what it is. It's like the next game that counts. So it helps you reset and focus on the next game.
Interesting. So it really shows like that team perspective, right? Because it's Dota is a 5-person game, and even though one person can have a point of failure, it isn't always the fact that they're the only reason. So the team kind of takes that blame together, or you take the blame for everyone and just say my bad. Or
Honestly,
the coach.
like competitive Dota and pubs, it's very rare that it's one person responsible for the loss.
Right.
Like as long as everyone's trying their best and putting the work in, like the main job of the coach is to make sure everyone's going in with a good mentality.
I feel like we've heard mentality a lot in a lot of these series, especially with like EG and Dr. K and, the teams that are like hyping each other up, like a team spirit, for instance. One of the things that both of you told me, and you were there too, we talked about it too with Jenkins Saberlight, like they're really good at keeping that mentality, like positive mentality and hyping each other up. It's definitely that. Do you feel like that's super, super important? Or do you think that maybe like being like, oh, well, I can learn from this instead?
I mean, I think when you're playing during the season and when you're playing scrims, having like learning attitude, talking about what goes wrong is really important. But once you're at TI, you want to put that aside because at this point, it's like, it's too late. You're committed. Whatever you came in with, that's what you got.
But that's so hard.
Yeah, but the beauty of Dota is that, right? Even if you get absolutely destroyed game 1, when you play game 2, it's even again. It's not like there's some like World of Warcraft where somebody has better gear than you at the start of the next game. It's dead even. So you get a reset and you get to play for free again from the start. So,
all right. Well, before we get started with this next game, let's take a look at some TI memories for Vici Gaming.
就是整个 TI 生涯里面最伤心，或者说最惋惜的一个场景，应该是在
那可能是 TI6，TI6那年我好像在以后面打的 TI 嘛，然后那年小组赛也比较顺利的。
然后我们赢了 A 队以后，我们已经锁定前6了。然后在下一场的胜者组决赛那个比赛中，我们就是那一场比赛对我们来说很关键，我们在那一轮遇到了一级战队。
当时其实我们觉得一级并不是很强，我们挺有信心拿下那场比赛的。
This racetrack, that's going to be Megas. EG going to need a miracle, not a position you want to be in if you're an EG fan right now.
纣王，然后当时场面我记得我们还是挺优的，甚至一度破了别人的3路，已经出了超级兵。
EG might just not have the bodies to do this. Can they get PPD out? He gets a more step away, but no! The extra damage comes down from the Warlock as a fatal bond eliminates him. One side. He almost sides. They're They hold. EG, can they do it? Any kickoff on a court might enable them to still win this game. EG might be able to do this. Genius has been holding. They're holding this defense here again. Did they kill him? He'll take him out. Oh, they revive back in his here. Oh, the throw going down. The throw down.
然后就被超级兵翻盘了嘛，然后就作为史诗一直被大家吐槽吧，就领先特别多，然后被超级兵翻盘了。
TI 上的超级兵翻盘，
因为我跟艾斯艾斯关系也好嘛，然后我就打完特别生气，然后就非常生气的指着他说：“哎，你小狗实在让我太失望了。”
然后直接影响了我们那一把输了以后，直接影响了我们第2把的心态和操作，直接导致我们第2把输的很利落。
As we had just talked about, the mentality of the players will really matter in games that are high stakes like these Vici Gaming, showing that, you know, they were down a first game and it was rough for them to take that loss, but that emotion carried over into game 2 and they lost swiftly. So like you guys mentioned, all 3 of you, they really need to take a step back and reset, regroup for game 2. Now, what are we expecting to see in changes? You said swap out the Omni Knight. Other than that, what do you think Vici Gaming can do for game 2 to really turn it around?
Yeah, I think you tried giving away the mag. It didn't work out. Most likely, you know, this game, you're going to be like, okay, our prepared shot didn't work. I don't think we can deal with this unless they've got first pick now and they can first pick it themselves.
Interesting. Well, I don't know if we're gonna see this Magnus ban. They have 2 bans left. We're currently in the ban. In the ban phase, we see Io and Tiny getting banned out. We are going to go ahead and
But they want to run them over, right?
What do you
we are going to get started with this game. Apologies, sir.
Vici Gaming versus T1 Game 2.
Pretty well, so you might want to just reorder the status without the
Hello and welcome to game number 2 between Vici Gaming and T1. We're the draft panel and we have changed the cost for Effie, Canadian Effie, sorry, apologies. And we have Effie here.
He had some issues, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so we decided that for this draft we should get people who play Dota till 4 a.m. as opposed to studying the team so you can get the best information about the heroes. Jenkins, how do you feel about that statement?
I think you shouldn't put people on blast for a million people.
Right. Well, you know, I'm the host.
If he's Canadian Effie, I'm Jordanian Jenkins.
Oh, look at this. These guys actually behind the scenes are best friends. They spend the whole time outside of the panel holding hands. So, Vici versus T1.
That is
We're
not
gonna-
COVID safe.
That's not true.
And
They socially distance.
Exactly.
Vici Gaming versus T1. What can you tell me about the expectations for Vici Gaming this game? Because they need to win this.
I think the Omni Night was interesting. It was an experiment, and it's likely that that experiment, they've decided that it was a failed experiment. I think it's a 39% win rate guy. And
you mean in Dota buff?
On dota2protracker.com.
Did you know that he has a 0% win rate in TI right now?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. You can purge all of the spells, which is quite an issue. And there's an item that you can buy that chain purges. That's one problem.
Yes, he lost 1 out of 1 game, so absolutely 0%
And those
win rate.
stats are not good.
Yeah, no.
No, but I'm glad that Vici's going back to basics because Weaver is one of the best heroes that they had during groups, was one of their highest win rate heroes. And I don't know why, but during main event, Vici just strayed from their comfort, right? They were first using 11's heroes and they were picking their Weaver whenever they could. And it feels like they tried to be a little bit more experimental, maybe because they thought that they were studied. But I think for this game, they have to just play what they know.
Actually, a little tidbit for you, Effie, about PYW. He was one of the innovators of Weaver support back in the day when he was on Serenity, and that the hero started getting picked up a lot. So that's why he's so comfortable on the hero. It was back, and he's like, this is my TI, which I know you believe, Jenkins, because you have a great belief in Vici.
May I say something?
Okay, sure, other Jenkins.
There was, Jordanian Jenkins, thank you.
Apologies.
But there was a tweet that I remember by Jenkins. He said, I think Weaver is overpowered.
Jenkins, what do you think of that tweet about you?
I was right, and BSJ claimed that tweet immediately, as he does with things. He claims things as his own. He claimed he was North American, all of a sudden claims Europe as his main region.
He did show me a European passport, which he had just taken off some random
He's
person.
biased against everything.
I've
And
heard
so with Weaver, the most annoying thing about this hero, honestly, the Aghanim Shard, that's probably the most busted thing about the hero. You just can't counter it with Ghost Scepter. Invis doesn't counter it because it literally reveals. Yules doesn't take it off. Like, you have to sit there and hit the bug, which now that you have the bug hit talent, you get both the bug hit talent and the minus armor talent. Before, you had to choose between them. So the bugs are just incredibly powerful. And that's...
I know you said before, or you can answer this, Effie, that Swarm is one of the strongest minus armor abilities in the game.
It is.
Absolutely. And with the whole the invis reveal that it does, it's just given it so much more utility as a support, which is what you want. And before, when Weaver was played as a support just for his Aghanims, not the Shard, the Scepter, the issue with that was that it took time to come online, and then if they had some kind of draft that could hyper-focus on him, it would negate a lot of it away. But now that he's not even being played for that, his Vessel or Urn plus Shard timing is really fast. So I consider him a fast hero now.
We've spoken about Lina a lot here. We get comfortable play for Ori, and also a hero that has no bad matchups. Do you believe that, Jenkins? If he likes to say it.
I think that's true. I do think that's true. So I think over the years, mid laners have gotten a lot better at playing in general. I remember speaking with Gunnar about Lina versus TA back when there were like no changes and TA was considered to be like somewhat of a Lina counter, but then just it progressed with no patches so that Lina countered TA. And I remember him telling me something along the lines of like, you buy an extra Fairy Fire, something like that. Like, you literally just need that little bit of extra damage, something like that specific. And I think the mid lane has been optimized to that point. And then on top of that, the runes also really help Lina. Like, she abuses the runes. Worst case scenario, she hits you and just pushes the wave and then farms jungle.
Can I add to that? Because you were actually making the same argument at a point where we were starting to say that Ember Spirit actually beats Monkey in the lane. And you were saying that exact thing, that it was because of the optimization of Ember Spirits and the armor, of course.
Did I say that? That sounds smart. I don't think I said that.
You did, actually. It was in the DI rebroadcast last year when you did with Mundo.
Oh, all right. That's another one of those matchups. I mean, I'm not a mid laner. I'm terrible. But they've figured it out. They've optimized it. I think the big thing with the Ember matchup was that they would push out the first wave with Flame Guard and like take the hits from Monkey King, but you then just choose to push it. And that sounds so simple now, but like back then it wasn't. That like wasn't the thing to do.
Effie, can we look at the T1 draft now? Monkey King Lion. What are the strengths of this opener?
So this opener is incredibly versatile just in the Monkey King pick alone. We've seen it succeed as a carry, and we've seen it succeed as a support, right?
Yeah.
But vision has been so important throughout this tournament in that we've seen Beastmaster, who typically hasn't farmed that well, excel in certain games where vision is the name of the game, right? We've seen Monkey King be able to just by scouting the backlines and choke points or Roche, just give so much control to heroes who like to hit from a distance. So we can see it paired up with something that's kind of long-ranged, like Alina in particular, but things like that. Or maybe a hero like Shaker who needs a setup for some kind of jump. And the Lion, he ticks a lot of boxes, right? He just gives you the hard disable that you don't need to worry about in your draft, but he's also a bit of a deny pick because then you're more concerned about picking the Spirits, who are incredibly popular mid laners.
So now we're seeing Vici Gaming's draft. We have the opener back again to being a safe. The Weaver Lina, very typical Vici draft. How would you follow this up? What is it that they do, Jenkins, as a team?
I think they need some setups done. That's pretty important. Lina, the Yule's build is something you just like never see anymore. So, Monkey King, obviously it's picked on the other side. That's a decent. Okay, that's all right. So you can like have the Elder Titan sitting in a side lane, and then he's obviously going to throw the Spirit out occasionally and maybe try to sleep you. And then like one of these times that you get slept, Lina shows up and kills you. So it's nice to have a few heroes to play around. I remember when Lina was being picked as a 4, some of the best teams would pick it where they would have a mid laner that could set up and then a side laner who could set up too. So they'd have like a DK and then Lifestealer back when he had the slow. And that was how they would combo, where like Lina could go to either lane and get a kill. And now I think the same thing works for the mid lane because you rotate from mid.
But now also just consider all the damage amp that this Lina is going to get. I really hope it's just a core Lina. Like there's no way that it isn't at this point. But Elder Titan, his aura removes armor and it increases magic damage, right? So Lina, a core with mixed damage who does insane physical damage but also magical damage, these kinds of cores like Luna and Lina benefit so greatly from having an Elder Titan on their team. And paired up with Void, this is a tested combination. You just are splitter into Chronosphere and then you throw out your Spirit and it just buffs everything that goes on. It's looking pretty solid in terms of damage output right now.
Minus armor on the Weaver bugs too, and Chrono. That's like nothing to scoff at for sure. Like I really like this Vici draft so far. It seems like easy to execute. There's a lot of combinations that they have. They do damage. They have team fight. Like it really does tick all of the boxes. I hate to repeat.
No, you're right.
It's like all of the boxes are totally ticked.
So they do pick DK, and DK is a durable type of hero who also just provides the tower damage that they didn't have going for them in the draft so far. But the thing is, like, we were talking about all of this damage coming out of Vici. Dragon Knight's going to get shredded. They're not going to have issues dealing with him later on in the game. So now T1 have to play for a bit of a timing where they can kind of push behind this Dragon Knight before he just dies. Because Lina is typically a hero that loves Field Silver Edge too. That's usually her third item after BOTs and BKB. So I'm not sure why they liked this DK so much here, but I guess they really did need to fill that gap. And now they have 4 stuns, which is nothing to scoff at.
That's always good. The more stuns, the easier it is to play.
And very reliable as well, like Hex, Dragon Tail, even Fissure. Echo Slam is one of the few 0 cost point stuns in the game, so it's not hard to be able to stop any initiation.
I think we actually saw T1 playing versus LGD, I believe, and they picked Dragon Knight mid, and it was the only time that we saw Lina lose mid was to Dragon Knight. So maybe that's the thing. It's like this is the only hero that deals with Lina.
There could be an idea here as well, because Elder Titan removes base armor, but that's not how Dragon Knight's armor works.
True. It's added armor.
So it's actually it counteracts ET's armor in that sense.
Yeah. Is DK a call hero though? Is it the kind of hero you'd expect him on? Because it is similar to Doom in a sense.
You know what? This is going to be maybe a stupid prediction, but I feel like Carl might actually go for a Midas, because I remember him doing this at the Animator, and I know that is the last thing that like Dragon Knights, I mean, people aren't even playing Dragon Knight, but that is the last thing that Dragon Knights have been doing prior to this patch. And like Blink Dagger into Midas maybe even, just because like I remember Carl distinctly doing that, and like that is just what T1 loves to do.
So T1 Banner Elsie, and I was actually thinking that would be a pretty nice pick, because when you have 4 stuns, you need some kind of cleanse or something like that, which is what Elsie would have provided. But now that that's not available in the pool, they need some kind of blink initiator on Vici, some kind of follow-up, because typically Void can go in for you, but he works best when there's someone to kind of draw attention to themselves, so he can set up for a good Chronosphere.
Yeah, like a Spirit. If we didn't think this Lina was going mid, I'd say like Ember Spirit or something like that is a bando.
Does Doom work here? Because they let him through, and I know that's one of the Old 11's favorite heroes.
That is one of his favorite heroes.
Oh no,
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster. It's been a while since we've seen Beastmaster for Old 11.
Okay.
This is a good VG draft. I really like this draft.
Okay, why?
There's a lot. I mean, they've got tons of stuns. They've got tons of setup for the Lina. Like if this Lina goes to any of the lanes, you have the Beastmaster Roar to set up for her. You have the Faceless Void Chronosphere to set up both of the supports, amplify Lena's damage. You have the snowball from the Helm Dom creep on Beastmaster. It's like there's so many ways that Vici could win this game.
Yeah, and to add on to that, when we were talking about Monkey King earlier and how his ability to provide vision is so good for a hero like Lina, who just likes to sit far back and hit things, now you have the Hawk to scout out the Monkey King in the trees, and you have Elder Titan Spirit just running around. So not only do they have the superior vision, but they just have the damage to deal with the durability of T1's heroes.
So what does T1 need to, what hole do they need to fill in this last pick?
I could see them picking a Morphling, and I mean, well, okay, I guess against ET, it's not so good. They need something that lanes
Or
decently
Lina.
against, yeah. Phantom Lancer doesn't seem that bad, but then again, you could go for the Axis build on Beastmaster. You're an Agi hero against ET.
And they, a Dawnbreaker.
Okay.
So is this a Monkey King?
Okay, 23 Monkey King. Maybe
Yes.
that's not so crazy.
Yeah, of course, that's what I was assuming.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be a Dawnbreaker
No,
carry.
you thought it was Monkey King carry too, right, Jink?
Yeah, of course. I'm a professional here.
So Dawn adds could actually be incredibly good in this game if Zephyr manages to get it because of the added evasion and the added healing, but it can heal through Chrono and through Roar pretty well. So if that's the idea that they were going for here, some kind of save, but also a strong laner, I think Dawn fits the bill pretty well. I like Vici's draft more though.
So to Effie's point, in case you don't get this, when you deal with Chrono, it being such a strong ultimate, you have two options. Phantom Lancer, for example, that just eludes it or avoids it, or alternatively, you mitigate it. And Dawnbreaker is trying to mitigate the damage in the Chrono, right?
True,
Jenkins?
of course. Yes, of course. Dawnbreaker, very good against Faceless Void. Although you don't stun when you ult into the Chrono, which is a bit annoying.
Yep. Well, we're going to go now with the coach interview. So we have Vici's coach on the sidelines, and Frankie is ready to ask him some questions.
Indeed, we've got Fenrir here and we've got Helen to translate as well. And Fenrir, I have one question for you. How important was it for you to secure Lina for Ori's mid lane this time? And was it also very important to deny Carl from having her?
只有一个问题，对你来说，抢 Ori 的 Lina 有多重要？同时，把对面 Carl 的 Lina 抢了，也会不会很重要？
怎么说呢？可能第一盘他的丽娜确实打得还可以吧，但是主要第一盘失利的问题，我觉得是我们对线犯了比较大的失误吧，跟丽娜没有关系。
Well, how do I say it? I feel like in game one, his Lina was decent. However, I feel like why we lost game one was due to our lanes not going so well. It's not really about the Lina.
But very quickly then, is Ori's Lina better?
所以有个问题 ，Ori 的 Lina 会不会比他的更厉害？
那是肯定的。
That's for sure.
And you know what's for sure? That this game is underway, so we're going to head over to Cinderin and Sunsman right now.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Suns fan with Cinder and Vici Gaming versus T1 Game 2 of the best of three. Vici Gaming, of course, have to win to stay alive. If T1 wins, they face off against... They get the pleasure of facing off against IG, who's the top of their group, coming into the main event. Your thoughts, Cinderin?
I think I really like both drafts this game just in isolation. Like when I look at both strategies, it's very clear what they're trying to go for. You've got the T1 strategy with some good team fight between the Monkey King and Shaker with some reliable setup from Lion and Dragon Knight. Dawnbreaker following up is amazing on all of these stuns like we've talked about before. Basically has 4 good friends in this game that just have stuns that help you get into the fight.
Yeah.
You look over at Vici Gaming's lineup, they have the nutty team fight combo of Void plus Elder Titan. And I think Lina is one of the best mid heroes to play together with Void this patch. You have insane overwhelming damage in the Chronosphere of 2 damage types. You have the position 4 Weaver that's going to probably get a save against these single target stuns from T1. And then Old 11 on a Beastmaster high pressure hero that can get them ahead, get them vision. So really think this will be a closer game than game 1, even though, Vici Gaming kind of pulled it back and made it competitive. I think this one we won't see like a 15k gold lead minute 30 for either team.
Unless Carl... No, I don't think the DK versus Lina matchup, you might end up even if you're really good, but...
I do want to talk about this. It's good that you mentioned this, because we had another game this tournament with this exact matchup where it was Carl's Lina against Nothing to Say on Dragon Knight, and Nothing to Say won the lane. So I think that is the only hero this tournament I have seen Lina lose to a single time in that mid lane in the first 5 minutes. So gotta keep my eyes on this to see if it's a consistent thing or if nothing to say it's just that good.
Might have just been an anomaly, but yeah, we'll have to see after this. I mean, still small sample size with 2 games, but either way. This is something I do want to mention now because I'm just really interested, as you might know, Cinderin. The idea of Dawnbreaker against Faceless Void. Do you go for, like, do you prioritize Ags this game? Because of the evasion, the extra HP regen that you get, you just have to not be chronoed yourself.
Yeah, so this is why Axe on Dawn is so beautiful against Void. Is the problem that you face a lot of the time is when Void uses Chronosphere, if you ulti right away for the save, you end up, your hero physically comes from high up in the sky and falls down. But if there's a Chronosphere there, you get stuck on the top of the Chronosphere and your stun never lands.
Yeah.
So, but if you have Axe, the channel time is so long, you can just sustain it through the entire chrono,
right,
effectively giving, like you said, the 60% evasion and the healing. So yeah, absolutely. I think it would be an awesome choice this game. It would also kind of force both Ori as well as Poyoyo to get MKBs if they want to even kill on the chrono. So yeah, I think from my perspective, Sepher should actually rush it. He shouldn't get a mech this game. It's just straight Ags. It's
Really?
that good, yeah.
First item,
I would
Ags.
love to see it.
Wow.
Optional Locket, maybe, but
Okay.
yeah, I think the Aghanims is just that good here.
Very cool. As we see Carl versus Ori, as we already talked about, pretty even. I mean, 6 denies, though, for Ori. That's going to give him the level advantage for now, but to be expected between this particular matchup. Old 11's going to be playing the Beastmaster this time. I haven't gotten to see a ton of Beastmaster on him this tournament. It feels like that hero has tapered off a bit with the nerfs Helm of the Dawn, well, Helm of the Overlord specifically. What are your thoughts on this choice this time around?
I think it's good. It fits well with their lineup, like the panel was talking about. Getting the vision advantage for your heroes is extremely powerful. And as far as Old 11 goes, he can sometimes be a feast or famine kind of player. I think this is the kind of hero that Old 11 can take charge on and get a lot of stuff done, push towers, initiate fights for his team. His Mars in the last game was given, dealt, I think, a pretty bad hand. Like, it was a hard lane. I was playing against Razor, and overall, their lanes just went horribly. So this is a different approach, and I think it's going to work very well here.
Whitemon is going to get the Swarm applied to him, but the Earth Spike with the Hex and the Dust, PYW looks like he'll live. That takes heavy punish just for existing as a disgusting bug. Sorry, I just really hate bugs. So LSA is going to connect with the Carl. Ori. And once the rotations come, if Carl is still at this low HP, that's going to end up being an easy kill.
Okay,
but
nothing to say. It's just that good. Confirmed.
Yeah, I think so.
Ori is very far ahead of Carl this game.
It's not as bad as last game, though. The reverse is PYW gets caught off by that Fissure. Cuckoo, a nice enchant totem. Trying to turn this around, but it looks like, one more right click will do it, but they can't reach him. Poyoyo will turn his sights to Whitemon instead. Swarm comes through, is going to connect on Whitemon, and he's going to tick down to those Beetles. As Cuckoo just barely survived as well. So first blood goes the way of Vici Gaming this time.
Could you imagine that? What a way to go out. You've been to hell and back, and you didn't die there, and then you get killed by a little scarab.
Yeah.
Those scarabs have to be really nasty. That is...
Have you seen The Mummy? Why am I asking you anything? Carl getting chased by DY.
You fought and died.
We'll be fine, though. And it's just one of these mid heroes I find interesting because a lot of these players that play mid are very mechanically skilled, and DK is like, you blink, you get a blink dagger, you blink, you initiate. You're almost like an offlaner where you just get kind of expedited levels.
Really, really high pressure here mid from Ori again. Carl will sustain, but will struggle to even use his soul ring to use mana right now without dying, and just keep getting, keeps laying into him there.
Living on the edge right now, which you kind of have to do if you want to get this XP. You can see Ori, another LSA connects, and he's about to hit level 6 here in a couple.
11 is in trouble top as well. This is a
lane. 23 Savage has the Jingu.
Pretty tough position to be in.
The favorable trade.
Ooh,
Starbreaker not going to
though.
fully connect. 23 Savage and company just forcing them out of lane at the very least. Swarm
bottom lane.
again in
That's
the
an
bot
insane
lane.
time
Poyoyo gets the
dilation.
bash. Cuckoo continue to get chased and harassed by PYW. They're going to jump in with one more time walk, and the right click from PYW is enough to secure yet another kill for Vici Gaming.
Dilation is so good against Shaker in lane. He will always need to use Enchant Totem to farm, and that means if he has used the Fissure and you dilate after, you have such a long time where you can just run him down and make very quick work of him there with these two heroes. You know, this is a Faceless Void Weaver lane. It's not exactly a traditional lane, but they are winning this bottom lane as well. So this time around, Vici Gaming, totally different situation. And as we talked about, if they just don't get crushed like last
Carl.
time, maybe they'll be fine. Oh, well,
That's
there's
Dragon Slave.
Oh,
Oh, 50-50, Cinderin. Eternal Envy would be proud. Ori is going to spot out Zephyr now as the hammer will come back from whence it came. Looks like Whitemon takes a tumble in the bot lane, though. As Ori looks to be fine. Still has Laguna Blade to work with, but no mana to speak of. Was not able to secure the rune this time around. But a lot of pressure to this tower. I mean, 3 heroes here with the catapult as well.
And let's see how Carl does when he's playing from behind. I feel like it's been a while since that's been the case, that Carl lost his lane this hard. Even in the game when he was Lina against Nothing to Say's Dragon Knight, I think Carl was still having better conditions than this. And Dragon Knight, in my experience, doesn't perform very well from behind like this. Like, you really need some key stuff. You need boots. You need arguably upgraded boots into Dagger.
Chronosphere in the bot lane with the swarm from PYW. Cuckoo looks to be super dead. The question is who's going to get credit? It is the Beetle.
Yeah, he's going to get earn charges as well here, so going to drop one on Puyo immediately too.
Oh, 23 Savage. Ori's in the vicinity. Oh, all right. Preemptive jump here from 23 Savage. Good instincts. Gets salved.
He's still not safe, though. Okay, now he is. Ori's showing.
Well, they're going to push with Beastmaster Hawk giving some vision here. Catapult doing some damage as well, but it looks like it'll be mitigated here.
They have no glyph. So they can't keep it alive until the wave connects. And they will respect the potential play of T1 there.
Yeah, Carl just trying to catch up. I mean, that's the one good thing about this rotation from T1's perspective is Lina wastes a little bit of time in that top lane, which means Carl can apply some pressure to the tier 1 tower, which is obviously Dragon Knight's prerogative as a hero in general. Puyo in the bot lane, 38 and 12 for CS. And you can see 23 Savage just a little bit ahead with 42 and 11 in the top lane. Oh, Echo Stomp will connect onto Carl. It's going to set up the LSA, but a nice counter stun from Whitemon. Going to try to turn this around as Carl gets some save from Zephyr. Gets off the Starbreaker. That's a big kill onto Ori. T1 finally on the board for game number 2.
Yeah, they brought a lot of heroes to ensure this kill, but it's big. And Carl loves to get that help, and it allows him to also start laying into the mid-tier 1 tower a little bit here. He needs to push out this wave ASAP if he wants to get more attacks in. Is working on it with the Breathe Fire. And I think we'll be able to at least get one more swing in here before Lina comes back, so there'll be another nice amount of damage here with that Corrosive Breath.
Good ability.
Yep. It's very strong.
And it scales with each level in the ultimate, Cinderin. Trivia for people that have never played Dota before. 23 Savage, it's not on the same level as your trivia.
Nothing is, though.
That's true. Zephyr trying to stop this push in the top lane. We see a TP coming. There's the Boundless Strike. Starbreaker does connect successfully into the Echo Slam. Ori's dead again. And now the Earth Spike to follow as T1. Great defense in the top lane. And this is 2 early deaths now on Ori, despite getting off to a really good start.
Excellent spell casting. He used the Boundless Strike. Okay, that was not excellent spell casting. Zephyr throwing a hammer to knock him out of the tree.
It happens.
That was on purpose. He was just griefing him before going back to base. Even on TI main stage, you know, at least what Jerax used to do was to ask before he griefed. Zephyr just does it, but yeah, great defense. They get the Boundless Strike into the Starbreaker, and that allows for them to just barely connect with the Echo Slam. So very well done by T1 and on just delaying their stuns perfectly to get that kill. Shannon, we're 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
It's time for trivia.
Okay.
What is the square root of the sum of the cooldown of Roshan's abilities?
All right, that's a stupid question. Next.
It's a whole number.
Say it again.
It's the square root of the total cooldown of Roshan's abilities.
I don't know. 2.
That is very,
4,
very bad.
8, 12.
They're dying! Cast the fight!
Carl! Looks like there's going to be a trade. Cinderin is trying to sabotage this cast. As you can see, the faceless boy dies. What is wrong with you? This is TI10 main stage, for God's sake.
Yeah, we get to have a good time, though. That's important.
That's true. No, I agree.
The correct answer is 5.
That's the least interesting one. You know what? You're banned for 10 minutes from another trivia. That was terrible.
That's pretty good. I would have probably waited 10 minutes anyway.
Okay.
I'll take it.
But that's a pretty big kill. Yeah, Puyo.
They traded a support for getting the Void, so now both big cores on the Radiant side have died. Lina twice, Void once.
And neither of which have a kill, actually, which is actually more surprising on Ori, with only 1 assist. So taking part only 1 kill overall this game. Whitemon, oh, he's going to run into a lot of heroes, but looks like he is more than fine. He's ever going to chase them out here. Starbreaker actually does connect with the finger of death from Whitemon. All right.
Oh, it's such a satisfying spell.
I mean, getting a kill in general is satisfying, so if there's flashy particles and a nice
It's just
sound
something about Finger of Death.
You say that about every spell.
No, I don't. I say it about Finger of Death.
You said it last game about something else. It was Boundless
That was
Strike.
Boundless Strike with Jingu. I mean, you can't argue against it.
I'm not
That is
arguing.
really
I'm just saying.
You know, it's also
You're an
really
easy man to
satisfying.
please.
Trivia in 10 minutes.
Oh, boy.
But not yet.
Down. Carl doing more damage with that Corrosive Breath, which will
All right.
cause
Gets denied.
Ryoya to deny the mid tower.
So at the very least for Vici Gaming, they denied that. But again, given Carl's start, getting this mid tower minute at 11:30 is honestly pretty good. You know, he was pressured a lot, lost the lane to Lina, they ganked as well. But Carl still hasn't died in this lane. Has found his own fortune. Okay, Illusion Rune will go the way of the Dragon Knight. Also keep in mind these illusions also have Corrosive Breath, so if Carl wants to, he can kind of do a little bit of a rotation move here. I believe at least they have the full Corrosive Breath, so he could send them to...
I actually don't remember. Do they
Second
stay in dragon form when he turns back?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yeah, that's the reason you're not
Terrorblade
sure
is
is
the one that's
Terrorblade, but that's because his is an aura.
Yeah.
So they should stay in Dragon Form full duration.
Yeah.
And I do believe I just saw that. Okay, they don't turn Dragon.
Trivia: do they turn back to human or not?
I could promise you they used to.
Yeah,
they
well,
are.
You're a freaking boomer.
They're still in Dragon Form. It's
What?
just visual. They're attacking.
Oh,
from
you're
No,
right.
go to Dragon Knight.
Okay. Damn it.
I told
Well,
you.
technically, I'm right. They are human form. They're just attacking in range form now. So we're kind of both. I mean, technically, I am the right one here, Syndrin. So human form in visual aspect only.
I don't really want to give you this one. I don't feel like you're right.
All right, Echo Stomp. Oh, all right. Mischief not able to dodge that. But it's not going to turn into any fight yet. So Vici Gaming, they have some crazy team fight. Haven't really talked about this much, but the Chronosphere into the Earth Splitter as Cuckoo jumps in with that Blink Dagger and Enchant Totem. Here comes Zephyr as well. Starbreaker should cancel that Echo Stomp. That ends up being a freebie for T1. But yeah, a lot of setup, or not a lot of setup, but a lot of chrono damage once that's placed. And then once Weaver, Mr. PYW, I would assume goes for Ags next. If he's on the outside, you can... I mean, there's just so many options for Vici going forward. I really like their lineup.
It's pretty crazy, by the way. Carl is second on net worth now.
He's made a comeback.
Fully recovered, yeah. It's
I mean, part of it
very
is because of
impressive.
the deaths on Lina have set her back a bit.
For sure. And the big breadwinner currently is, of course, 23 Savage on the Monkey King. No big surprise there. It's a good lane for him against the double melee hero. Weaver,
Swarm onto
PYW.
Zephyr. 23 Savage is in the area, though, so looks to be fine. As Poyoyo on the Faceless Void has the Orb of Corrosion, excuse me.
Yeah, the
going
other item
for
doesn't
the
exist
Midas.
anymore.
Yeah, Orb of Destruction was deleted, in fact.
PYW.
PYW might be in some trouble.
He got
Sentry
dusted.
is for the other side. Up, the time lapse, but right back into the arms of T1. So another finger charge for Whitemon. Is Earthsplitter actually coming in? He's going to connect on Cuckoo, trying to kill this annoying Wild Wing Ripper before his untimely death, I would assume. But 23 Savage has other plans. He gets off his oak with the Boundless Strike. Roar is there to keep them at bay, though. But it's going to be a second kill in favor of T1. And despite having that Roar, looks like this is going to be the death of Beastmaster as well. But here comes Poyoyo. He gets a big Chronosphere. Not that much follow-up, though. They're going to find one kill onto the Earthshaker. It's Ori being pursued by the Monkey. 23 Savage has the Boundless Strike, connects Whitemon in the vicinity. This is going to be another kill onto Ori. Just such a rough game for him after that really good start.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get to why I'm laughing so hard right now. Let's see if he gets out.
Carl looks
No
fine.
dash.
All right, tell me why you're laughing, Cinder.
All right, so Carl blinks in for the follow-up when they're on the Lina, and he shoots his Breathe Fire like 500 range away. Misses it completely and plays the sets wrong.
Nice. Well, at least it's a good effort, though. That's
Yeah,
important.
and he is clearly having a laugh at it. Unfortunately for them, it didn't really matter, but that was funny. Oh my goodness. Well, it does happen. Misclicks happen even at the highest level, so it's a good thing that he can just laugh it off and continue on with the game. But yeah, another good overall sequence here for T1. And I was gonna say, Weaver with this Vessel, you would imagine that, you know, depending on when you get this item, it can have like varying degrees of importance, right? You're playing against both Dawnbreaker, Monkey King, and Dragon Knight, and you got it early on your Weaver, so you really want PYW to be involved in kills. It helps so much until they start getting the BKBs on DK and Monkey. Unfortunately for him, though, he was the start of that fight. He got killed first as, they found out DY.
Yep.
He is toast.
Tons of stuns. Disabled for an eternity, so another death for DY. So T1 kind of withstanding the, I want to say, the very early laning stage and have bounced back to a very high degree now. As 23 Savage is top of the net worth, as we see a replay. This is what you were talking about?
Showing us Carl. I like that in this highlight, we're all just looking for the
Let me see this
fail.
breathe fire. There he is. And all right.
It happens.
I mean, if you make an SFM on this and just change the angle, it ends up looking really epic, I'm sure.
Yeah. Make sure you play the sad trombone in your video, though.
True.
It happens. All right, next move. I think it's time for Ichi Gaming soon to get something done here. 30 seconds on Chronosphere cooldown.
You were right. Zephyr is going for the Aghanim Scepter straight
away
up.
Nice.
He's halfway there already.
It's a great choice in this game.
I mean, the cool thing about this hero is the support. I mean, we've talked about the lane pushing and all of that, but the fact that she can actually farm without really needing much, just the hammer alone, allows you to take out waves. And very tanky to boot. PYW. Looks like he's, is he actually
Carl
working on
connecting
Axe
top
himself?
here.
Yeah.
They're looking for another kill on PYW. They might get it with Dragon Tail.
Yep, Dragon Tail initiation. Zephyr with the Starbreaker. They put vision down a little bit late, so PYW is going to take a brief fire in the trees, but won't be pursued any further. Yep. Carl's going to get roared. Laguna Blade to follow, but here comes the Solar Guardian. That's going to heal him up to a decent amount. Or he just can't finish the kill quite yet. Carl getting pursued by PYW. One more right click should do it. Fine. No, he's in. The Chronosphere comes out, actually catches his teammate. Earth Splitter to follow. Whitemon is dead. Up onto basically everybody here, but 2 dead already for Vici Gaming. So advantage for T1. 23 Savage gets off the Wukong's command, trying to pursue a little bit further. They're going to find yet another kill. How has T1 stayed alive with everybody? And now trying to go for Puyoyo. Do they have the setup? Boundless Strike to start, the Time Walk to safety. I actually cannot believe Carl lived. That was
got
insane.
a stat for damage taken in that fight for Dragon Knight. That was crazy. He took so much damage for his team, and they don't get the kill. The thing is, not but you know, he baits Weaver in, doesn't find the kill. Then he baits Elder Titan in, doesn't find the kill, and Vici Gaming just end up spending the entire time just desperately trying to at least get the kill they wanted to begin with. And Solar Guardian coming in clutch there for sure.
Yeah, that
Zephyr changed everything.
And imagine when that gets buffed.
And imagine if they have one vessel charge. That's what I mean, right?
True.
They just don't have it for that kill on PYW, so they don't get it. And it snowballs the whole fight. With one vessel charge there, he gets a kill, gets another charge. They can go on to the next hero and keep that fight going. But yeah, I'm just not able to. T1 clutch with the saves.
So T1 rocking a 2K net worth lead. Not quite as big of a lead as you would think, considering the 14-6 kill advantage right now. And of course, Puyoyo, we brought this up, but has had that Hannah Midas for a while, so we'll see if that ends up paying dividends. Still working on the BKB, though.
Yeah.
About 800 away from finishing that bad boy.
Has found a Quicksilver Amulet. Nice item on Void. You get that quick swing timer for an early bash, which helps you get bash ready again faster.
Double BKB just picked up by T1. So
that's big.
2 cores now.
And it's
Able to
close on
withstand a
Dragon
lot.
Knight too. Only 600 to go for him as well. 700, pardon me.
Dire are scanning.
Took your math class last week.
Radiant structures
Didn't help.
You're making fun of the American education system as Laguna Blade going to be used to destroy Zephyr, who, again, still, I mean, they're going to actually, once they get these 3 BKBs up, they're only 800 away from that Ags on Dawnbreaker. That feels like a very big power spike.
It is a really big item in this game for sure. All right, Roche is opened up here for Vici Gaming with 25 seconds on Dawn. They do have Swarm level 4, which is really, really good for killing Roche. PYW is just going to tank Roche so the bug doesn't. in comes Poyoyo. So
T1 though,
are aware.
They have Echo. Oh my god, this would be disgusting. Echo Slam.
Right. Breaks.
Yep, Cuckoo in the vicinity. His blink gets canceled, but there's Carl with the initiation to start things out. Gets the Dragon Tail off. Is that in? Is somebody equipping that item right now?
They took it off.
The passive aura. I have no idea.
Give me your best.
Ring of Basilius aura. That's what I'm calling.
Aquila aura.
Oh my god, that was actually not that bad. Not that far away. I get half a point for that?
No.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, you got aura right, but it's an aura, so I don't know if that counts.
That's half, technically.
It's like
You know
saying,
how you
what
feel
kind
about
of ice
technically?
cream is this? And then you say licorice ice cream, but it was orange ice cream. And you're like, I was close. I got ice cream right. I mean, come on. Of course, it's ice cream.
It's still true, though. Carl. Oh, we got
Echo.
the Echo Slam come out with the BKB's activate. Can they blow up? Faceless Void, absolutely. Earth Splitter does a little bit of damage there, but a big kill on Poyoyo by 23 Savage, who's still top of the net worth right now.
Very swift kill. And of course, they do find the core on VG Gaming that does not have the Aegis in that void. So would not have gone for that play onto Aura with Shaker, I'm sure. They do find Poyoyo, so very nice here. Gonna delay that timing of the Aegis. There's still 3 minutes 20 left for VG Gaming to try to use this Aegis to get mid-tier 1. I still think that's what you really want to try to grab with this, but unfortunately for VG Gaming, struggling a little bit to get in, right? Like, that's the problem. There's no dagger on Old 11. Your catch is pretty limited without it. Void can commit a time walk into Chrono attempt.
But they have the
Always
Helm of the
risky.
Overlord Center.
They
Old
do.
11, he's
They
got
have a
the big,
dragon.
juicy Golem. No, it's the Golem. There's no
Next to
dragon.
have a dragon.
Now it's a Golem.
It died.
Yeah, this guy uppercuts like none other in the game. One of the best animations, in fact. Absolutely love this guy. As we see.
Wonder if his eyes glow in the dark.
That's a very random
They
question.
probably do, actually.
Okay, good to know.
Trivia.
Ori has the invisibility rune here. 23 Savage in the area with Wukong's command available, but of course they don't have Echo Slam, so this will be a little bit of difficult to hold. But 23 Savage does use the Wukong's command, gets roared inside his BKB form. But you can see Kuko and company just focusing on Ori. That is the Aegis down. DYW looking for a potential Echo Stomp here, but there's a jump in, a quick BKB by Ori, trying to turn it around. Laguna Blade takes off the head of Lion as Carl now trying to retreat, but there is the Chronosphere and the counteract from that Solar Guardian. I believe that is the Echo Slam Solar Guardian Center, or the Agnem Center, I should say. The evasion comes through as 23 Savage getting pursued now, completely surrounded. It's going to end up being an easy kill, surprisingly enough for Vici, as they continue to try to take T1 out. Echo Stomp onto 2. Now onto the high ground, they will attempt this as that Ogre is still beating the crap out of a dragon.
Hey, it's a golem.
What did I say?
Ogre.
Ogre Golem.
I'll give it. It's
Yeah, it is.
let's say
That's
it.
true. That's true.
Crazy fight. Like, what's really important in this for Vici Gaming is two things. First of all, the amount of spells that T1 need to use to get the Aegis in the first place. They use Monkey King's ult, which ends up expiring. So they just run out of damage on T1. They really need this Wukong's command to continue that fight. Echo Slam was not available, I think, for Kuko, or at least didn't find a good one. And they were hoping to instantly hex Ori out of the Aegis. He popped BKB faster than they could hex.
Yeah.
Lion dies instantly. You have a Dragon Knight out of position who's trying to Dragon Tail the Lina, so effectively you just put yourselves in a really bad position when your spells were down. And in hindsight, it's easy for us to say, just take your Aegis kill, be happy with it, back off and lose the tower. But that was not going to work with the way T1 set that up, and they got punished for it pretty hard.
And keep in mind, they didn't have the Echo Slam still, so just came back off cooldown as they used it earlier to get a kill prior to that. But you can see the confidence from T1, not having a big ultimate like that, still feeling like they can take them out, but the quick fingers from Ori.
Of Solar Guardian in that fight, by the way. He used it on the Chrono Dragon Knight, who took no damage from Void.
Yep.
He was actually healing while Dragon Knight, or while Void was attacking him. Just nothing coming out from Poyoyo onto that DK. So if things are set up a little bit T1, you're going to see that Solar Guardian play a really big role.
Top of the net worth, though, after dying a couple times, Cinderin, Ori doing very well now. His score doesn't look that great, 3-4-3, but considering he started at 0-2 and 1,
yep,
has definitely bounced back, going for the MKB, which
big
well,
item
he went Crystallis first, so I'd assume as a Shadow Blade or the Silver Edge was planned, but switching it up now.
Yeah, he has to solve this Solar Guardian problem, as we talked about. Both Lina and Void will likely be going that route, and they do indeed. Void is going to finish Sanj and Yasha, and then he's got it planned as well here, Poyo. So, you know, you can look at this from two perspectives. You can say glass half full or glass half empty. It's like, yeah, when they both get MKBs, how good is my Ags? But the other way of looking at it is, wow, I made 2 cores by MKB, right?
Yeah.
So
But
I feel like
it's not
that's
like
worth the
MKB is-
4,200 gold.
It's not like it's bad.
It's not a bad item, but it's not what they want, right? It's not the standard build that these 2 heroes will go for. They're doing it out of necessity here, not because they really want to.
Right.
So you force their hand with 1 support item, which is pretty nice for T1.
Vici Gaming sporting the 3K net worth lead. Now this game is super close. And again, just to reiterate the implications, if Vici loses this, they are out. And if T1 wins, IG is
They
their
are
next
not out.
opponent. That is technically correct, Cinder. Thank you.
And what do we say to that? Technically correct is?
The best kind of correct.
Thank you, Chan. You've been paying attention. That's very nice.
I feel like you're a puppet.
I asked you earlier today, and you said terrible. And I
Yeah,
was like,
because I'm sick of interacting with you. I'm just sick of your shits. And
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Zephyr in the trees. He's being spotted out right now. Old 11. I mean, they're just trying to ensure that they will find this kill. They have to expend the roar, but it's going to be an easy one.
Yep. No problemo here.
It's like, hey, Poyo, would you like a kill by any chance?
Don't mind if I do. And yeah, the Roar is a relatively low commitment spell, right? It's 80-second cooldown on level 2 here for Old 11. So they just want to use that whenever they can to get a pick. And this is a very reliable place to find Dawn, by the way. Like we talked about the last couple of Dawnbreaker games with Cass, this hero will often gravitate to the top area on Dire to just push out that lane while the team plays together as 4. And then you want to connect with them with Solar Guardian. So Old 11 can keep sending Hawks up here in the tree line and has a very high chance of finding that Dawn. PYW with the Axe completed has found a Psychic Headband as well, so good cast range.
Yeah, that's
on
fortunate
that. So
for him.
it's 700 instead of 600.
Yeah, so time lapse can be used on allies with a very low cooldown of, I believe, 20 seconds. The extra cast range now to follow. So this is, I mean, I feel like we talked this item up so much, and then in the games, at least the ones we've cast, it has been basically a non-factor. But theoretically speaking, it is super strong.
I feel like even in the games we had one game where the LGD found this amazing chrono with Ami, right? Where Weaver couldn't reach.
Yeah.
But in the Secret versus, who was it? In the
Yeah,
group,
there was one-
Secret
there was one
Elephant, that marathon game where the Weaver Axe did so much work for Elephant. They did lose though, but it was super impactful in that game for sure. PYW hiding off to the side here. If 23 Savage were to get eyes on him, this could be trouble, but he's going to TP out with Kikuchi.
Yes, 23 Savage just continuing to farm up. So any items of note, Cinderin, that we should be looking forward to? I mean, Old 11, we already talked about the Helmet of the Overlord and the Blink Dagger, of course. Looks like Refresher. It's, I mean,
He can
not a huge
barely
surprise.
support that with his mana, to be honest, but it might just work out.
That's true. Oh, we got the
Back
Dragon
off.
Tail to start things out on the PYW. Do the burst damage indeed. PYW with another
pick.
death to his name and another
that
charge
is the
for
hero you want to
Finger.
find as T1, because anyone else could get saved by Weaver at any point. And your single target burst on T1 can kill one hero one time. That's basically the limit, right? You have Finger of Death, Dragon Tail, Boundless Strike, and maybe a Fissure. If the target gets time lapse, you can't do it all over again with the lineup that you have. So very important, if possible, to get on top of that Weaver.
Called double damage bottom.
Yeah. Ori is
Oh, the
dancing his
hex from
chances.
Whitemon. He's actually going to leave him for 23 Savage, and that is another death now for Ori. Very
Oh,
unfortunate. It's Cuckoo.
So cocky.
Echo Slam BKB.
I mean, from our perspective, obviously this looks crazy, right? He doesn't have the exact vision that would allow him. I mean, okay, let's take a look down there again, right? So they do have an Observer Ward in the Radiant,
Yeah.
but they only have the one that oversees the river, not the enemy side of the river. So Ori just how to say, he gets a false feeling of safety there from the ward. If he didn't have the ward, I don't think he would have gone for the rune.
Right.
So the ward actually working against him here and giving him that safety feeling that wasn't there. And T1 punished very quickly with the Blink Lion, get a huge kill on
This is still scary. I mean, 30 seconds death timer for Lina, but you're going against Chronosphere, you're going against Elder Titan, quite possibly top 3 Roche defenders in the game.
Yeah. And you're going against Void ET, and they're going to give up.
I just said that.
Yeah.
Yep, they're against Void ET.
You didn't say they gave up.
Okay, true. Old 11 just biding his time here. Can obviously gain so much vision with these Hawks. He does have the Shard as well, by the way, which reduces the cooldown of the Hawk and gives you the... What is the actual ability called?
Dive Bomb.
Dive Bomb for the suicide mission for those Hawks.
That is an awesome skill name.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot.
Yep, good. I agree. As we now have a smoke from Vici. Looks like Carl did finish his AC, so very, very tanky.
Okay. Or he just walks into the pit and looks around the pit and walks
like,
out.
Nobody here.
It's like he saw Roshan for the first time. Nope.
Yeah. Both teams very cautious right now for good reason. This game, obviously, a fairly big deal. Echoes from afar, Poyoyo. He's going to get Dragon Tail to start things out, but Carl looks like he might be regretting his decision, just waddling away right now. Time dilation on top of him. Has to pop his ult along with the BKB, trying to turn this around onto the Void. They get him to about half HP, but doesn't look like they can actually finish off Poyoyo.
They're worried about committing because they don't see PYW, so they don't want to throw spells into the air and get no value. They need some insane burst catch there to kill him before the Weaver can react, and they don't have it.
I like this. They need to fight now. They've already popped the Dragon Form and his BKB.
Elder Titan is going to see them, though. Astral Spirit, if he is paying attention, gets the feedback there.
Ori showing himself. Oh, the initial. Oh, they actually missed the stun there from Cuckoo. And he'll have to hightail away here. 23 Savage does get off his ult with the Boundless Strike as well. Poyoyo pops his BKB. They're going to blow up the Lion, and Cuckoo's dead next. That means T1 likely will try to fall back, but that is the buyback now from Cuckoo. 23 Savage on the trees. He gets roared mid-leap. They're going to see him. They're going to drop that tree, and down goes the Monkey King.
Huge fight for Vici. They find 3 kills, and one of them buys back, and on a core, they're the Shaker. And if T1 want any chance of holding this Roche, they're going to need more of those buybacks. They can't hold that with these 3. There's not enough damage between them.
Yeah.
Unless all 5 of Vici Gaming's heroes go together in a huddle and get Echo Slammed, you're not winning this fight, and Vici Gaming will not do that.
So this is Roche number 2, Vici Gaming. Going to get the Aegis likely on Ori. Poyoyo, I would assume, takes the Shard. And he does indeed. So that's going to give him the extra cast range on Time Walk and the reverse Time Walk, which looks funny, but is actually not bad for baiting spells.
It's a very good way of getting vision. I think that's the most underappreciated part of the spell, is that you can jump and gather information and jump out.
It is a little bit hairy against the Lion, though.
Yeah, it can be tricky for sure. But against most lineups, you will be able to jump in, get a little bit of intel, jump out, and maybe that sets up your team for success. Maybe you break a smoke, maybe you bait a spell, like you said. There's a lot of upsides to this.
Vici Gaming taking control of the outpost now, and you can see in terms of the tower pressure, they have top basically down. The tier 1 and tier 2, so the tier 2 mid will likely be their next choice. But bottom lane, the tier 1 is still there. So see what they want with this Aegis. If they attempt to go high ground, again, with a Weaver, with that Axe, I feel like going high ground is not that risky, depending on what T1 can try to do to counteract that.
That's true. You could put as long as Lina has vision, which you can give her perhaps with a Hawk from an angle, she can just hit the tower from the low end even.
Oh, they have vision here. They know that. Oh, actually,
Carl.
that's T1's vision.
Carl
He's going to be spotted. Yep, that's no Blink Dagger for you. Poyoyo jumps in. Laguna Blade. Goodbye, Carl. And even if he bought back, he will not have Dragon Form for quite a while.
True. Earth Splitter for the fireworks as well. They didn't want to give him any chance there. DY, they throw everything at him, and, well, most of it sticks. The only thing that doesn't stick was the one that was too late. So nice kill for them, and that's going to be at least tier 1. I don't think tier 2 is possible. Obviously, the wave bottom Zephyr has done a great job pushing that all the way into the enemy tier 2. But honestly, what Vici Gaming could do here is go high ground mid.
I thought they would do that. Yeah.
They can definitely do that now. 3 minutes on Lina's Aegis. You know there's no DK. Force that buyback and go with it that way. They're gonna cut this wave first though. Still have enough time. They're gonna just try to backdoor the tower. Okay. Well, DD and Lina will do that with Beastmaster Aura.
Can they?
There is Glyph if they want to, but they're probably going to save that for high ground, you imagine. Yep, they're going to give it up.
Oh, no.
They're not.
So it's going to regen a bit as a result, and Vici Gaming is going to regen, wondering whether there's going to be a hold here or not, but as we can see, that is not going to happen.
We can watch this tower regen for another 10 seconds if we want. It's going to take a while to heal up to full. But... Oh, they're going back
even longer now to heal up.
Okay,
as,
they can do it without the DD.
I mean, imagine uppercutting a building. That he can uppercut a building is impressive.
Yeah.
This granite golem.
Very big boy.
Big boy indeed. All right, we got the Scotty online for 23 Savage, but Poyoyo has one of his own, which against this lineup, against Dawnbreaker, Monkey King, and Dragon Knight, extremely good for the counter regen. Carl jumps in, has his ult activated as well. They will go. The time lapse again, saving Ori, but he's going to get bursted down very slowly. The Aegis goes down despite using the BKB. Chronosphere on top of 2. Solar Guardian, you can see how much Cuckoo is healing, but the Laguna Blade just rips right through him. No buyback on the Earthshaker. It's a 5v4 just like that.
Splitter.
Yep, we got the Earth Splitter coming out. Trying to apply this pressure to Zephyr right now. A nice Starbreaker, but Poyoyo should be able to finish him off as most of T1 just hightailing back to base. Carl gets taken out. No Dragon Form for you. And Vici Gaming look primed and ready to force a game number 3, Cinderin.
23 Savage having a bit of an identity crisis, saying, I'm not scared, bro, I'm Cuckoo. No, sir, Cuckoo is your teammate on Earthshaker who died before you, trying to find a kill on a Weaver.
Yeah, GG's going to be called.
Yeah.
It is.
Nice game for Vici Gaming.
I mean, they had to kill Cuckoo several times over, but they did so regardless. And T1 now potentially, I mean, they're both on the brink of elimination, technically speaking, Cinderin.
Loving the adjustments from Vici Gaming this game. I really think they got a much better game. The key part for me, even though Ori got ganked a bit, again, the tables were turned in the game from the get-go, right? He's winning his lane. He's forcing the rotations onto him from the enemy team, and it just opens up for both the Beastmaster to maybe get a better game than you could have expected, especially both Faceless Void and Weaver crushing the bottom lane as well. As a result of that, they just end up getting so many victories across the map. And that really, to me, is one of the key parts. And Vici Gaming's lineup, just both drafts are great. But ultimately, Vici Gaming come out ahead with that awesome team fight. And of course, the Weaver save to close it out in the end. But yeah, what a nice game. Honestly, feels like game 3 is anyone's game. These two teams are very evenly matched. This game was close a lot of the way. So
that's right, Cinderin. Very well said. My goodness, you are such a good analyst. I'm so lucky to be right next to you right now. But game number 2 is over. So let's see what the panel has to say about this as we head to a game 3 very soon.
Vici Gaming has taken game number 2, forcing us to have a game 3. And one of the things that both Cinderin and Sunsfan were saying was that Vici Gaming really shaped up that in this last game, and they had a lot of control. So tell me what they did. How did they shape up AUI?
I think what's a control on top of having the heroes to. I mean, it's not like they pushed the tempo, but Insane, you help me because I completely blanked.
Dude,
out
I'll tell
there.
you what
I'm
it
sorry.
is. It's on my boyo-yo, po-yo-yo. That Faceless Void itemization was top tier. I think him going for a more tanky-oriented build was probably the solution because I think generally if there's a Lina in the backlines, then you don't need to worry about damage yourself. You just need to worry about the initiation. You just need to worry about surviving Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian. And so he was able to pull that off. Lina was chucking the fireballs in. It was a good 1-2 punch from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, I feel like for me, these two teams, what I learned from watching Game 2 is I feel like neither of them really have a good way of shutting each other down. And I think when you have the heroes that are enabled by that in the early game, which I feel like Vici had more of this game, their heroes scaled nicely against T1s. The team that is going to get that condition on their side is favored. And that's what I feel like this Game 2 was.
To be honest, I know Carl, like I was looking it up, his most played hero in competitive is actually DK. But I don't think it suits what T1 want to do this patch. Like when I think of Carl in this tournament so far, he's had some Lina getting Omega Farmhouse, some Doom with Midas. When I play pubs with him, he'll go Midas on Queen of Pain and scale like a monster. Like if they look at their matchup versus Vici, I think they should go for what's already sort of the style and sort of commit to it.
Yeah, I mean, I assume if we can see it here on the panel, they'll figure it out too, right? You've had 2 games now. You got to see the outcome of these different types of games, and then for game 3, I would imagine it's going to be a scale war. Who can scale up the hardest? Who can get the timings? Who can get the matchups? And then, because I feel like once the teams hit their timings, they're both really good at using it, and that's why you see these like really tight team fights, and you see these like potential comebacks coming into the games, and where the game swings back into their favor.
Would you say that this was a close match? Like, if you were to look at that stat screen, it's very hard to tell who was like who the definite winner is, right? It's seemed like it was going back and forth a little bit with all those team fights.
Yeah, I'd say it was pretty close. I think like a different team in those drafts, like I think either draft could have won. But for these 2 teams in particular, I think Vici ended up pretty dominant.
Yeah.
I think in particular, I think like Beastmaster's vision that game with all the suns, like it just lets you play your map better.
Yeah, I think Beastmaster, if you can get him past the laning phase with a decent game, and they definitely did this time, you're just setting yourself up for success because you're controlling a lot of map space with a Hawk. You have a BKB piercing stun. And why that is important is because as the game scales up, people start buying BKBs.
Right.
And one of the biggest struggles that you have is if you're not able to kill a hero, then you have to ignore it. And it's 9 seconds of free damage. But when you have the roar, still has to keep his positioning in mind. And I think, I mean, Old 11 played this game amazingly. I think he really, really shined on that Beastmaster.
So these stats are up, but for
Greedier side these days. Old 11 still less so on the spectrum compared to Cuckoo, but these numbers are more reflective on how dominant Vici Gaming were across the map. I know AUI, you were noticing like it's been 30 minutes and they're only just now taking the mid-tier 1 tower. The fact that he was able to find
tier 1 at 34 minutes when they were winning the game. Like they're up 9k at 34 minutes before they took the tier 1.
And in comparison, Cuckoo has a surprising number of last hits on an Earthshaker in a losing game from an offlane position. And again, I think that's a testament to how he's typically more of a greedy offlaner.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the stats, right? You had a 3-1-9 Beastmaster. So he's only died for about like 20 seconds of that game. He was playing most of it. Whereas Cuckoo has 6 deaths and he's keeping up like fairly well in CS. So that's just
considering the 2 heroes, right?
Right,
Beastmaster
as well.
just kills more creeps. You have a board to push out waves.
Precisely.
it's very interesting to see these comparisons because the game is really complicated. Like I've said it so many times, the game is so complicated. The numbers are there, but it really matters like what heroes are picked, how long the game went. Oh gosh, trying to wrap my head around it is pretty confusing. But now we have 1-1, right? And Beachy Gaming has managed to tie it up, and now both teams are potentially facing this elimination, right? And the winner will go on to guarantee themselves 5th or 6th place. So it's really important for these teams to reset, like we mentioned earlier, and like Beachy Gaming said, they want, like the last time that this happened, they didn't do well in their next game. Now, on the other hand, what can T1 do to really reset this? Do they need to change up their strategy a little bit? Aiden, you mentioned earlier that they needed to break out of their comfort zone. Do they return back or do they keep going out?
I thought going into this series that if Vici didn't break out of the comfort zone, it would be very, very hard for them because I thought T1 was better at basically I felt like both teams do the same thing, but T1 does it better. But I think proven by the second game, you know what? Vici actually can stand their ground in playing like the slow game or whatever you want to call it, the patient game. For me, I feel like if I was in either draft position and I was like looking at it objectively, I'd say we both are going to just have to try to outscale each other. And when two teams are trying to outscale each other, it comes down a lot to the matchups and what kind of timings you can hit in the game. Because you want to hit a timing that's usually slightly later than your opponents, but stronger. So if they're aiming for like an 18-minute timing, we want to hit a timing at 19. So like our timing comes later, but it's slightly stronger than theirs.
That's so specific to go 1 minute later in timing. How do you figure that out?
That's extremely difficult, and I think it's one of the hardest parts of drafting.
I think it's all about like Dota's like a relative game, right? Like,
Right.
You talk about these timings, you talk about team fight, anything really. If you can do it just slightly better than your opponent, or you have slightly more of it, you just have all of it more than your opponent. And I think I agree with Insania. That's what's going to happen in this game. I think there's like a choice to be made here. Like, do you double down on this slower pace of Dota, scaling team fight, late game comps, or do you try to like throw a fast one and just like go all in with a strategy? Like, oh, they're gonna have an 18-minute timing, we're gonna go at 10 minutes. You're not even gonna make it to your timing. But I don't think either of the teams will actually do that. I think they're just gonna double down.
I say I want to see them split the average. I want to see T1 split the average. I want Carl not on a DK type hero. I want him to carry the baton early on for early to mid game timings. And I don't want 23 Savage on a mid game hero like Monkey King. I want him on the scaling core. I want him to be able to be the late game insurance that T1 might need. And then Cuckoo, Zephyr, and Whitemon can help out accordingly. I imagine Cuckoo, being as greedy as he is, will edge more late game. So let Whitemon and Zephyr play with Carl earlier on.
You mentioned Monkey King, and when I think about it, Monkey King is one of like the most picked, most banned, like most contested hero, right? So if they don't give Monkey King, or if they don't pick it, would they ban it because he's been so strong in multiple positions?
He's been strong in multiple positions, and it's a Poyoyo favorite as well.
Right.
So I think targeting it earlier on. I don't remember what the first phase bans were in this game number 2.
From Vici?
Yeah, from Vici.
Trent West.
Trent Wisp, okay. And then T1 banned out what?
Tiny
and oof.
Was
I
it
don't
Tide
remember.
or Tiny?
I
It was
don't
Tiny
remember.
+1.
I don't think Doom was banned in first phase.
No, I don't think so either.
And yet T1 didn't pick it, which was strange. But
Yeah, I think T1 should. I mean, that's the ultimate scale, right?
Exactly.
Sorry. Please finish your point.
No, that's exactly what my point was.
So what your point was is that they should have picked Doom.
Oh yeah.
But why?
Because the Carl signature. I need
Well,
to see Carl operate.
It's about the gold, right? Like
Right.
if both teams are playing the slow, methodical style, Doom he literally creates gold from nowhere.
Right.
Like usually you're limited to your map resources and you assign farm to different heroes. As you know,
Right.
the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 system is how much farm you're supposed to accumulate on each player.
Mhm.
But there are heroes that break that, like Alchemist or Doom, who just create gold out of nowhere. And if the game is slow, you're just getting more than your opponent.
So on the other hand, you mentioned both Alchemist and Doom. Why not Alchemist? I'm trying to run through like the mind of draft.
I think it's for me. It breaks down to this: if you have two teams that both want to sit on their own sides of the map,
Yep.
then there's only so many camps, right?
Right.
If you think about a team like OG, they'll invade the other side of the map and they'll take camps away from you and take them to their own side. So they're basically increasing their size of the map that they are farming. I think for these two teams, since neither of them are very willing to do it, they'll do it when the timing's right. But generally speaking, they will try to avoid it. Items like Hand of Midas, they're increasing the gold that you get from your side of the map. And Doom's Devour does a very similar thing because you're just getting bonus gold every 60 seconds or whenever you finish devouring that creep. So for that reason, I feel like it's going to be a strong hero for the series. Plus his ultimate scales up very well into any game. So it's just, it feels like the right hero for T1. If I was Vici, I'd be really scared about going up against it.
So one of the things that I've heard you guys mention a lot is Midas. Jenkins mentioned it earlier that Midas, Vici Gaming is a Midas fan. How has Midas been doing in this meta? How's it been doing in this tournament?
I don't have the stats on it, but I would imagine it's not been very popular among the other teams. But I think specifically for the series, and this is why TI is such a cool tournament, because you can look at two teams and be like, hey, the meta doesn't actually matter here. This is just about the styles of these two specific teams and how they've done. And you've had so many games to watch because they've been playing forever. Like there's so many games of like data to look at and be like, okay, this is the way they're going to approach this. Most likely they're going to approach this game in this set way. And suddenly an item that probably isn't that popular becomes very, very good for this specific series.
Do you think that Vici Gaming had any modifications to their gameplay against EG? Because coming into it, I thought that for sure EG were favorites considering the two stylistic differences. I thought that EG lane mechanic superiority would prove to be too difficult for Vici to deal with.
I felt like during like, I think it was first day of main event or maybe second day, I felt like taking control was the most important part of the game. But then Secret showed that you don't have to do it.
That's
like,
right.
And that kind of, for me at least, broke up the meta. And I feel like ever since then, the teams that are hitting slightly later timings, I feel like are having an edge, or the teams that have a very, very good answer to what it is you're trying to bring to the table.
All right, Tsunami, we have two teams that are facing elimination right now.
Mhm.
Can you drum me up like a nice narrative for this match?
I like how you asked the one person who hasn't played at a TI to do it, but sure, I can give you the.
But you have
more-
the emotion.
That's true.
I want to hear the storytelling voice from man who's dressed like a video game character.
Listen, it's Friday night, all right, and I want to celebrate the occasion exactly. Southeast Asia versus China. I know for T1 specifically, immense amount of pressure for their entire region right now. At least Vici Gaming, I'm sure they're still intra-regionally competitive, but China as a whole has been aching for a TI for years, since TI 6 by now. They had to wait. 2020, no one really knew which region was the best. Everyone was just assuming that Europe was leaps and bounds above everyone in terms of competitive mechanics and strength and stuff like that. And then as the DPC rolled around, we saw China and Singapore and Kyiv.
Right.
Now someone needs to solidify it here in Bucharest to really make this China's year. T1 are looking to make the highest placement for a Southeast Asian team since I think a Fnatic from ti10 or 5. And so I think just in terms of the regional pride, that's what I'm most excited about between these two teams. Facing elimination, that's just another day at the office here at TI. You're going to have to do it anyway.
Another day at the
Another
office
day at the
here
office.
at TI. Now, we don't have any draft yet, but I want to know which team you three each have for taking this series. And I know that that's very hard because there's no draft, but I would like to know anyway.
I think coming into the series, I would have given T1 the edge. I think the way that they approach Dota is, in my opinion, it felt strong against Vici's playstyle. But I feel like based on game 2, I think Vici might have something good cooking. And I feel like they kind of understand what it is they need to do in order to win the series. So I'm just going to make it very political. I think if Doom is picked by T1, I think they have a great shot at winning this. But I think this is a really, really close series, and the picks are going to matter a lot.
Very diplomatic answer, Tsunami.
I would have been the opposite. I think coming into the Vici EG series, if I hadn't seen that, then I would be like, I don't think Vici has what it takes to be a game 3 winner. But after seeing that, I see that they are willing to adapt, and I don't know if T1's been tested as much as Vici has quite yet. So I think Vici's got this for game 3.
For myself, I also thought T1 was going to take this series actually pretty easily, to be honest, coming in. But they were covering the one of TI losses with Vici. I feel like they've learned a lot from that experience, and they'll bring it into this game 3.
We will see what happens in this game 3 right now.
Vici Gaming versus T1 Game 3.
Welcome to game number 3 between Vici and T1. Before we start with the draft and we present the panel, I'd like to apologize for production error because we thought we'd give Insania a chair to sit on, but it was actually a fence. So we're sorry about that last segment. Jenkins and Effie are here with me. What can you tell me about last game, Jenkins?
I can tell you that was a great Vici Gaming draft. Yeah. I liked it a lot. In the draft, it's good to know that you're not that stupid because they... Well, I'm just saying,
what are you saying?
Not you, me. I'm saying, I had this idea that it was going to be a really easy game for them to execute.
All right, yeah.
I thought that they had all of their bases kind of covered, and it looked fairly easy. I mean, I hate to say it against T1, but it really did look like, cut and clean. That's what they say.
What about you, Effie?
I think the Lina versus Dragon Knight and Monkey King just had a really great game, honestly. It's like what we predicted. The longer it went on, just the more items she would get, and she just naturally does so much damage, especially when she had the ET to amp her up and the Weaver insects. So.
Damn, they first phase banned the Lina, too.
And they got the Tiny as well, and then they have to give up the Magnus. So in terms of strong heroes as TI, Magnus or... Oh, wow, Magnus and Tiny.
Oh, boy.
So Magnus or Tiny, Jenkins, what would you lean towards?
Oh, 100% Magnus. This is the most OP character in the entire game currently. I wouldn't pick it in pubs necessarily. I totally agree with what Saberlight was saying, that it's like a TI specialty. BKB, piercing, team fighting, that's all stuff you want during TI. And the repositioning element is just, it's absurd. I mean, we've seen like numerous fountain skewers that literally knocked OG out. Was fountain skewers.
Yeah, actually.
I mean, it's insane. You probably shouldn't be able to do that. But, play Magnus while you can.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Play it while you can. Get your MMR. Anyway, the opener and T1, these are both really strong and contested heroes, but we pretty much know that Tidehunter is a support now, right? And while he can be effective, he has to be paired up with a strong lane to make it so that the pick is kind of worth it at this point, because it can be a little bit redundant, but I hope they pair it up with something to amplify it. And I say that it's pretty much a support at this point because there's no way between a Magnus and a Tide you assign the farm priority to Tide, because we've seen how effective Magnus can be in the hands of players who play him well, such as Collapse, who we've been singing his praises for all day.
Could we see it as a Carl hero, perhaps, and then see the Tide in the offlane still?
We could, but you're just showing 2 cores in your first phase, and that's not really ideal, I would say.
Okay.
So the safest bet would to say that it's a support Tide, but the option is always open, and that's the nice thing about having flexible heroes in your first phase. You can go where you need them to go. On the flip side, Vici Gaming's heroes, Tiny, incredible carry. He hits his timing quickly. He can honestly feel like the strongest hero on the map, especially when it comes to hitting buildings. They die so quickly. And Monkey King, we've talked about so many times before in this tournament why he's so potent, but just the vision game is so strong, and he's flexed to all 5 roles, actually.
I'll ask you a question, Jenkins. I know we're both fans of Vici, but one of the criticisms this team has gotten is that sometimes they take a bit too long to adapt to a patch, right? And right now I'm seeing group stage meta versus playoffs meta, essentially. Yeah. Do you think this is the case again, or do you think there's something magical about these picks?
No, I mean, I feel like Vici's done in both the series that I've recently watched, well, the EG series and then this one, they're showing me that they are very quick at adapting. Okay. I thought the Omni Knight pick was kind of crazy. I also thought that they needed to pick something fresh and new against T1, and then in game 2 it's like, well, okay, that didn't work out, so that's obviously not right. And then game 2 they changed that around. They didn't pick anything too crazy. It was a bit of a different style, but it worked out. And so I feel like Vici's just what they said in the interview about having pocket picks and not having to reveal all of their heroes. It actually did turn out to be true for them.
And sure, you can say group stage meta versus playoff meta, but the reason why Tiny hasn't been that prevalent in the main event is just because he's been banned out so much. So I really do still think this is the strongest carry in the game, and if you can get your hands on him, you should.
We saw it on OG, actually, where there was a moment, I will never forget that play, because I think it's ridiculous, where Samael was alone and there were 4 heroes around him, and they decided the best option was to retreat.
To run away from him, yeah.
So Enchantress is kind of rising up a little bit throughout today, but it's because she was picked up against an Omni Knight, which makes her all the more valuable. But in terms of laning, Enchantress is incredibly strong against Monkey King, because you can dispel the Jingu stacks, but also you can just get a creep and whack away at him, right? Ideally, you don't want this Monkey King to play on Tide's lane. So just have the Enchantress follow him.
Yeah, true. Even if it's a 5 position, you can still put your 5 in the off lane. Even if you're not giving a farm priority, you can do that just to like win the Monkey King lane, which would make me think that the Monkey King will probably end up being a support. But then there's another way that you could go with that, where you just say, okay, it's a core, but you're just not going to level Jingu. You're just going to play to like push out the creep wave, which I imagine would just depend on what T1 picks. Like if you're playing against Tide as Monkey King, you probably
that's an Ori hero we haven't seen in a while.
They said they had other heroes. Other teams just haven't beat their initial heroes first, right? And we're seeing the Shadow Fiend. But just to quickly touch on the Disruptor, he is such a good hero versus Tidehunter, because you just drop Static Storm on him and he can't really dispel anything. He dies. And he's very good catch. Also, if Magnus finds a good RP and Disruptor isn't in it, he can drop the Static Storm on top of him and stop the skewer back, which is always really nice, right? And obviously Disruptor, one of the best catches in the game.
Same with Horn Toss as well.
Yeah, I agree. Horn Toss is a great ability.
No, I mean, like, same with Horn Toss, the Static Storm point. Like, you don't need to RP anymore. You can just Horn Toss. That still takes a second. You can drop Static Storm.
Yeah, true. Yeah, the Disruptor can you just looked at me when you said Horn Toss is all. I like Shadow Fiend. I think Shadow Fiend's an underrated hero, in my opinion. Like, because the minus armor right-clicking build only started, like, a month or so in pubs prior to TI. And obviously, like, there was the occasional, you know, like, at some point there was like drums SF, but I mean like this one where you're going for Daedalus, where you're like trying to one-shot people essentially, where you're playing with like the Dragonlance, the Satanic, essentially playing like a Lina. And I think that style of SF fits this meta. And for a long time, people have been doing like the Yule's Blink stuff, which it's cool and it's flashy, but it never works out. It never works out.
I agree.
Shadow Fiend is a hit or miss hero, and I know some people in particular, if they see him, they say, I will not root for this draft, right? But think about it in the bigger picture. Like right now, do they have the damage to take down Shadow Fiend? Not really, and they're gonna have to correct that, right? Because Magnus, sure, he can blink on him and skewer him back, but Tide support and Ench support aren't really going to kill him. So I think maybe we could see something like a Leshrac come out of T1 just to correct the damage issues and play on these big cooldowns. But also because of Shadow Fiend's enjoyment of buying Silver Edge, he will enjoy Tidehunter and Enchantress, right? Right-click them, kill him. Simple as that. Batrider is that damage hero we were talking about.
I want to point out that Cuckoo was revered for ages as being one of the best Batriders in SCA, if not the best. Carl was also considered that. They have two of the best Batrider players in SCA in this team.
Agreed. And actually, Carl was playing Batrider when nobody was playing Batrider,
Yes.
right? Do you remember that DK patch? And some people would say, hey, this looks like a good Bat game. And they play it and they'd lose. And they said, okay, this hero is not good.
Yes, I remember that. That was rough. Yeah.
Until he got buffed a few patches later and was a monster. And then he got nerfed again. But Carl believed in the hero from the get-go. And
he won.
He would always try to go for the Batrider games whenever he could. So this is a comfort pick for sure. And he does function similarly to Leshrac in that that's the damage we were talking about. They really need to fix it. But I think they still need a little bit more damage.
This is like the perfect Batrider game, and every single time I say that, I jinx it, and then the Batrider just gets horribly owned. So that was at the Animajor. This is TI. It's just maybe going to be different.
With Disruptors on most.
Yeah, he can't.
Well, that I was going to say, following that, but I don't think that's what makes Batrider good anymore. I think that's an old-fashioned way of thinking about Batrider. The way you play Batrider now is you get Boots of Travel, you get BKB second item. People don't even go for Blink Dagger anymore on Batrider oftentimes. It'll be like Octarine Core, Shiva's Guard, things like that, even like an early Refresher. And it's all about just doing tons of damage, and he's one of the few heroes. Have you ever played Tiny versus Batrider? He doesn't care that you exist. He doesn't care that you have 3,000 HP because Batrider, it doesn't matter. You need like magic resistance to deal with the Batrider, and you don't get that on a tiny carry.
True, and if you just want to look at the laning picture, just Batrider should have such an easy time versus Shadow Fiend. And you know, Monkey King support has to set up on trees and side lanes, right? That's typically how you fight the hero. You look for that good opportunity, you give vision, you drop the Wukongs, but Batrider is just going to break through
It's
all
a hard
those
counter.
trees.
It's a hard counter. Yeah, 100%.
It functions similarly to Dawn that we've seen being picked against Monkey King, and just you just throw the hammer and all the trees are gone. So looking rough for our boy Monkey King.
Yeah, this is like arguably the worst Monkey King game, at least that I've seen in this tournament, because you have the Enchantress. If you're playing a core Monkey King, you have the Enchantress to purge the Jingu, and then if you're playing a support Monkey King in the trees, you have a Batrider that's just going to break you off of the trees and kill you. And you can. The thing with Monkey King is like the way that you play it is you sit in side lanes and then you push waves out. But Batrider builds Boots of Travels. He's literally one of the best heroes in the game at killing people who are sitting in side lanes. Like, you cannot play that style of Monkey King versus a Batrider. You can't play. It's really rough.
Last pick, Vengeful Spirit, which I'm assuming, judging by the draft, it's an off-lane Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, so the first thing that you can see here is you swap and you save the lasso target, which is incredibly valuable. And there's also that extra minus armor that they're going for with this SF. And of course, the Tiny is going to benefit from it as well. My issue with VS is just she's going to need to have a good start, right? But so far, like, you look at these two supports, Tide and Enchantress, and they're not that scary. They're just... Enchantress is very strong on lane, but Tide is a Ravage, basically. So she should have an okay time.
I agree with that, and I feel like that's why they're going to put Tide off lane, Mag mid, or Mag carry, and then... Just kidding. Nope. Okay, just kidding. Okay, that is a Tide support, or Magnus support.
I don't think you want support mag at all. Like that hero needs farm priority. Okay,
I mean,
so
I'm just guessing.
Jenkins. So 23 Savage, he loves his Wraith King, one of the only players who really believes in this hero and asks for it. And the way that T1 have played it in this tournament, they just go for Armlet, Deso, and they just run you over, right? And if you pair it up with this Batrider, he gets his timings, and this Magnus, who's going to empower 23 Savage to hit his timing earlier, I can see them actually succeeding in doing what they want to.
Tell me the strengths of Peach then.
The strength of, I was going to say I really favor the T1.
No,
T1
tell me
draft.
the strengths for Vici
The strengths for Vici Gaming, well, they have a ton of minus armor and right-click damage in the late game. If the game goes late, they're definitely going to win, but I don't think it's going to go late.
Okay, that's a traditional Vici thing.
Their rush potential is like quite high if they get a good fight somewhere, right? And Shadow Fiend can farm quickly enough to hopefully match Batrider if he doesn't get ganked, right? So Enchantress and Tide aren't the best heroes in ganking SF, so you can actually guarantee that he's going to have an okay time, right?
Well, now that we have gotten the game, we need to find out how to break this game down. And that's why we have the last word segment. And what do you need to get rid of the last word? You need a purge.
Incredible throw. I'm really impressed. It's going to be a pretty cool game. We saw the bat come out at an interesting point in the draft, which is going to put a lot of the Vici heroes on the back foot because bat is so effective against the enemy lineup. Against SF, you get on top of him, you don't give him that triple raise. Yeah, he's got some right click, but it's a bit of a downside. So I think the bat is really going to be the core hero we got to watch this game. How is he going to do in the laning stage? How is he going to do in the mid game with these ganks? Vici did try to offset that a little bit with the Venge pick so that they can actually swap bat out of position or save whoever gets grabbed. There are tools that they can use to end it, but let's hop into the game here. Take it away, casters.
I love it when people throw it always like just casters, just a very anonymous purge. I thought we were closer friends than that. Is it because I berate you for not asking for bacon? Suns fan here with Cinderin. Game 3 of this best of 3 Vici Gaming versus T1. Loser goes home. Winner faces off against the dominant IG. Cinderin, thoughts on this lineup? We get to see Vengeful Spirit. It's been a while.
Yep.
The minus armor strat with the Shadow Fiend. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of upsides to both strategies here, honestly. I will say, from my perspective, I've had a couple of games in this tournament I've been like, wow, this is just an amazing Batrider game, and it just hasn't really shown up that much. I do love the way Carl usually plays it, though, so that has me a bit hopeful for T1. I think Batrider has to own in this game for it to really work, because if he doesn't, I just foresee the problem of T1 that the damage just becomes overwhelming. This Vici Gaming lineup has so insanely much damage. After they get 1 or 2 key items, we know what Venge Axe does to the game. She will be a terrible target for the RP. For once, there's a hero you really don't want to RP. There's a hero you don't want to lasso. And Old 11 can effectively just play as like a frontline vision hero once he gets that axe. So would imagine T1 will try to play very aggressive around their bat and see if they can get off to a good start off that lane primarily.
I mean, again, Magnus makes it through, Cinderin. Tiny makes it through, in fact. Treant Protector Band. Obviously, we saw T1 use that. It didn't have the biggest impact in the game that we specifically cast, but you can see the respect for T1, one of the few teams to bring something like that out. The Magnus, again, hero of the tournament for sure. As Payoyo is playing the position 1 Tiny this time around, and looks like Cuckoo, again, Magnus. No surprise. But we're looking at Carl mid against Ori. This is Batrider versus Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend feels like very susceptible to an early death here, but he has the advantage going right off the bat. Heh. Oh, deny. All right. As we have first blood, Whitemon actually takes out PYW. It's an unexpected kill, Cinderin.
Yeah. Obviously, Enchantress rotating down here for the 3-man gank will yield some sort of success. And Vici Gaming maybe not expecting this rotation, but yeah, I think it's important for T1 to help out this bottom lane. You're playing Wraith King Tide at the start against Monkey King Venge. I think that's going to be, Venge usually a hero we talk about how much are you going to lose the lane. Can actually win that one, but
Zephyr gets brought down top. Cuckoo still only level 1 right now, just getting completely harassed out. Throwing the tree, getting him very low. I mean, Monkey King just against any melee hero.
Dire's top tower.
Pretty rough, in addition to having Tiny to have to worry about.
And now the swap again. Vici Gaming are going to send the Disruptor bottom now to Venge instead of that Monkey King with the rotation that Monkey made top. And what this means is you now have double range against Wraith King, something he also doesn't like facing very much. The creep with this enchant, all the camps are blocked here. He has to go very far left to the Centaur camp that is currently presenting itself. Probably will see Whitemon do that and maybe see if he can look for a backstab move with that into the Wraith King or off the Wraith King Wraith Fire Blast. But yeah, Whitemon just looked and he was like, oh well, guess there's nothing for me. Comes back to lane. And this is good news for Vici Gaming in that bot lane, I think. Venge should have an okay time. And
Yeah, and
okay,
that's
it's enough for Venge a lot.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of games with Venge off lane where it actually does horribly in the laning state and still has huge impact once you get the Agnum Scepter. So if you're able to not have a terrible start, then that's just going to make your game even better. But I mean, what is the reason we haven't been seeing Venge as much? I mean, there was a slight nerf to the Ag, but I feel like it wasn't that big.
I still thought Venge was going to be a pretty big pick this tournament. I'm as surprised as you are. Like, I don't know if you're surprised. You just asked the question.
Very surprised. Whitemon and company going on top of Old 11. So we talked about the laning stage for this hero as DY looks to be next on the list for T1. Well, one more right click will do it. In fact, the Wraith Fire Blast being expended, so 23 Savage with an early double kill for T1.
Yeah, they bring down the Tide there to get that extra kill, but as a matter of fact, Venge just died to the dual lane. They were trying to kill Whitemon, but he obviously has Nature's Attendants and a Fairy Fire, and Venge Disruptor did not have enough in the tank, so regretting that go. They don't necessarily have to kill in this lane. You just need Venge to farm, and you can maybe poke and prod a little bit of the Wraith King, but I think going on Ench is a recipe for getting countered. T1 with a very good response there. It's going to find now a Wild Wing Ripper. Very annoying creep to lane against.
Yeah, it almost feels like you kind of want to stun that thing.
Yeah.
The tornado is super, super annoying. As you can see, Ori obviously aware that Zephyr was bot lane, so kind of weary of a potential gank here because, I mean, Shadow Fiend, one of the mid heroes that just has zero escape mechanism, and if you have enough sticky napalm stacks, it just feels like an inevitable death.
Ganking SF feels very, very good. He doesn't have... He's very snowbally, right? He needs to start.
Looking like a kill going the way of Vici, so kind of left to his own devices, and 23 Savage gets punished.
Yeah, this mid lane gank... Oh, he's almost dying to the boys. Old 11. DY's going to block the boys. Oh, he canceled the salve.
Okay.
Salve too early. Bit of a mistake there from DY. It's going to cost Old 11 effectively 400 health. That he didn't just wait another second, and that's big because now that Wraith King is coming back to lane, he's very confident and very in a great position to just challenge. Whereas before he would have to be a little bit careful. And now the rotation's coming in from T1. They're going to find DY.
Yeah, Whitemon and Zephyr making the rotation bot. This is looking like potential another kill onto Old 11 at the very least. You can see the fat, juicy, tanky Zephyr taking a lot of damage. He will be brought down thanks to the rotation of PYW. So it's a 1-for-1 exchange. It's like a roaming Tide Hunter in this game. You don't see that every day.
The dynamic in this game is very interesting. Like, there's two heroes in this game that have good farm. Wraith King and Tiny with 27 CS.
Yeah.
Everyone else, it's getting okay now. Both Batrider and Shadow Fiend just got a decent amount of influx from some stacks, but the CS number is relatively low for what we usually see. Magnus sitting on a measly 9 here. Cuckoo has been very having a hard time top from that early tri-lane, and Tiny, of course, challenges him very well in terms of just raw last hit damage with that Quelling Blade and 85. Cuckoo trying to try to cut the wave, will succeed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As mid lane, the push continues now. Zephyr still roaming as this Tide Hunter. Whitemon's going to find DY with the tomato creep. He's doing a lot of damage. I think the Hellbear Smasher ability is DY getting chased. Looks like Cuckoo took a tumble in the top lane and getting tipped. Oh boy. Yeah, that is not good. Cuckoo having a really rough time right now. And that is not something that we're used to seeing from T1. It feels like he's one of the more, I mean, everybody's relatively stable, of course, but from their offlane perspective, very much so. Carl, Firefly onto PYW. Boundless Strike going to keep him in place for now. Zephyr with that gush, slowing him down to a crawl. And with a bunch of heroes from T1.
Absolutely no problem for Carl. He has haste. He could have soloed that Monkey King, no problem. But the reason this rotation is so good is that they have extra reinforcements against the defense to try to hold this tier 1 tower, and you really want to push this if you're T1. Might even see Enchantress start tanking it and get a second point in Nature's Attendants, but I guess he also would like to have an impetus point at this point. No, he's going to skill it now. So 2 in the heal for Whitemon. Looking to perhaps backstab Ori. Zephyr was coming in, but
Thunderstrike is going to spot out Zephyr. He's going to take it 3 Shadow Fiend raises. And Ori
in top lane.
Poyoyo, okay, going a little bit too deep. As this tower looks to be falling, it will be a deny in favor of T1.
He got the enemy offlane tower minute 7 as Tiny.
But he did die.
He did die, but
which is something Cuckoo really needed.
Very unusual this early in the game.
Yeah, especially solo.
Yeah. So probably feels pretty good about that.
We got the glimpse out. Carl at least will get his bottle back. No, he didn't. Well, he didn't actually give the bottle in time?
Where is the bottle?
It should be on Tide. It's on
Tide
anybody.
doesn't have the bottle either.
Okay, it
It's in the
disappeared.
base on the courier.
Oh, okay. He
Okay,
doesn't
fine
want
enough.
to walk back to the mid lane, I guess. All right, well, he's got the bottle charts and just delayed, you know, for weather. That's a very common excuse from delivery people, I'm sure. PYW finds Whitemon in the river, gets off the boundless strike with the kinetic field. This is going to be an easy one for Visha. Wait, healing up now. PYW continuing to chase. You can see the Nature's Attendants. That's the Crimson Witness, Cinderin, giving extra heal, I'm sure.
I think a bit of a mistake there from Ori. He started with the long raise. I think he needs to use the kinetic field to connect the mid raise so that he can hit the long raise afterwards. But doing them in opposite order effectively gave Whitemon a chance to escape, and he will get away. So nice escape from him there. And a very even game right now, which I think is overall pretty good for Vici Gaming. They weathered the storm against the Bat. Carl hasn't really been dominating yet. They're going to find this time Whitemon will not get away. Oh, that second raise was
a little off.
Pretty much a tribute to the Breathe Fire.
The Breathe Fire.
Some fair play here from Ori. The two mid laners might need to warm up their mice a little bit, but again, inconsequential in the big picture here. Still find the kill, but the gold will go to Old 11 instead. And honestly, that might end up being a blessing in disguise that he misses this raise. I think Venge's Aghanim Scepter is the single biggest item for the Dire to get in this game. It's true. So, Ori going to deny mid.
Looking to finish his Echo Saber with another 1,000 gold or so. But yeah, you're right. The Venge Ag. I mean, do you just go straight for it these days? I guess so. He already has the Blade of Alacrity. So just treads into X is the choice here.
Yep.
Can't blame him for that at all. As we look for the farm on 23 Savage right now, he's going for the Armlet into Deso build. Hasn't quite finished the Armlet yet.
Heavy minus armor is pretty good against, I would say, Tiny and especially Shadow Fiend. It allows them to... You want to have a hero on this T1 lineup that bursts in Lasso so that you can find that kill during the lockdown that you have, or bursts in RP. And when you have Deso as well as Armlet together with Empower, your raw damage output... We have a funny clip from the other day when T1 was playing Alliance, and F&G was getting literally one-shot by Wraith King as Lion. You can reach that stage again in this game for Disruptor.
I feel like we've seen this before.
Whitemon is effectively a scout in this game, kind of playing like a bounty hunter. Trying to invade and get vision and information. Gets punished there, but could set up Carl. They have Ops Sentry, though. They know Carl is approaching.
Yeah.
And they're kind of trying to bait him. There's the glimpse.
Oh, the glimpse back into the static Storm Kinetic Field combo. This is going to be a really big kill for Vici. And Carl getting absolutely punished.
Goes to DY, though. Disruptor will finally be getting his Boots of Speed.
Wow, that's quite the purchase.
DY has been pretty poor this game. It's 11 minutes in for Boots, and honestly a pretty important item for Disruptor. This hero is all about keeping up so you can reach the glimpse. So feels good for him to get that. 23 Savage is getting eyed up by Old 11 here as well, but they're not going to go for anything just yet.
Yeah, he is actually he just put a point into his ult now.
Shannon, we're 11 minutes in.
Nope, it's not time yet, Cinderin.
It's trivia time.
PYW gets lassoed. That's going to be the cancel of the TP. So Carl looking to have, I believe that's his first kill of the game here. Sorry, he's 2-1 now.
Yep. A nice pickup on a support there. Not the biggest kill ever, but obviously going to take what he can get with these travels. Has to expend the lasso, which means for the next minute and a half, can't really find a core with it, but for the most part, Carl right now just wants to push out waves and farm and get toward the BKB, which is a true game changer against the Dire lineup. Still needs to respect the Venge swap, but that's pretty much the only problem he'll have for a bit until the right clicks become too powerful.
And we have the glimpse out, 23 Savage. It's not going to be a rune to take because it is top. And Carl gets it. It is the haste rune. Cuckoo's still working on... He actually did not finish the Helm of the Dominator, did he? He's just going straight for the Blink Dagger, despite having the Helm of Iron Will already built there. Is Old 11 going to be caught out? Nope, the swap out. It's going to keep him alive now. Or he actually pops a Requiem of Souls, mostly for zoning purposes, but Whitemon takes heavy damage. Will live, though. Ravage comes out. The Static Storm on top of him is a little bit too late. Anchors match into the Skewer. 2 dead for Vici. as they are now on the run. It looks like Ori is next on the list, and they're in 3 dead. Very good fight for T1. Looks like PYW will be the 4th if they can catch him here. Zephyr looking for the high 5, but PYW not looking to reciprocate here. Oh, flame break off of the tree.
Pick pull so good, almost got out.
Yeah, pick pull not quite good enough now. He would need like 110% movement speed buff on that one.
Yeah, that was just a kind of panic mode from Vici Gaming. I think if they keep their cool a little bit more, they can find a better Requiem than that one. But obviously, he was trying to save Old 11 so they could reset out. Just not happening against this Magnus Batrider combination. They just catch up, find picks, and 23 Savage gets a lot of gold out of this as well, finding a tower. He got the kill on Old 11. So now making a significant gap down to the Tiny here. 1,500 gold ahead. Glimpse.
Glimpse
We'll
back.
oh, look who it is.
Indeed. Cancel TP. Not tanky enough yet.
It's only level 5, 14 minutes in. Gave over the tome to Tide, so Zephyr's level 8.5.
Well, the Ravage did pay off, to be fair.
Absolutely.
Carl was taking out a pretty big stack of creeps there. And just working on his BKB. It's funny how the Batrider build has kind of changed over the years. Used to just be about getting Blink first.
Yeah.
Then there was an Aether Lens build with Ags. There was drums. Now it's just pretty much every game is Boots of Travel into BKB.
Yeah, Travel's BKB is just an insane build in this patch. It is, in my opinion, almost always the best build. Sometimes you can deviate from it if there's a lot of BKB counters or if you feel like you can't really connect, but just this hero is completely based around movement inside a fight where you get on top of heroes, and these are the perfect items, right? You want the speed and you want the immunity so you can move freely. So logically, it just makes a lot of sense to build the hero like this. And interestingly, it took quite a while before players really caught on to this build. I don't remember who pioneered it in this patch, but we saw a couple of players still go for the Blink 4 staff for a while until eventually now we reached a point where almost every bat will default to this style of play.
We now have a smoke from Vici, but I'm not sure if they're going to catch anybody. Although 23 Savage is in the general area, but looks like he's going to the bottom jungle in all likelihood. So it'll just be more of a warding expedition for Vici. So the triangle is now envisioned for them. 23 Savage, top of the net worth right now by 1,000 difference actually between him and Poyoyo. He does have his Echo Saber now.
It was almost 1,500 2 minutes ago. So he has caught up a little bit on the Tiny, but definitely Wraith King is in a great position. DY with the Glimpse. He's still going to get
Wraith Fire Blast still connects, though, into the Flame Break. Static Storm on top of himself.
Nice try.
Not going to save him.
What? No cigar.
And now Deso officially online. I feel like he just finished his armlet.
All right, I know you're about to burst in anticipation of the trivia, but you have to wait a little bit longer. Whitemon gonna get open bottom. Old 11. Oh, that's some
Kraken
serious
activates, but
damage.
Avatos from Poyoyo is enough. Old 11, though, is going to get the swap up. It's a little bit extra damage mitigation now. 23 Savage. Oh, the right click, not quite enough. And now the Requiem Assault with the fear. Double kill for Poyoyo. This is going to be the first life for 23 Savage. Wukong's command is inside Avatos again. 23 Savage armlet toggles, but there's the magic missile. Triple kill for Poyoyo. And Vici Gaming win that fight in spades.
It is so important that Batrider is involved if these fights break out and just couldn't find a way to really get anything done there. Carl is at least going to finish his BKB momentarily, so that will help for T1. All right, Shannon, you've been asking for it all game. Here it is. What is the passive ability of, what's it called? Chip Vest called?
Oh, Return? There's no way.
It has no name.
Oh.
It is called passive. They
Name-
forgot to give it a name.
Oh,
It
that's
literally
sad.
says
I mean,
passive.
they could use Return because Retaliate is now the ability for Centaur, so
Yeah,
it's
true.
available for the taking. Yeah, this isn't technically trivia. Is supposed to be It's an interesting anecdote. This is literally just a fact.
I found this pretty interesting. It's like the only one of the neutral items that has a passive ability that says passive and then doesn't have a name.
God, I don't even know what I don't want to know what you do in your free time.
The name
so maybe
itself
find
is
that
passive.
interesting. Poyoyo looking for Zephyr. Balance Strike sets it up. Shadow Blade proc into the Avatos.
All right.
And the Tree Toss.
Good
on
damage.
top.
No siege creep though, so don't think they'll be doing much to this bottom tower, and mid tower as well has been pushed out for T1. So effectively, all you got there was a 4 tide, not the end of the world for T1. And they have approached their first very strong timing, in my opinion. Batrider is now way stronger than he was 2 minutes ago, and you want to start playing around that as soon as you get the reincarnation up. Maybe try to find a fight close to Roche. Wraith King obviously very adept at playing
Carl,
Roche.
he
Right,
wants to
gonna go
start
for
this
SF.
fight. There's the lasso.
Swap.
The swap immediately. The great counter from Old 11. Whitemon first to die again, as is tradition in this game. That's something we really didn't mention, but obviously Venge is just generally a good counter against Batrider if you're in the vicinity.
Definitely didn't mention that, both me and the panel.
Nope,
So
I don't
good
think
thing
that's
we got
ever
that.
been mentioned before in
It's good
Dota.
that we got that
I think
highlighted.
I just created that.
Yeah.
I
made this.
I made this. Cuckoo, by the way, does have his Blink Dagger. So very late, based on what we've been seeing from Magnus's as of late. But better late than never, Cinderin.
Yep.
See if they can set something up. But Reincarnation, like you said, not quite online yet for 23 Savage. Did he die in the level 1 ult?
I think so.
Yeah, so
it must have been, yeah.
45
for sure.
seconds to go still.
Yeah. But yeah, you probably wait for the next lasso here for Carl, and then you're aiming to take a fight outside the Roche pit, get Roche with Wraith King, but you have to pay attention to this Venge. And the problem is, for Bat, you can't just kill Venge first because she has Ags now. She'll still have a swap again. So even if you kill her without lassoing, you're going to have to kill her twice before you can use lasso. It's kind of a big problem for Carl.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is the kind of game where you even consider a Lincoln specifically for that reason, just so that you can go on another hero. But so far, Carl is aiming for the default shard, which is obviously an incredible item on this hero, giving you 2 flame break charges as well as sticky napalm on both of them.
Yep, and Old 11 not just done with the Ag Syndron, on his way for an Aether Lens, so we'll have the extra cast range to work with. And for people that haven't watched Venge in a while, the swap gives 30% damage mitigation for both Venge and her ally for a couple seconds. So it's really good spell.
Yeah, 30 plus 10 per level. He's currently level 12, so that's 2 points in the ult, so 40%, and will ultimately be 50. Okay. So very, very strong. This is going to be a high ground push. High ground mid tier 1 tower, of course. A very little high ground. I know I'm just trying to save this. That was the wrong word. You know, sometimes you can play it off. They're trying to push tier 1, Suns fan. It didn't work, but they find Zephyr.
Yep, here's the swap. Static Storm on top of the Tidehunter. Old 11 sets things up again. That's going to be a death of Whitemon as well, in case you were wondering. So 2 kills. Vici pretty healthy. And again, Old 11 doesn't really care that he's dying here. Carl gets credit for that thanks to the Flame Break shard.
Are you
Back
really
to
dead
Kukulu.
as Venge if you still have your ghost form?
Undead, maybe. I don't know. Carl pops the BKB, getting the Firefly off the Yo-Yo. Oh, was that the lasso used? I think it might have been Krakened off.
Ran out of mana.
Okay, well, Kraken's on his own team, so that was the trivia. You missed it.
Good trivia.
Oh,
Has Tiny ever had a spell that Tidehunter currently has? The answer is no.
right. That's very good. Maybe in another. The Craggy Exterior, though, that is a very interesting ability from past times. I could have used that as a potential trivia for you, Cinder, but it's not to be.
I definitely don't remember Craggy Exterior. It's
One
a
of the
very
best.
iconic spell that everybody loved.
I actually did like it.
Of course you did.
I just seem to be
Actually,
in the
I kind
minority.
of liked it as well.
I mean, they
don't
did
know
make
why,
it. They brought it back briefly with the shard, but now his shard is just amazingly good right now.
Yep.
So,
for sure.
Yep. Carl in the
He
Firefly
might-
right
he
now.
doesn't have
DY.
BKB.
He
He's
whips himself,
actually in
gets off the
trouble.
glimpse inside the kinetic field. Flamebreak goes up, but Yo-Yo's in the area with the Avatos and the easy kill for Vici again. They've created a 2K net worth lead now. Boundless Strike. Looks like they'll take that Satyr Tormentor to the grave. Yeah, this is, look, I don't know. I know it's only a 2K net worth lead for Vici, but it feels like a really hard game for T1 in general.
I agree. I think it's challenging because they...
Ooh. Trying to find the Jumping Monkey King as Roche is already at half HP. Remember, they don't have their Batrider, which is their mid laner. Wukong's command used just for zoning capability here. And yeah, Vici Gaming will get the first Roche of the game.
Interestingly, they give it to the Tiny. I thought they were actually going to give this over to Ori. I find Aegis on Shadow Fiend to often be more valuable than on Tiny. Tiny's first life is so difficult to get through anyway for T1. Now they will obviously just be targeting the SF instead. I mean, Tiny even has a Satanic, but maybe the logic is, you know what? We're planning to go high ground with this Aegis.
Right.
Just a As long as Venge is in position for the swap against Lasso and Skewer, you can probably hit the tower as Tiny. But yeah, that Skewer is something you really need to keep in mind. And of course, Horn Toss probably on the horizon for Cuckoo. Yeah. 500 gold away from that if he wants it.
But keep in mind, because of this game, it's still really early. Level 20 talent is the big one for Magnus with the extra range. That's
true.
when we see it kind of get to the point of like, what is this?
Yeah.
This is like a global skill almost at this point. I mean, it's not the old Aghanim Scepter with basically no cooldown, right, on the Skewer.
That was
wild.
wild.
We're going to see the jump from 23 Savage, old 11. That's the first life. Gets skewered back into the fray again, and they'll take him out officially.
He's dead.
And I'm not going to lie. It does feel bad to have to do that in certain cases, but when you do it, it feels good at the same time. You know what I mean?
To do it, I think.
It's just satisfying knowing that they actually have to come back from the fountain. Have you seen them actually bait it when, like, with the timer, where they get respawned on top of the illusion and they're just surrounded? Those are the best moments. Haven't really seen that in pro play too much, though. As 23 Savage and company are smoked up, as he is getting closer to his BKB, still about a recipe away. And Carl obviously has his BKB working for a Shiva's now, has the plate mail already in his inventory. See, this is warded up here. Carl not going to find anybody, though. And now counter smoke from Vici, knowing that I think they did spot the original smoke from T1. That is the shard from Disruptor. So Thunderstrike applying extra movement speed and attack speed to the target briefly. And the glimpse back White Mon. Wouldn't be a start of the fight without a White Mon death this game. So 5 versus 4. That's not even including the Aegis. It's a huge swap. My God, that range must be the Aether Lens online as Carl has to pop his BKB. Just barely gets out, but at the end of the day, Vici didn't really expend much.
No, just the swap. And keep in mind there, that was he BKB'd instantly, right? This was raw physical damage, and he has a plate mail. That is concerning that he doesn't have the sustain to really stay into the fight against these extremely hard right-clicking heroes. So Carl will struggle to perform bat duties in this game at 25 minutes in. Just that is very, very much a problem. I wonder what he's going to do to try to salvage that. He is obviously eyeing up a Shiva's Guard now, which is one of the best solutions, but it might not cut it. I don't know what you get next then. Aeon Disc?
Yeah,
sure.
maybe. All right. Talk to me from T1's perspective, because I myself am struggling to see how they can kind of get the grip back on this game. Again, the net worth is not that far off. It's just it's such a hard lineup to fight into, especially with the Vengeful Spirit Ags already being online, and you have so much of this minus armor coming out from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, you have to, again, I think you somehow have to find a fight where either you get on the Venge and force her out so she can't get the swap on the Lasso, or you have to kill her twice and go from there. But again, just talking about it makes me feel like, how do you set that up, right? It's really, really tough for them to accomplish. Yeah. Taking some good damage, but also dealing some. Almost took down 3/4 of that tower in 4 attacks with the Venge Aura, of course.
Still a minute to go for that
Huge
Aegis.
amount of base damage to the Tiny.
And Pioyo can just... My God. Absolutely destroying that tower, but a big swap onto the Batrider, plus his BKB again. Static Storm onto 2, but there's the Lasso. Can they find the time? This is just going to be the Aegis if they do so. But he's Satanic up and is perfectly healthy for now as the right clicks have come in for 23 Savage. That is Reincarnation out. Requiem nicely timed. 23 Savage is dead. 50 seconds with no raging. Skewer back from Cuckoo. We see the Ravage on the other side of the map. Zephyr dies shortly after, so 2 dead with basically no response from T1. 5 versus 3, and with a Tiny, that means buildings will be going down, Cinderin.
T1 just have no solution to this right now. They did their best in that fight. It wasn't enough. They never found an RP. Again, whenever someone gets swapped in like this from the Venge, it just gets really difficult for Cuckoo to do what he wants.
That's going to be 2 sets of racks. Yeah. They can't go for Megas just because there's not, just because there's a tier 2 tower still remaining.
Dire's top tower.
And the Aegis is gone, so Vici Gaming can kind of reset and come to grips with this massive lead that they have accumulated now in this game.
Already PYW is heading up top.
Now, PYW almost done with his AC, 300 away.
He's super strong. I don't know if Vici Gaming want to slow this down and wait for next Roche. I think it's the right play, theoretically speaking. Take control of the triangle, get some good vision out, hog the area. When Roche spawns, you go and fight it. You're going to have Monkey King ult again. You're going to have Requiem again at that time. Early Roche is in 2 minutes, 30 seconds. If they're feeling themselves, they could just go for it. But there is the connected risk here that Horn Toss Skewer, if the swap isn't instantaneous from Old 11, you could find a positioning advantage that could get you a core kill on SF or Tiny, and that's when you can build something. Carlos pinging the Tiny. Oh,
Still no reincarnation for 30 seconds.
Did he just 4-shot the tower? I mean, he has AC and Ninja Aura. He hits for 500.
A lot of damage, whatever the hell it is. There's the Horn Toss, like you were talking about, Static Storm used for zoning capability. You can see Thunderstrike applied as there's the swap back from Old 11. So Tiny is super safe. Boundless Strike now into the Bad Rider. Looks like he's broken, trying to get out of the Wukong's command. Will be successful, but the swap again, and 23 Savage is dead. And that is mega creeps for Vici Gaming, as it looks like they are on the way to continuing to play in TI10. Oh, big RP, but the Skewer back on only 2 heroes and brought down simply with the right clicks of Poyoyo. Buyback now from Cuckoo. Gets glimpsed back into the fray. Gets off the Horn Toss, but brought down again. That's a dieback now as GG is called. T1 is out of TI10, and Vici Gaming goes on to face IG in the next round.
What a godly finish pick that was. That was absolutely incredible. Really, Old 11 stepping up in this game. He came out of the landing stage. He got a fast axe. It counterplays Bat Rider pretty much the entire game. See a little bit of drama there with the GG Cuckoo coming out from Ori, specifically targeting Cuckoo with that GG. So a little bit of a remnant of times past, you could say.
A lot of all chat this tournament, actually.
Yeah. When there's no crowd here, you feel like you're at home.
That's true. It does. I guess that's an interesting theory, Cinderin. Probably incorrect, like most of the things you say, but you know, to each their own. But yeah, Vici Gaming goes on to the next round. I mean, T1, you have to give them credit. They played again. I've said this in past games from previous days, but they got off to a really rough start in the group stage, but bounced back with a vengeance, and they can still be proud of their performance overall. But with that, let's see what the panel has to say about this series and Vici Gaming moving on.
What a series. Vici Gaming managing to take it 2-1, and they will be moving on into the tournament with a guarantee of 5th to 6th place. Meanwhile, T1 will be unfortunately going home. Gentlemen, well, actually, Tsunami, I'm going to ask you because it was what you said. You said Poyoyo needed to go yo-yo, I guess. And
I didn't actually use that one, but that's a good one.
Ah.
I was saying he was my boy-yo-yo.
Yes. Okay.
He was popping off, and Game 3, Vici Gaming is now something that I'm very afraid of. I think that this is the lower bracket run that people are always intimidated by, and usually comes from the first 2 rounds of the tournament. But so far, all of the upper bracket teams have prevailed, and they will continue to prevail, at least out of China. However, T1 will unfortunately be eliminated, and that is the end for Southeast Asia. Not all Southeast Asian players, though. We still have some Malaysians like Nothing to Say still hanging around on LGD, but the region will no longer have representation at TI10.
do you think that this is a good placement for SEA?
It's one that they should feel encouraged by, because I think in TIs of the most recent TIs of 8 and 9, Southeast Asia has not had like that favorite, like how Eastern Europe has been riding on VP for so long with the solo crew. They at least had like one strong representative at TI's past. Southeast Asia didn't really have that squad, and I'm hoping that at the minimum this T1 squad sticks together, because whenever a Southeast Asian squad does do well, it usually falls to pieces post TI and the shuffle era. And so this is a T1 that I've been encouraged by the growth of over the course of the DPC, and they've got a good head on their shoulders with Cuckoo, and hopefully they continue this in the upcoming year.
Do you think the shuffle's already started?
I think probably, yeah. Back at the hotel, I would imagine it has, yeah.
Back at the hotel. Maybe he's saying that he saw something. Who knows?
I'm staying out of it.
Yes, okay. So Aiden just confirmed that he's staying out of it live on broadcast.
Oh, that's true.
So for this game, who would you say the MVP was? If you could choose one person on Vici Gaming to be the MVP AUI, who would it be?
Honestly, I think it has to be Ori for me. It's about his recovery from, like, I think he's had a rough tournament. I think he's not had the best perception in the community even, but I think rising above that and just solidifying his team in this game. I mean, he played a really good last game. I think he won his lane of Xiaofeng. He was having a good game, and I think that really speaks to the mental confidence he brings to his team.
Okay, well, they did fantastic. Unfortunately, we also have to send someone home, so we will have an interview with Avo and Cuckoo.
Hello, thank you. I'm here with Cuckoo, the offlaner for T1. I'm going to ask him some questions. So, you're the TI veteran in the team, but many of your teammates is their first TI.
Yeah.
What was it like seeing TI through their eyes for the first time?
I think they play good, everyone, and we make them comfortable. March and me, it's like keep saying, no need to think about anything. It's like just play the game.
Yeah.
Even in the drop, something like that. So I think they play good, everyone. And at the end of the day, there's always one winner and one loser. And right now we're kind of lose that game. Yeah.
I know you care a lot about the SEA community. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Shout out to SEA fans and SEA players. I think we need to come back next year again. Yeah. And maybe now we feeling good. It's like our performance is not really bad for this TI run, and we just felt short. I think it's like, yeah, they just better team for now. Yeah.
Well, you heard Cuckoo. He's coming back next year, and you're coming back stronger, right?
I think so.
All right, back to you.
He said that they were the better team this time, implying that they will be coming back in full force next year. Now, let's take a look at the winner's side with Frankie and Tsunami's Boyoyo Poyoyo.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited to talk to a player who has carried his team into the top 6 here at the International 10. Poyoyo, first of all, you're a relatively inexperienced player here. You have been to a couple of majors earlier this year, but now you're top 6 at your first TI. What does that mean to you?
首先恭喜获得胜利，然后你相比来说是比较缺乏经验的选手，之前去过几届 TI， 然后几届 Major， 不好意思，然后今年第一届来 TI 就拿了前6，感觉怎么样？
赢了肯定是开心的呀，别的也没啥感觉吧。
Of course, I'm really happy after I win, but otherwise, I don't feel much.
You don't feel much at all, apart from bloodlust for your enemies, it seems like. What have you learned from your teammates? You have Old 11 and Ori on your team. They're very experienced players. Have they taught you anything?
你队伍里面有 Ori 有老十一，都是非常老道的选手。从他们的身上，你有学到什么吗？
就学到了，就刚来的时候吧，刚来的时候其实也是刚从 KG 那边过来危机，就老十一经常帮我看录像嘛，也教了我挺多东西的。就偶尔就生活上也比较照顾我，我挺感谢他们两个的。
So when I first transferred from KG to Vici, Old 11 will watch replays with me, and he taught me a lot. And Ori takes care of me in real life.
Oh, well, congratulations. I need Ori to take care of me, I think. I need it right now. Thank you so much. We're going to head back to the desk, but congratulations once more to Vici Gaming.
Thank you very much, Frankie and Poyoyo. What a nice, heartwarming story, right? Like, he said Ori takes care of him, and you just get that team feeling. But, you know, everybody at this desk knows that when you're playing Dota, there may not always be that team feeling. And for those of you who may, you know, be experiencing a little bit something different, please enjoy this piece. You will definitely relate to it. Let's check out Overwatch.
These lanes. These impossible lanes. I've solved over 322 Overwatch cases on this map. But this one was different. I'm in. She floated in like she owned the place. Fiery attitude, fiery eyes. Kind of fire fueled by those who'd done her wrong. But something about this one told me She weren't a stranger to making her own wrongs.
So, Miss Lena, you reported every single teammate in your last match. Says here you even reported your own sister.
Cold-hearted bitch.
All right, take it easy. Look, I'm gonna take your case, Miss Lena. I've seen my fair share of smurfs and account buyers, but I don't work like those other schmucks. I'm not gonna just sit here and watch some no-context VODs. I'm bringing your teammates in for a full interrogation. No one gets away with this stuff in my town. I'll bet my behavior score on it.
Thanks.
Stuns on creeps, mean hammer rush, and look at this, 2 different kinds of boots. I know you're a smurf, your teammates know you're a smurf, now I want to hear it from you, so talk. Don't play dumb with me, look at this booster account. 150 friends, 10,000 hours in TF2, hundreds of games on Steam.
I saw Dragon Knight on the anime.
Minute 10, minute 20, 30, 40, 60. Ringing any bells here, champ? How about a little story about sitting in lane the entire game with a shadow amulet? And you're not a griefer? Huh? I know you're there, you son of a bitch. You're going down to low prio for this. Now get your filth out of my office. Tell me what items you see here. Power treads, okay. Magic stick, checks out. You see, the post-game report shows you buying a Daedalus. I don't see a Daedalus. You didn't destroy your own Daedalus. Did you, sport? Did you just break that stick? Oh, you just couldn't help yourself, could you? You people make me sick. Says here you're being accused of stealing farm. That's a pretty big accusation for a support crystal maiden.
This farm's all natural, bro. You've got nothing on me. Look, I rotated mid to help my sister like 3 times. Yeah, maybe I took a range creep or 2, but that's TP tax.
TP tax?
Yeah, TP tax.
Get your frosty new meta ass out of my office.
Okay. Hey, do you guys validate parking? Because I can. I rotated mid to help my sister like 3 times.
Rotated mid.
Bet you thought that was pretty funny. Lightening me up like that. Getting me to chase my own tail. But I don't need a clarity to see straight anymore. Because I took a look at your file too.
No comment.
It says here you were playing a support, Lena.
Yes.
With a Vanguard?
Yes.
And a Butterfly?
Yes.
And you went mid?
Yes!
Harold? This is Harold? The trench?
What did you expect?
Oh, shit. In the end, some cases you close don't bring closure for you. But you gotta let it go. That's Harold Town. That's Harold Town. What the? Oh. Ah! Get out of here, you son of a bitch! Oh.
Well, I'm very happy to have Ari Porter on the case here of all our Overwatch cases. We've swapped things up for our final series of the day. I'm here with Lizard, Tigov, and Tsunami. Tsunami, do you do your Overwatch cases?
Every day.
Do you actually?
I log in for them dailies. I do it for the love of the game. I don't need any incentives. I do it for the justice That's all. That's all the reward.
How
that I
many do
need.
you get?
I do the 3. I do the 3 a day.
Really?
Oh yeah.
And every
You know
single...
you can do 5 a day if you have max behavior score.
Well,
Lizard.
I mean,
Yeah, I definitely know that
I
because
do.
I get 5 all the time. No, I started doing them right when they just came out. They were fun, but then I realized people are mostly just reporting people that they disagree with. So I gave up after a while.
But no, that's the whole point.
Not guilty.
Yeah,
Are just as important
but
as
I want
guilty.
someone guilty.
I know you do.
That's the point.
If I don't get to send someone to Dota jail, then what am I doing this for?
Exactly.
I still feel like our Dota jail should be, if you play unranked, right, and you're 7-8K,
Yeah.
we should be playing up against the people who have been reported. So rather than having single draft or whatever as your low prio, you should have to play against people who are like 5K higher than you. So then just getting, don't smoke.
Well, so you're
don't be
saying
bad.
like if I report someone for smurfing,
Yep, and they are.
they get found guilty,
Yep.
then their punishment should be that other people smurf.
No, then they
Because
play
then
up
they
against...
report that, and then
Oh,
it's a
Vicious
never-ending
cycle.
circle.
ban them all. Get rid of them. Gone. Done. Easy as that. Bye. All people who play with them. Bye. See ya.
That's
it.
That's
Simple.
harsh.
No,
You're
get them out.
you're looking like a very sweet person, but
I-
you rule with
there's-
an iron fist.
That's why I actively play unranked. I'm basically
Mm.
there's like Wagger, Sing Sing, and I. We're like the 3 groups, and we kind of sift through unranked, going through, finding the bads, and we're like, bam, get out of here, bam, get out of here. It's our go-to mission. And then watching Wagger, Sing Sing, they know us 3, the group, we are there purging the Smurfs from the community. So
Well,
get rid of them. Bye.
Tikov is very passionate about the culling, which is a good thing because today it is a day full of cullings. We have 3 series in total. We're about to head into our final ones, but all 3 series today are in the lower bracket. We've already said goodbye to the first start of the day, to OG, just now to T1 as well. And I want to take a moment to say like that, of course, there will be more eliminations because at the end of the tournament, there's only 1 team left standing. And I know that there's a lot of people fans of players and they're very excited to see their team do well. And when they're doing well, they're very excited for them. But I'm here to tell you that when your team's not doing well, they also need your support. And I think it's sometimes a little disappointing to see people just abandoning ship the moment something goes wrong. All the players we've seen today, they've had a long road their entire career leading up to this, but it's not the end of their career. They'll move on, they'll move forward. And you got to support them through thick and thin. What good is it if you're a good weather supporter? Then you're not a true supporter at all. So get your stuff together and, support your idols, even when things get tough, or rather more like the best, support them the best you can when things get tough. And Tsunami, things get tough at TI.
Don't be a bandwagoner.
Yeah.
I think Dota's kind of unique in how people are more likely to follow players than teams.
Mhm.
People are like, oh, this is my player. He goes to other teams, then I'm going to start supporting this thing. And so as a side effect of that, I think we don't have that same galvanized team pride that
Yeah.
a lot of other sports and esports both do. But then support your player. Just because other players on the team you may not care about as much, they're all a unit. Your player is the one that you support, and the team that they're a part of is one that you should support as well.
Yep, and I know that there's tons of people supporting the following 2 teams that will appear on the stage. Our next lower bracket series, Eastern European Brawl VP and Team Spirit. For the second time today, Team Spirit will take the stage. We saw them earlier today having a clean series against the 2-time champions OG. They were able to just waltz their way through, or rather skewer their way through from the looks of it. We also have a little bit of a change to hairstyle on the Yatoro. We still don't know what it means, but we will find out eventually. But this squad is one of the youngest teams here at the International, but they don't look it. They look like veterans. They've been playing like veterans, and we can say the same thing about their opponents, Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro here also already guaranteed top 6, but they really want to make it further here at the International 10. And in their way is Team Spirit, of course. But Virtus Pro, there were some question marks before the tournament started. Were they, or were they not, going to be able to deal with the pressure of playing on stage? We saw them 2 majors before this where it didn't look as good as people were expecting. Well, it seems like the lessons they've learned in this year, they put into practice, and there is no sign of those nerves. These guys are all first-timers, and it's the only team with all first-timers that is including their coach. But they have no cares. They are fine. They are golden. They are top 6, and this is the first time since 2013, since TI3, that there will be guaranteed an Eastern European teams in the top 4, Tigov.
Whew, it's really good for the region and also for Spirit as well. You know, throughout this entire season, VP's had Spirit's number. Spirit has lived in the shadows of VP. It's like, maybe we could be the best. No, bam, VP's there. A little bit of trivia, guys. When do you think Team Spirit last beat VP organization-based, not players, just...
And do we beat a game or series?
I mean series. So in regards to series wins, when was the last time Team Spirit as an organization beat Virtus Pro? And Spirit was formed in 2015. So that's the earliest you can answer. Go.
He's using his brain right now. I trust Tsunami.
Never.
Okay. And for you, dear Lizard?
2015.
There we go. Good lad. So in the 6 years that they've played, they have played 30 series against each other. VP has won 29 of those series. Spirit has won a single series against Team Spirit.
Close.
And fun fact, it was the first ever series Team Spirit played against VP when they formed, and that was a Ramses roster back in 2015, MDL 2015. Since then, Team Spirit has never beaten Virtus Pro. So this series, it means so much for the region because Spirit, of course, want to try and be the #1 team, but also as an organization, they can maybe finally beat VP in their current form.
Eastern Europe has a pretty solid power dynamic. You know who the top dogs are. Team Spirit were pretty much up to this TI, never that team. I would still, I guess 2015, because actually Tigov told me about it earlier, but if he didn't, I would never actually do it.
I see how it is.
I seen it.
I had to check with I was like, okay, my man, you think this is cool? Oh, I forgot you're on the panel, brother.
You got so close that you weren't previously informed.
I'm already very, very distrustworthy of this people now.
All right. Also being from that region, right? Playing with both of those teams, I had some insight for sure. That's it.
But they did, just to add maybe, they have won at least 12 games. So it's 59 games to VP, 12 to Spirit. But in series count, it is still very gruesome in regards to Spirit being able to actually match up against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, because I want to talk about that because, of course, this roster of Team Spirit has only been around since December 2020. So everything before that, this team, they don't care about that. But this team has, of course, faced Virtus Pro in the DPC League. They played in the same DPC League. Virtus Pro, as many of you know, they came easily first in both seasons. And Spirit was actually one of the few teams that was able to take a game here or there, Tsunami.
Yeah, in grand total, VP lost 3 games throughout both seasons of the DPC.
Crazy.
And Spirit didn't even get second place in season 2. It was Navi that got second place in season 2. And so the fact that Spirit is in spitting distance maybe 3 months ago would have been impressive to me. Now, on the main stage, I would never have a favorite in this situation. You asked me like 3 weeks ago, I've been like, VP got that free. How's Spirit even going to make it to top 6 in the first place? This isn't even a discussion to have. Now, after seeing Spirit 2-0 OG coming in hot into this series.
And type. Easy
game. They typed it. They're feeling themselves. I might have to consider Spirit to be the favorites.
You could hear it in the interview as well that Miposhka gave. He literally said, we are not the same team that Virtus Pro has faced earlier. We've improved a lot, and this is going to be a different series than those that they had during the DPC season.
Yeah, we could take a look at the playmakers of Virtus Pro and Team Spirit. And I say playmakers, I both basically mean the position 1 and 2. So the carry and the mid. Both of these players for each team have had tremendous success. Toronto, Tokyo, 2 rampages, 5 godlike streaks. It's very, very impressive.
They need to update Yatoro's profile picture, however.
They do. They
You
do.
gotta shave that head. Let's get some Photoshop on that job.
I want to know why.
Gotta know. Maybe
gotta
it's their
know.
secret power. I'm also curious. This must be one of the youngest main event matches.
So I
got a
I
stat
tried
for
to
me?
look this up.
Okay.
I tried to look this
There
up.
he is.
It is very difficult to judge this because
Sure.
obviously TI1, 2, and 3 had a lot of first timers, but it's been so long that there were nine first time TI players on the main stage at the same time.
Wow.
And then also playing for a guaranteed position 4 on the main stage. Like, that is unheard of. It is incredibly good for the region, as we already pointed out, incredibly good for the game, and incredibly good for their wallets as well. Because top 6 is nice. You get 1.4 million. It's not bad. If you lose here, you're still good.
That's
However,
feels good, man.
Something.
this series on the line, $1 extra million.
Oh, just an extra mil.
Just an extra
Just
mil.
an extra
Just
mil.
a house each, lads. Off we go.
Easiest BO3 of my life. Give me an extra mil.
I mean, Virtus Pro got to practice yesterday when they played in the upper bracket semifinals. They were playing for an extra 2.2 mil, and obviously they lost that series against PSG LGD. But I hope they learned something from that with the pressure tee.
Yeah, that's the key thing, is the fact that VP is coming into this series getting completely swept out of the upper bracket compared to, Spirit. They themselves were doing, kind of the dumpstering the number on OG. So it is kind of the tale of two different paths to get to here. Normally the upper bracket teams, it's a bit more of a fight, right? It's more like a 2-1, or at least there's something close. But that was a VP that we've never really been seen thrown out of the game that quick. So it really puts VP to the test in kind of, the additional coach they have, how they're kind of preparing, and they failed at majors before with this type of thing, so they need to really bounce back, because you do not count Spirit out in this game.
Are you guys just expecting a bloodbath? No
Yes.
VG
Yeah.
gaming, just
Absolutely.
standing, defending the high ground, defending the triangle. None of that.
Although,
just full playmaking
I hope
constantly.
so.
I will say that will probably be a similar thing to like we just saw with T1 versus Vici, where it's not a tournament meta, it's just an internal series
Oh,
meta.
for sure.
Yeah. I would like to see that definitely as well. There's a fun fact for Team Spirit. We have, but before the event started, Team Spirit, the organization, did a couple of rapid fire questions for all their players, and one of the things was they basically named two things, and you had to choose one of them. Pizza or hot dogs. or
Word
something like that.
association.
I will tell you what was said very soon, because first it is actually time to get the draft going.
Team Spirit versus Virtus Pro. Game 1.
Because that is also us. Hello. All right. So before this tournament started, one of those two options that were pointed towards most of the Team Spirit players was upper bracket or lower bracket.
Okay.
And I mean, most players answered upper bracket. There's no surprise there.
Sure.
However, I think star player of this morning's game, definitely star player of this morning's game, Collapse, he said lower bracket.
Oh.
And I think we saw this morning why I feel like that extra pressure. I mean, obviously the hero helps. Of course, the hero gets banned. Look at that Collapse
Instantly.
with the Mars and the Magnus removed from the pool. But that extra pressure for some players, Lizard, it just propels them to the next level.
Not only for Team Spirit, it looks the same for Virtus Pro, I would have to say. They are just looking so much better under pressure, and they're youngsters, which is insane to say. They're inexperienced, both of these teams, and yet millions are on the line, and it doesn't matter. And this Tidehunter Weaver opening, it was obvious. It was coming because Mars and Magnus were banned out. Magnus had to go after the OG series, so they go with the standard minus armor meta, but bam, Virtus Pro, they answer it with the Medusa after the opening of an Elder Titan.
Yeah, I like this from VP just because of VP is a very aggressive team, and it's like OG and VP are the kind of same vein in how they play. So for Spirit, just beating OG in that kind of counter-aggressive playstyle, then moving into a VP series, you can kind of feel the same theme in their draft, right? So just pick up this kind of bigger hero, be it the Mag, the Mars, or a Tide, just park that in front, and you're going to be able to play a pretty secure game. And that's why when VP, they pick up a Medusa, they're not playing the same style that they played yesterday, right? They're not going for these bristlebacks and these kind of run at you, try and break down the map quickly. It's kind of that game security style here, and I think that's what VP need to lean on in the low bracket right now, is Don't try and be that over-aggressive team. Try and play like how the upper bracket teams are playing, and just give yourself that security.
And Tsunami, do you like VP more when they have this bristle, or do you like when they actually have late game stability?
I'm trying to remember what they leaned on heavily during the DPC, because I think that's what's going to help them most if they can get back into where they were kings. So I feel they were more often than not going for more early mid-game style, but that's also probably due to the competition that they had in the Eastern European region was not quite as high quality as they've faced now. So I appreciate the idea of maybe taking a page out of the upper bracket books, but I think that they should stick to their guns, and a Medusa first phase gives me pause for sure.
Well, I will tell you that this will be the 5th time that Virtus Pro has picked Medusa at TI, so including group stages, of course. And the previous 4 times were all wins. So they got good memories on
Were
this
they
hero.
all first phases?
I do not know that, because that is something I do not write
So
down.
this is a mind game. It's not only the fact that Medusa has been pretty strong throughout the tournament, in some games at least, it's the fact that you're throwing a problem at them that they didn't expect very early on. Like you're instantly picking a Medusa. Here you go. Now, are you going to stick with your guns and go with the same game plan that you had earlier? Or do you actually have to reconsider a little bit and get yourself out of your comfort zone just to be able to counter her? That's a real question here.
And it also, sorry, I was gonna say, it also helps with Toronto Tokyo, right? Like he's been popping off with these voice spirits, and again, like the spirits of TI. You pick up these carries that don't really care, like a Lifesteal or a Medusa, an Ursa to some degree. They're gonna be able to shrug off this type of mid lane pressure. And unless, of course, the game goes really bad at the start and they snowball over you, but like it does give VP that security. And you know, they ban out these more annoying heroes that can just get on top of Medusa and remove them. Also buying Diffusal Blade, right? Slark, the Ursa. If you get on top of that Medusa, you're not really going to have a good time in that first 20, 25 minutes before you maybe get that butterfly.
And I would actually like for Team Spirit to take your advice and pick any one of these spirits so far, Storm and Void Spirit that they've banned out. I would love to see.
Okay.
Never mind. That was
good.
Yeah, it's still good. It wasn't really my idea. I thought they might go for something like a number, just play with Medusa and Elder Titan, skip the backlines. They don't have a support that can catch you, but obviously Virtus Pro, they do have 2 extra picks now to deal with that.
And the key thing for Spirit right now with these heroes, it's the Invoker unlocks their ability to move towards objectives. If you don't have that innate mana burn on Medusa, if she gets that like Manta +1, she'll be able to park herself there. The value of a Ravage, the value of Weaver, they're fully removed because you're never going to be able to kill this kind of tanky hero. So you put that Invoker there, it gives you that window. You get the early maybe Vessel, a Solar Crest, a Drum, and you're just going to be able to really amp up that one carry to throw into the Medusa. And that's why you see VP, they go for a Kunkka because, you know, he himself can stand in front of these early
Kunkka
fights.
is, don't you think, Tsunami, an unsung hero of the last 2 days?
Yeah, but that's because we haven't seen Eastern Europe play as much. Eastern
That's
Europe
true.
loves Kunkka, and so them relying on it is fine. But yeah, I will agree that for as anecdotally successful as I've seen Kunkka be, I don't know what the actual win rate stats are. I'm surprised that he's not emerging more as we see more team fight oriented comps show up. And on the topic of team fight, I would not be surprised to see a Faceless Void be paired up with this Invoker, depending on how Team Spirit want to play this Weaver.
Well, this Weaver so far for Team Spirit has only been played as a position 4, and they do really like the Tide Weaver lane in itself. So I would imagine, unless there's something crazy going on, I think, you know, game 1 of a best of 3, stick to your guns,
You see
play
this
what works.
Kunkka, you probably don't want to have a core Weaver. There's catch with the X marks the spot. There's Lion to follow up. You still could go for something crazy like a lot of minus armor plus electricity plus Weaver, but it's not that necessary for you. And they go with the Bane. I think this is one of the strongest position 5s for Team Spirit. They've been playing Bane on Miposhka, dodging those Laguna Blades. And
so good.
Lion's finger of that was dodged. There's actually a clip in which he saves his carry with a Shadow Demon Disruption. With Bane, it's even easier.
Yeah, especially because players, of course, like to do like the 1-2-3 build. So you're trying to get Nightmare as high level as possible, have that additional cast range. It means you're going to be able to, from a safe distance, have that save. And right now, it just feels like they're going to pick up this one core on Spirit that's going to be kind of pushed into the engagement, cushioned by the Tidehunter with the Solar Crest or the Ags on Weaver to kind of save the core. And then you got that Bane as well. So very much Spirit looking to just group up early after an okay laning phase with their pretty decent heroes. And that's why you see VP really just kind of doubling down on anti-aggression.
Yeah, but the issue is them going for the Bane now means that the Faceless Void was banned out, and Yatoro's options. I guess, like you were saying, so there are different approaches on how an Invoker could enable a carry. You said that, Alacrity just buffs in general are nice. I still feel like you want a strong teamfight ultimate because I imagine the main incentive for picking Invoker was EMP against the Medusa, burn off the mana shield. She's going to be able to walk away from most of this because, the Tidehunter Ravage should be able to keep things in control for a little bit, but I want the carry to be able to provide some control.
You're 100% right. I feel the same way that Virtus Pro's team fight actually looks way stronger at the moment. Meanwhile, Team Spirit is a team that needs to outplay you and stretch you out in these team fights. And they do have spells and abilities that allow you to do that. You sleep one target, Weaver is completely somewhere else, Invoker is isolating a Lion, let's say. The Ravage follow-up is decent. I wouldn't like seeing a high cooldown dependent carry as their last pick.
Could do something like a Sven, because against ET, Agi cores aren't great, but with Warcry...
Let me just toss a hot take out there. Versus a Medusa, I always like a sniper.
I was thinking a Drow, but yeah.
Drow also
I mean,
an option.
with throwing out hot takes, I think Team Spirit is one of the few teams that pulled out an Arc Warden.
Oh,
That's
there
true.
you go. Actually, that's a pretty decent idea.
So right now, like if you look at Yatoro, he's played 16 different heroes in the 23 games that Spirit have played. Like he has a very wide pool in the carry, which is very helpful in this scenario, right? Like the heroes that we're mentioning, Arc, you can delay the game against Medusa. You can never really siege as VP. If you go for a Drow, you have really good kite in the fight to try and kill off that Medusa. You don't really care about her items, but you are afraid of a
I just
Kunkka
like
or a
Arc
Lion.
so much now that Shiver has mentioned it. I
Yeah.
really like the pick. I would love to see it on the side of Team Spirit. Arc for me is not. He's not a real carry. He's this niche pick that you can pick in 1 out of 100 games and this feel like that one.
What Spirit is GPK playing? Because of course, Spirit has last pick, so VP right now they need to pick the generic hero.
I believe all of his options are pretty much banned out. Do you really think that he would get his hands on...
There's Ember, Storm's banned already.
GPK, he's playing Kunkka.
Yeah, Kunkka most
Kunkka,
likely
yeah,
for
of course,
GPK.
yeah.
So I think we're looking for a
it's offlane
DM hero, and they will go
Underlord,
for an
sure.
Underlord.
But DM did play offlane Kunkka in the DPC. Whew, get myself out of that one. So yeah, carry time for Yatoro. What's he thinking? This is the best part of any draft because you set your carry up to pick the hero he wants to play, right? So if you lose, you can blame him.
You know what's interesting? Monkey King is still in the pool. Like that hero has been touched.
Like I said, it's a series meta
It's
in
a
this
series
one, not
meta
a tournament
indeed.
meta.
You were completely right. I still won't mind the Arc. We're probably not going to see it. They picked it only once so far. Monkey may be an option. Not perfect, but could work for them as well.
Yeah, other highly contested tournament heroes also. I like Terrorblade's completely MIA. I don't know if you would. I don't think you would pick it.
No,
this
you
game.
wouldn't. No. So right now, the reason why Spirit's taking a bit of time is one, the tournament lies on the line, and they do go for the monkey. Yeah,
It's easier, right? This hero is way easier to execute with than it is with an Arc Warden. And it doesn't put you on this weird timing later on in which you're defending high ground versus a Medusa. You're not even pressuring her. And the moment you go towards the low ground and abandon your defense, you get picked off. So Monkey is much easier to play.
I guess with the Monkey King as well, like you still can buy that Diffusal Blade to really punish the earlier timing of Medusa. The question is, like, we've seen Echo Saber, Basher, BKB be like the staple of the games at least we've seen today. So it will really be on Yatoro. What type of game is he feeling? If they're winning early on, maybe they do go for it and just try and force that timing that they get, or he can just farm up.
And isn't Monkey historically been extremely good versus Underlord in the lane?
Yeah, for sure. And also Medusa, because Medusa, you see her as a hero where she wants to stand her ground, A-click, get the split shot everywhere. Of course, Monkey King, you put down the Wukongs, you don't really want to stay in that area. So yeah, this is an excitingly close draft, and I think Spirit, they need their good lanes to kind of catapult themselves into the game.
All right, Team Spirit need good lanes in this game one. How about you, Lizard? What are you most going to look at for this game to come?
I can agree with that. I think that on the side of Virtus Pro, you need GPK to be making those moves because no one else on his team can. So it's all on him.
I think the cooldown dependency on Spirit is going to be their downfall. I think every single time that Ravage is down, then VP are just going to mow everything down because there's nothing really stopping them from proceeding down lane to lane.
Yeah, we've very much seen Spirit and teams like this sometimes struggle against these big defensive style of lineups. And VP right now, like they just lost to this exact kind of ethos in the draft, right? It's
That's
you,
true.
You farm your lanes, you park up, you wait, they run at you, and you just kill them over and over again. And then when you get that one fight where you have the advantage in resources, you cross the river and you assert your dominance. And that's kind of on Spirit now. They've got to see this type of gameplay, which is currently dominating all of the TI meta, and they are now up against the wall, up against the strongest kind of strat. And they have to make sure every move they make is, disciplined and executed to the highest level, because they will get punished.
All right. It seems like the pressure is on Team Spirit for game 1 of this best of 3. Let's find out how it's going to play out together with Odie Pixel and Insania.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game 1 here between Virtus Pro and Team Spirit. Insania, what do you make of the 2 drafts here so far? Are we going to get all the action that you'd expect from 2 teams of this region?
I absolutely think so. I think this is probably the opposite of the last series, where you have 2 teams that are going to be running at each other non-stop. So, and they have the heroes to do it, right? You have this Elder Titan that's going to be really, really strong. Weaver and Tidehunter that are matching up against each other.
Well, let's see. Let's find out already. VP ready to rock and roll here with a smoke straight off the bat.
Yep. They want to get aggressive. Make sure, so what's important here for them is to get vision out in the start, right? They want to try to get the right setups so they have the lanes that they want.
And what sort of specific matchups are you trying to avoid here, do you think?
I think they want to try to avoid getting like any sort of weird lane setup from Team Spirit. They have the Monkey King that they could match up 1 versus 1 against the Underlord and try to get an edge that way. And I think they want to make sure that, everything's going to be normal, everything's going to be standard, and they're getting the vision they want in the start.
We'll come up there. We'll spot Miposhka up here. Not quite able to start a play there. Save holding back on the stun, just in case Spirit did have much more waiting round the corner.
Yeah. You have the Tidehunter Weaver, which I think is their answer to this Elder Titan. We saw Enchantress come out earlier, but this is like a different approach where you're going to try to kill him when he runs at you instead.
Civ Mirror. Thinking about trying for the bounty rune steal, but not going to go for it there.
And a little bit of a poke here on Miposhka. They're trying to set up some damage, but it doesn't really look like anything's going to come out of it. Monkey King's close by to cover him.
And we'll get the information on how the lane's going to start. Itura on that carry. Monkey King being backed up by the Bane here. No surprises in that front. And then this mid lane matchup, GPK on the Kunkka. This Kunkka versus Invoker should be pretty good for GPK right early on.
Yeah, I think generally speaking against Kunkka, you want a hero that's like constantly putting harassment, and Invoker doesn't really quite fit that build. He's more of a passive hero that tries to like out-sustain you to the lane, so I expect GPK to have very good fun.
I see, so VP indeed deciding to start things with Nightfall, farming on the top lane with the backup of Kingslayer, constantly running at Spirit to get that space that the Medusa needs.
Yeah,
DM.
this is the ET, right? They were trying to dodge the ET to Tidehunter, and just by putting their heroes top here and doing this initial smoke move, they forced Team Spirit to react to them and then move the Tidehunter up top. And they're already set up here with 3 to try to punish.
Miposhka, he's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Save, gets the stun, and that'll be the setup. First blood for VP. As the musical lanes may have occurred, but VP, they'll still get that first blood to start things off.
I think in any sort of CI Eastern European matchup, the laning phase is always going to be really, really important. And this is why this initial smoke move came out, and you see VP rotating up their heroes towards top. They don't want to let that Monkey King just dominate the Underlord in a 2v2 situation.
No, absolutely. And as you say, it's just something that we haven't really seen as much in sort of previous tournaments, that sort of willingness to move as early as these 2 teams are.
I think that's a reflection of the fact that they know each other so well, right? These 2 teams have gone up against each other a bunch during the DPC. They probably scrimmed each other a ton before this event, too.
See us. Wise.
Has been killed.
So the courier here being sniped. Was mid lane.
It's kind of playing out like expected, right? GPK is just managing to out-sustain the Invoker for now and sit there and farm creeps. And now he finally has his bottle, so, he's going to be good. I think that's like really the only tough part of the lane, if you're able to maybe shut him off before the bottle. But from this point onward, it should be smooth sailing for the Kunkka.
Absolutely, yeah. Pressure really mounting here for Toronto Tokyo early on. As you said, GPK with the levels, he'll be able to clear up the lane and the small camp. Hasn't been blocked this game, so lots of potential golden XP for GPK to clean up quite early this game.
Yeah, and DM is managing just fine bottom against the Monkey King for now. Like, you see the Monkey King is starting to... Once he gets lane control, it gets a little bit trickier for the Underlord to lane, but Save is here to pull back the lane and just make sure that Underlord... The lane is constantly swinging back and forth, so Underlord can use his fire to secure CS.
14 for 5, 13 for 4. The two cores. Oh, VP off to the slightly hotter start here right now.
Yeah.
Save. Well, we'll get taken out by Mira. I'm going to push back the line in a lane where I'm going to constantly see these two supports try and go at one another. DM, of course, will be much safer as the Underlord. A little harder to go on.
Yeah, I expect to see the Lion TP mid here and refill the Kunkka's bottle. This is something that I think VP do a lot. Actually, he didn't. Okay, so they